bricks anywhere on Icebox. I don't think so.
No, I don't think it's Icebox. I feel like it could randomly be Lotus.
I'm fine with Pearl.
Because of the light, you know?
I'm fine with Pearl.
I'm
I
going
want to
to
say
go.
Pearl. Yeah.
All right, I'll go with you guys. I wanted to go with Ascent, but I'll go with Pearl.
It could also just be Ascent again.
All right. What on earth is this? You guys are getting us pretty good, I have to say.
Yeah.
It's
Ascent.
Ascent.
It is Ascent.
It was
Okay.
under the...
I thought they were trying to bait us with the
Yeah,
camera angle.
yeah.
I really thought that was going to end up being like a wall with like piping running alongside of it.
I have to say, I wonder, you know, we got a bunch of like VCT
choking in this game.
observers.
This
Like,
isn't even like guess the map. It's like guess part of inside of the map
Yeah.
as the observer.
Yeah, you
Like,
have to do
yeah,
your research and
if
homework.
this has been leveling up, like over the past couple of weeks,
Oh,
you
God.
just got
Yeah,
in, like you got into like
this
an
game is
immortal,
difficult. Yeah.
immortal lobby.
All
I'm
right.
so sorry
Is
about
this the last one, or do we have one more after this?
We've got
What is
5
that?
in total. It's a squirrel with a grenade.
With an acorn grenade.
All right. Surely third time's the charm, and this is Pearl.
I'm gonna go with bind.
At this point, that's my analysis of the situation.
Where is
like,
this little guy hiding? I hate people who play like this, by the way. They're hiding like really deep into a corner and just
I
being,
mean,
nah,
I'm
like,
not
if
sure
you-
where he is.
He's
It's
eyes
Pearl.
are so big.
Pearl, 100%. We haven't had Pearl yet. You know, it could be Lotus, too. Kind of has, like, the light green, kind of
It's green from the box.
Lotus-esque stuff. Maybe it's Icebox, because, like, the green box stuff.
It could be. I feel like
I
I'm
really
feeling
don't
a
know.
bind.
Like, somewhere near kitchen or something, you
I
know?
was also thinking bind.
Somewhere underneath the map, probably.
I was also thinking bind or maybe Haven. I don't know.
Oh.
I'm going to say Pearl, because third time's the charm.
I'm gonna say Haven because I'm already
So-
past this.
Haven?
Losing been Haven yet,
losing
yeah.
so poorly.
We
So
got Haven. I'm gonna go with bind, and you're gonna go
Pearl.
with Pearl. I kind of want you to win at this point. Like I feel like
It
you.
is
It's
Pearl.
your
Yay!
time.
Third time's the charm.
It's your
you know,
time.
I kind of had like the color scheme,
He was hanging in the sewers.
right?
is that supposed to be like Sandy from SpongeBob because it's a squirrel in like an underwater
Oh.
with a
oxygenated
grenade?
dome?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that episode from SpongeBob.
That
Yeah.
probably did happen at some point.
Probably.
Yeah. Well, you got us.
That was interesting.
Did we get any? We got one
I
right.
got Pearl,
We got
yeah.
one right.
I
Said
got two right.
maybe
Oh, I got
it's
it.
I
Ascent.
threw out a scent on the
Oh,
first.
there's
we
one
got
more.
I have one
Wait,
more.
what?
Oh,
Refinery. Is that a hint?
well, I mean, this is a
Wait, what's this map?
picture of Haven.
Surely it's Haven.
Can they put the range in? Is like the range an option? Is
That
this
would
in the
be
range?
really. That would
be
mess with us.
sneaky. Yeah.
But
the range.
yeah.
Yeah,
practice
the range has a lots of little.
Yeah, that's
A lot
not
of Easter
allowed.
I
eggs.
mean, it has a
too.
picture of Haven, but I
That's
don't.
not allowed.
Okay, if it's a picture of Haven, then maybe it's one of the older new maps.
I'm gonna say Icebox.
Refinery leads me to believe that it would be like
There's like a lot of tech going on, so
bind or something like that. I don't know. I'll say that. Screw it.
I'm gonna go with Breeze.
If it is just Haven, I'm
I'm
gonna
just
be
throwing in a
angry.
Breeze.
that's not a map. That map doesn't exist.
All right.
It's not in our pool anymore.
Final answers. What's you?
Bind, whatever.
Fine, Breeze,
Icebox.
Icebox. Achilles is so upset by this game. Show us
I
what
am.
it is. He's like, I hate this game. Oh,
It's spined.
There we go.
fine.
There
Yeah.
you go.
I got one.
Cool.
Nice.
All right.
Nice. We all got one. Good job, team.
Yay!
Guys, we all got one.
All right. Lovely.
That was great. God, why do you make it so hard? Like, it's not fun when you keep getting L's.
It's far too easy the first
Hey,
time.
we got a couple of W's, so
Yeah.
That's true. All right.
better than 0.
That's true. We each got our first kill, so we did good. All right, we're gonna go on a commercial break, and when we come back, we are gonna talk about the very first matchup of today. We got GenG and Talon, so don't go away.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me I got Achilleos and Valdez, and we're going to talk about the very first match of this weekend. We've got GenG and Talon. Now, this is going to be an interesting game. Let's pull up GenG's roster first, and we got a slight change this week from last week.
Yeah, Eco's going to be coming in here, which is pretty interesting. I think that maybe a bit of shock after the way that last week went, and they want to mix things up. And so they will try this one out for the first map at least. We'll have to wait and see if we do see any subs in, if Sylvan shows his face later on in the best of 3, or if Eco will be staying in.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fairly map dependent because they changed up the comps quite a bit depending on, which maps we do see. Eco widely has been coming in. I think for basically like Ascent and Fracture, I want to say off the top of my head. Fracture for sure. So maybe that means that is going to be our first map in the draft. We'll have to just wait and see if that's going to be the case. But widely, aside from a couple of performances, I'd say the last time that Eco played was probably the best performance that he has had, and then we didn't see him at all in their last matchup versus Global. It was Sylvan that was playing the entire time, and obviously Global were playing out of their minds. Rossi went on an absolute heater, and they crushed him 13-8. So I'm curious to see how Eco is going to look again today, because in their previous sets when he has been flipped in, he has typically been one of the weaker players on the squad. Granted, they still were looking fairly incredible. I think it was actually versus DRX when he was popping off as hard as he was, so that's a very good opponent to have a strong showing against. So I'm curious to see if Eco is going to have that much impact here today versus the likes of Talon, who, they are sort of on this up and up. They were able to take that map off of PRX in their last series.
Yep.
And GenG, I think, previously could have come into this being a bit more relaxed. Now they definitely cannot. They've suffered 2 losses in a row. Talon have been looking better. They got a win under their belt. They took that map off of PRX. They definitely have to be respected.
And Talon, Sushi Boy looks like
Still
he's
no
sitting.
Sushi.
Yeah, he's sitting out again this week.
Yeah, I think that it's not a big surprise, unfortunately. You know, I love Sushi Boys, but at the same time, this roster got it done in their one win, and then it also got extremely close against a very strong team. It went down to the wire, and I think you give them another shot, right? This is what's working for the team. They've kind of turned a new leaf after their win. Zeus is still going ham in the booth, which I love. His energy, of course, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of that today as this is an incredibly important match. And Talon, they need to win this and everything else, like this in their next 2 games. Otherwise, they will not make it into playoffs almost definitely. So it's time to shift into overdrive now for them.
I mean, the thing that we kind of have to draw from this is that they want to be able to have a bit more flexibility with a fairly steady starting 5. And that's probably why we're not seeing Sushi. But it definitely is curious, just given the impact and the performances that we have seen from him in the past. You think about Killjoy, you think about Sushi Boys, those go basically hand in hand. But Jit Boys has recently been picking up things like the Astra that allows him to flip back and forth between playing the KJ, playing the Cypher, playing Smokes when they do need a double controller. So I think that that's why. And widely, Jit Boys has looked, pretty phenomenal.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be complaining about seeing him, but it does feels wrong to not see Sushi Boys. I want to eat copious amounts of raw fish with my boys, but unfortunately not today.
He
At least not
could
the
show
first
up.
map.
Yeah, he could show up in the second or third map. We don't know that yet, but seeing their scheduling for Talon, ROQ and DFM is after this. They've also been performing around the same level, but Talon, like you said, has been doing better week on week. It seems like they found their 5-stack. And I know they were having some communication and some chemistry issues, but it looks like they've found it.
Yeah, growing with time. Give them a lot of time, and they should be favored against the other 2 teams that you did mention, Victoria. We are going to take a look at some of the stats here. You'll note that Talon doesn't have the greatest of stats, even though they have had a couple of relatively successful weeks. I mean, especially last week against PRX, man. They were so close. Like, it really was anybody's win that day.
Yeah. The problem is, if you get these guys into a disadvantageous position, as you can see, like eco round percentage, it's basically hopeless. They're not going to be able to pull it off. So you're getting that miraculous turnaround to be able to take them down and completely shift the momentum of the game. It's not something that Talon has widely been able to do. But if they can get GenG, then you start feeling very good about the rest of their schedule, because they are still mathematically in this to be able to try to make it into the playoffs. With DFM on the horizon and whatnot, they have some in quotations easier opponents compared to some of the other ones that they have faced off against. But DFM has also been on the up and up. RQ has very much been on the up and up. I think that this would instill some confidence in you if you're a Talon fan, for them to be able to take down GenG. It would also probably strike some fear into your heart for GenG if they lose. But there still are tough opponents, and those are not necessarily free wins at all on the horizon for Talon.
They'll be fighting tooth and nail over the next 2 weeks after this. Now, these are our key players that we're looking at today, King and Jit Boys. Tell me why you guys want to watch them especially.
I mean, it's kind of more recently been because Jit Boys has been showing that he has the same or similar flexibility as King. King plays KJ, he flips over, he plays the Viper on maps such as Pearl, as well as on Fracture and whatnot. Jit Boys, he's showing us Astra, but he has been showing us this Killjoy as well as the Cypher since he kind of made his debut with this roster over at Lock-In, and he's been looking damn good at it. These 2 guys anchoring sites, holding things down, staving off attackers is going to be absolutely paramount to either team's success.
Yeah, and especially Jit Boys, I was really impressed by him last week as well. He was really the guy that was kind of pulling things together, even in this Killjoy role. He was getting these fantastic clutches, as you can see here in this replay. Just an excellent week last week and an excellent best of 3, and he's going to be paramount for Talon to have a chance, I think, against GenG.
That's right. With that, let's talk about our predictions. You guys, if you follow Twitter, you probably know. I'm predicting a Talon win. You guys are going with GenG. Quick explanation for me, anyway. We were talking about the up and up trend of Talon versus GenG, who is not, maybe consistent at best. But I think Talon really is thirsty for this. So
For me, I think that GenG are going to have a bit of a bounce back week. I also don't think that Global was that surprising of an opponent for them to fall to. I think given the standings, yes, you know, a little bit shocking in that regard. But if you've been watching Global and how they've been performing since, you know, Rossi and Lightning Fast were able to join this roster, now that they have a more stable 5-man core, you know, I guess we can call it a 6-man with Lightning playing Raze.
Yeah.
I think that they have a lot more consistency. They have so much firepower. So I wasn't that shocked to see them take down GenG. So I think that GenG should be able to get this.
All right. Any final words about GenG?
Pretty similar. Like, Talon got pretty close against PRX, but inevitably they were not able to, and I think that GenG should be a stronger team on paper, so slightly favored towards them, maybe like 65-70% to GenG for me.
Yeah. Well, the only way to find out is to watch the game. I mean, we can only predict. With that, I think the teams are ready for their walkout, so let's go to the stage and see what's up. This is VCT Pacific with the first matchup of Week 7, Korea's GenG versus Thailand's Talon. God, that's looking happy.
Well,
No tissue today.
Not yet, not yet. He usually puts it in once he gets over to the seat, but we'll have to just wait and see if he thinks it's going to be necessary. I think that it could be. Which is why I do very much favor GenG in this set. I won't be that surprised either to see if Talon are able to take a map off of them. I think that you know, these maps could end up being somewhat close if GenG aren't necessarily firing at all cylinders, and also depending on what Talon decides to do in the map draft as well as their compositions. TS, I thought he was putting tissue into his head for a second.
Nope.
What was it?
Just adjusting his eyes to the bright lights, I suppose.
Yeah.
He just woke up. What?
Crew's a little dance, a little smirk. He is, what?
Eco is coming out backwards.
Excuse me?
Okay, Eco. Just avoid
We
those
haven't had
flashes.
this walkout yet, so this is, I think this is a VCT first.
Yeah.
Glasses on the back of his head and everything. Not even Benkai thought about that one.
Garnet's like, what is going on here? I couldn't think of that. King of Pat are like, yep, we're here to play Valorant.
Yep.
Anyway,
I wonder what's happening on the stage. Everyone's giggling. They're in good spirits right now.
We'll see how long that lasts for both sides.
Yes, that is true. Really listen to some K-pop. You know, I learned a lot about K-pop thanks to Talon. And we've got our coaches coming out, also looking happy. What happened backstage? Something was going on. Everyone saw a funny video.
Perhaps.
they're just vibing. They're just having a good time coming into this one. I'm just ready for Cruz to start breakdancing on the stage. That's all I want to see.
Yeah, I would
He's
love
really
to.
got some moves. He's not afraid to show them.
That's right.
He's still wearing that jacket backwards. Do you think he'll play like that?
I hope so.
Switch mice hands.
He's gonna mount the seat in reverse.
Yeah.
I
He's
don't know,
gonna
Secret
play
Lab.
backwards.
Yeah.
Secret Lab needs to have some special seats for that.
Yeah, backwards compatibility, Secret Labs chairs. Perfect.
Some people like to play backwards, you know.
Well,
I don't know if that's a good omen for GenG though. You know, this is
I'm
very
sure
strange.
I'm sure he'll get his jacket all fixed up. The jacket will probably get placed in the back of the seat, and then we'll get into this one. So Sushi joining them here up on the stage for the hype chat up. just make sure that they're all ready, raring to go, and then likely we'll see him out in the audience once again. He likes to go sit out in the stands and watch with the rest of the fans here, cheer on the team.
Which is really cool. I mean, he's there. A lot of Talon fans were here last week. I was also sitting in the stands with them. It was really cool just watching everyone cheer for both Paper Rex and Talon, even though we're all the way here in Korea. So they got their Korean fan base as well. What kind of map picks are we going to see with these guys?
Well, again, with Eco in the mix this early on, it does lend itself to feel like Fracture could come into this. GenG also do have first ban, first pick, and they're actually going to take away Pearl, which I think is a little bit surprising. Maybe not as much after they did drop it to Global, who actually picked it into them. But previously, GenG did look quite strong on that map, but it will be Fracture.
I kind of like the Pearl ban. You know, like it has such a high attack win rate right now in Pacific, and by the way, this is going to be Lotus second here, chosen by Talon. Yeah, just kind of get rid of it if they feel like they are the better team and they don't want to have to deal with, you know, some really aggressive Talon pushes onto the B side on Pearl, and maybe just avoid it entirely. But yeah, Ascent taken away as well.
So we get to see Lotus once more from both of these teams. So, I mean, somewhat limited exposure, I'd say, from both of them in the past, but GenG, this is another map that they did recently drop. It was Pearl Lotus in the series versus Global. So we'll see if they've been able to reconfigure some of their setups and executes on that map, or if Talon will have the upper hand, because clearly they liked what they saw from GenG in that loss on Lotus, and it seems like they think that they can also exploit their weaknesses.
It is going to be interesting if Talon does win today, you know, a best of three, because they did knock GenG down and Paper Rex wins later today.
They can slingshot up in a second.
That's right.
No jet for either team. We're just going to be seeing the Rays here on Fracture. No double duelist from what I could tell.
Yeah.
Lots of control here on the side of Talon.
And I do like that, you know, especially for Talon. They're not going to overcook, go for a double duelist. We have seen a couple teams go for it on various maps, Paper X obviously being one of them, but even the likes of DRX have not necessarily been able to pull off the double duelist setup given their new roster and everything. So they're just going to keep this fairly stock standard. You do have Jit Boys on that Cypher. They find that this is instrumental for the success on Fracture, so he'll be bringing that one out compared to the Breach that he basically made a name for himself on back over at Lock-In.
Got his tissue back in his nose. We're gonna be blind a lot this particular game with
Quite possibly.
Yes.
on both sides. Well, best of luck to both of these teams. We've got GenG and Talon. I believe our casters are ready to go. Looking good over there at the stage. We got Tasteless and Quack. How are you guys?
You believed right. We are ready to go. And right now, this is a game of who wore it better. We've got Goddead down there with the toilet paper in the nose. Opposite nostril over here for Quack. Are you going for GenG here to win this thing?
I actually predicted for Talon.
Okay.
But I kind of wanted to try it.
You just wanted to put toilet paper in your nose.
Yeah,
I got it.
I want to see what it feels like.
We had some interesting walkouts there, too. We had one of the players put the jersey on backwards and put his glasses on the back of his head. It looked like an owl trying to scare away a predator in the forest. So the walkout game is on point. Toilet paper in nose. Look, in all seriousness, this is going to be an interesting match. We've had GenG look to be the second strongest team in the region. Talon had a rough start, but as weeks passed, they did start to become stronger and stronger. They're finally winning best of threes. Who's to say they can't go the extra mile and win another one here now?
That is very much true. I mean, if we're talking about trends, like Achilles was talking about, Talon has been on the up and up. I think GenG, you know, ever since they faced DRX, they've kind of met some kind of a hurdle. They've been going a little bit downhill. Maybe they can recover that today.
Yeah, and that would be an incredible moment. Obviously, we're far enough along here in the tournament that some teams, you know, they're not going to make it. They're not going to survive. But the fact that Talon might be able to defeat GenG here, that would really cause chaos here in the ranks.
You know what happens? They can drag someone down, and then GenG will get knocked down. If Paper X wins against Zeta later on, Paper X will become second place. So
that's right.
That's what we've got going on, and it's just going to be a little bit chaotic.
And, you know, overall, I got to say, as we get this first map started here on Fracture, it's been a real treat to see that all these teams are actually very viable. Nobody seems to be truly the weakest, even though we do have some at the very bottom as far as results go. The games they've played have proven to be very strong, showing that the whole Pacific region has a lot of promise.
That's right. Everyone is improving, and we are starting things off with this double controller setup from GenG. We know how strong they can be on the defensive side, especially with King on this Viper, but they are showing a little bit of promise the way that they're pushing out of A main right now. If they can find Fox, that'll be a good pickup.
Yeah, this is obviously a very important pistol round here for Talon, especially since they are viewed as basically the weaker team. If they could get a head start, that would be huge, but it does seem like we're going to see Fox just get pinned. King drops him easily. And that means that we're going to see a spill in over here towards A, just from Satellite, as Talon will be able to plant the spike with ease, and it's going to be up to GenG to try to take a retake.
That's right. Talon has to quickly go in for their post-plant position setup because GenG has the numbers right now, and Jitboy's getting a quick double is a big value.
Yeah, this is very doable with Jitboy's getting that double kill. Lingering over here just outside A long. It looks like they want to try to pounce in. They're going to smoke out the northern part of the A site. We've got Pat here ready with the stun. Garnet's going to push in. Pat does drop. TS and Goddead's out of the picture, leaving only King left with half HP. And there you have it. Big win right now. Talon takes it to start here, and that will be giving them a much easier round 2 going forward. It did seem like at the start, GenG had a good opening getting that pinch onto Fox, but then they lost control of A, and the retake was just a little bit too slow, a little bit too sloppy.
That's right. I mean, when it comes down to this, it's timing from Jitboys. This guy was the MVP of the round, I think, because he got those 2 frags. He held GenG at bay, allowed for Cruz as well as his teammate to get into position where they set up for those post plants. Of course, Cruz with the perfect timing on the molly just kind of pushed GenG off for a second.
We do have King and, TS here going with the Sheriff, hoping to maybe get a pick at the distance and try to curb progress. This has been actually quite a heavy buy round here for Talon, so they're hoping to kind of swing this up and build momentum going into round 3.
You know, they got so many guns, big weapons. They don't want to lose those too early, so a bit of a default, but GenG have the discipline as well. So it's actually kind of up to Talon to poke and push towards a single site.
Yeah, they're going to have to find an opening first. TS is still waiting. He could take a shot and maybe even, well, hold on, he's going to be driven right back out. Echo going to fire a few more shots in there. They have not managed to make any progress, though, and it looks like they may, in fact, seesaw back out and head over towards the B side.
Yeah, it's been completely smoked off thanks to TS's dark cover. So Talon, they're kind of getting funneled over to the other sides. They're playing into GenG's game, but they do have the better firepower. So if they can find the right entry, this site should be theirs.
Right, they're going to come forward here. The Viper wall is going to go back up. Paint shells are going to come out. It's a very retracted position here. Goddead up in 2, but shot down immediately by Garnets. Means the rest of the team is going to have to scramble to get around here. It should be an easy site plant here.
Still, Jitboys coming from behind.
Jitboys with a great lurk there. Turns out to be a bit of a trade-off. Once again, the same story. King all alone, but this might be the time he can take it, and he does! A big recovery there from GenG. This is going to be tied up 1-1, and let's not forget, that was an extremely expensive round there for Talon.
That's right, they bought up 2 rifles, Tasteless. I don't know how they kind of lost that.
That's wild. And the truth is that, you know, it would have been better had GenG kept more of their players alive to farm out more guns. But regardless, that's a big pivot here in how this whole back and forth is looking.
1 enemy remaining.
2 things, I think, really. It's lucky and also just Meteor as well as King and their positioning. Meteor, first of all, threw that paint shells at the best time to kind of throw Talon off. Their positions were all dispersed. And then King up by tower was kind of left unchecked, getting those Sheriff shots as we know him to do. It's incredibly strong, and it gives GenG quite a bit of momentum.
Okay, we go now into round 3. Obviously, a pretty scuffed round here for Talon with just pistols. Ghost is as good as you're going to get right now. Fox, though, in what has already been such a back and forth. I know we're only 3 rounds in. It's been really exciting. It looks like they may be selling A site pretty well, but regardless, they're going to seesaw back over there. So we may have another engagement kind of reset this whole thing here in A long.
We're just looking for guns, Stasis. There's one really pretty one on the ground. It's the Radiant Entertainment System, but no.
And GenG looking too good, and in a flurry of bullets, they close that out with the second win here in round 3.
That's right.
Obviously an expected loss there for Talon, especially
Kind of.
when they bought hard in round 2.
We're playing Time Crisis.
That's right. They're just firing their guns off the arcade screen and reload.
In all seriousness, it was kind of impressive that Fox got the double dink with a classic out of the smoke too. But after that, maybe call it a little bit of greed. Greed is good. You're going for that Phantom, and of course GenG's players are on the other side of that, and everyone from Talon just rushed into it. So on to round 4.
Yeah, into what may be the first, at least even-wise weaponry round we're going to have here. We have Meteor out on the hunt. He looks for a target and doesn't find it, basically burning through that ulti and really getting no benefits. B is looking to be left wide open.
That's right. Well, we do have players such as King and GodDead just holding up from bench area, so it's still useful. They already know that Talon aren't on the other side of the map, on the bridge side of the map, so just kind of waiting for Talon to make a move. They know that there's been a bit of noise towards tunnel.
They farm out the orb over there. Viper Wall will come back up. But honestly, I mean, it's a very pregnable position here over on the B side. They're going to send some flashes, send some noise down into A to generate a distraction, but it looks like Garnets is going to be the first one to get onto site. Jit Boy's in here as well, as this is all going to come down to a retake here from GenG.
I think that's what GenG are setting up for, but what's important is Jit Boy's position, because he's in a great spot to kind of throw GenG off.
All right, we've got the Cypher ulti out here as well. Crew's ready with a molly. GenG going to start to push in right now. This is going to be a very tough retake here. I think the positioning from Talon is very nice.
Oh boy.
King trades out there as Jit Boys takes him out. Oh, and this is going to be it, I think. Just TS alone here. There's just no way I think it's even possible to get this defused. The molly's already on. Just not giving him a lot of time. And the spread is basically perfect here, so this is likely going to be a 2-2 closeout.
Yeah, just to take as much time as possible, force TS into an uncomfortable spot, and then to get the final nail in the coffin. Talon 2-2. I mean, this is kind of classic Valorant that we have, and also Talon just trying to read the situation, right? We already heard the showstopper on the other side of the map. We saw where they were just peeking outside of tunnel. So a slow and steady approach, because GenG gave them a lot of space to sneak up onto the site. And at the same time, Jit Boys with the great positioning to kind of wrap around the back, lurk behind corners, to find a couple of players from GenG.
This has been so close so far. We'd love to see it. Talon is able to hold their own so far here against GenG. This time around, again, more pressure building up over towards the B. The paranoia comes out blinding and ultimately sandbagging the progress. Made over there, but a push out here, and Fox traded out, does get a kill there, but Meteor returns the favor.
Oh. I mean, GenG's starting to get a little bit aggressive. Jit Boy's just kind of tampering with that.
Jit Boy's just going to wrap around the Viper Wall here now. The spike is quietly going to get shuttled up through the top of the very top of the map here. Jit Boy's is on fire, by the way. He just keeps getting pick after pick after pick. King is now gone. They were looking to be jumping on to A, but they're actually going to come back towards B. This may be an opportunity here if the gunplay is going to be good enough for GenG.
Oh, it is.
One enemy remaining.
Bit of a misread from Talon.
Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, it's funny. You see, we already we had them ready to go into A and then had to pull around.
30 seconds left.
And now it's all up to Cruz. 1-on-3. I mean, he has to find those heads, because if not, that spike is as good as gone. You've got 20 seconds left, an incendiary grenade to play with. The best he could do is to just flush some of them out of position, but I think he's got a save here, dude.
Oh, I mean, I think there's no hope right now.
10 seconds
Better
left.
to have a Vandal in the next phase here. 5 seconds left. This is going to be a quiet ending here. It will be the third round win here for GenG. In a round, I honestly think Talon could have done a little bit better. You were mentioning earlier, Quack, it seemed like it was a bit of a bad read to pull away from A.
Yeah, because they had the numbers advantage. It would have been better for them to just, you know, maybe go in with confidence to overwhelm the forces of GenG, or to go to the vacant site. But instead, they kind of faced GenG head on, not knowing that they were there. So GenG actually got the drop on them and took out 2 players, which really caused Talon's chances of winning that round to dwindle.
And now we go into a weird round here for Talon. You know, they can't really afford anything, but they do have Cruz right now with a Vandal. They might try to look for a pick and then start to farm out guns. But you got to know that GenG's going to be ready for that.
Yeah, and GenG are starting to push out more and more on the defensive side. If they can actually find a couple of players from Talon, this round's as good as gone.
Cruz does get that first pick on a TS. Can they get over there and get the gun? It's dropped right down. God Dead with a pop flash comes out, doesn't find the target. Gonna wrap around to the other side of the tunnel here.
Okay.
Well, they're starting to do it. Garnets gets another.
Just trying to find a little bit. Oh boy.
Spike down
God
B.
Dead's so good right now. He's gonna be hit from both sides. He gets one. And he might be able to just carry this whole round. This is insane.
Just biding for time right now because that's all they need to do. They know that Talon doesn't have guns. If anything, the spike is down and Talon has to push them. So Goddead's just waiting.
Did hear the zip line there.
We're fishing. We're reeling some fishing.
Oh, Cruz is so low. God Dead at 12 HP.
Oh my god.
Oh, beautiful spray. That's gonna be it.
Close.
Very close round back there, an exciting one to see. But you can see Talon almost had it.
Yes.
They were almost coming out. They got into the B site. They managed to get the second gun. They were starting to make it work. I think a lot of that was up to the patience of God Dead inside of the tube, and basically just not letting them get the position they needed.
That's right. I gotta say, I'm loving this look from Talon, where if they sense that GenG's pushing out from A main, B side is probably less reinforced, so we could just rush it in. And sometimes that works. They managed to find a couple players from GenG. What really happened, though, was that I think GenG used that Rolling Thunder from Eco to really push them off the spike plant, and that's how they managed to stop the spike from going down. But now Talon trying to aggress. They have the guns. Goddead has the information, so rotations from GenG should be coming up pretty soon.
TS waiting patiently. Spots that little yellow cap and shoots it right off.
Great
Garnets is
information.
gone. So they've already dropped one. They haven't really made any progress on a B just yet. The setup here on B, by the way, looking pretty good. Is Talon going to go for it?
That's right. I mean, now TS is repositioned as well. We've got Goddead still up in tower. He might have a shorty to play with as well, so it's going to be really difficult for Talon to challenge this. If anything, this Rolling Thunder will push them off, give them a little bit of space, and a little bit of an initiative. If they can find them while they are stunned, that would be great.
Cruz gets one.
There it is.
Fox gets another. GenG needs to fight back for this one. They could lose control of the momentum they had already built up. Oh, Cruz, just insane.
Last player standing.
Already knows where they're going to show up from, so he's just playing with that angle. Now TS, the only one stuck. They know where he is as well.
Okay, that's going to be a Chip Boys gets that kill. It's neck and neck right now. Beautiful round here from Talon. I got to say, I think this could be a very long and dramatic best of 3 that we've got. This is looking like an even match. You know, some teams it takes a little bit longer than others to really acclimate to the stage and to playing in a new country and to just getting used to the kind of pressure you're under. And it seems like Talon is one of those because they're hanging with the very best we have out here in Korea.
Yeah, I think as the weeks go on, they're starting to just become a little bit unraveled, you know? Like the weights have come off. They're showing their true strength. I love that Cruz wasn't backing down when he was playing up against the ropes, but now a bit of a push towards Dish. They know that GenG does not have the weaponry.
Yeah, TS tries for the pick there, can't get in. Now we're going to have all of the A-site smoked, so it's going to be up to GenG to try to figure out some kind of a retake in what looks to be a pretty impossible round 8 here, as Talon probably has this.
Oh. And Fox is lurking. If he hears the door and he pushes at the right time, he might be able to catch them. Everyone's holed up by Dish right now, or drop, excuse me. So it's
That
kind
was
of up
sick.
to GenG,
That
but
was
team plays.
That was so good. All right. It's going to be up to the remainder of the GenG players to try to get something done. We do have Meteor there on site, but getting wallbanged pretty badly. It looks like the shorty is going to be how he ends here now. 4-4, flawless victory there for Talon. Things continue to heat up.
Yeah, say hello to my little friend. That's kind of, I I mean, GenG just doesn't have the guns in that round. So, of course, the timeout now being called, you can see where it all kind of went wrong was somewhere between round 4. After Talon starts to find more of these spike plants, more of these attacking rounds, GenG are struggling to really get a good read because they're never quite sure when Talon is pushing or pulling. At times, maybe they find a bit of a lurk, but then that causes their defenses to weaken because they have to spend resources. They have to spend units to kind of push out on other parts of the map.
Yeah, that's right. The first timeout has actually been called, and this time it's by GenG. I do want to point out, I thought a timeout was going to come a little bit sooner from one of these teams, but they've economized this nicely, I think. And we got to figure out, for their sake, what can they do exactly to adapt here? Because right now this is frighteningly close. We don't have that much more left here. We're about 2/3 of the way done here with the first half. They would like to scoop up a couple leads and at least close out that first half with a healthy lead, but Talon is fighting back very well. Yeah. Talon, by the way, looking really good in a lot of these rounds where they are really in a bad position.
Yes.
With poor weaponry or, taking the pistol round at the very start against a team as good as GenG. Interesting to see.
I mean, you really have to consider the fact that GenG, a map like Fracture is something that they're not the greatest on. They have a pretty good record on it. I mean, 3 wins and 1 loss so far. Struggled a little bit against DFM. And in most of these maps, Meteor wasn't doing so well. But today, he's actually on top. Today, King is the one on top. And I think that's because Talon's starting to recognize the fact that this is how GenG plays. We know where these players are going to be positioned. Now,
okay, immediately
perfect
Garnett.
setup.
Big play there, taking out 3. Coming into A. This is a nightmare here for TS and Goddead as the other half of the team wasn't able to control that position. And now you have to imagine this is going to be an easy closer here in round 9, bringing Talon up to 5-4.
I mean, that was just a perfect set play. You have the fault line, the paint shells to push them out of position. Anywhere that GenG moved, they would be stunned. And it just sets up for Garnets to find the perfect headshots. So the rest of them are going to save now from GenG. TS managing to find 1 pick, but they have to back off. Oh my God, is Talon really hunting?
Yeah, they're out here for the kill.
Oh!
And they get 1. Oh my God, it's just going to be TS left
Ace?
over. They know right where he is. Pat very low.
Garnets is online for the ace. Oh, he's just trying to survive as hard as he can, using the dark cover to block it off as well. But here comes. Oh!
All right, TS gets 2. Got to be careful with that advantage that you have. He is going to be able to take that Vandal into the next round. And honestly, bleeding off those 2 players at the end there, what looked like it was going to be a very one-sided win became a much closer one. But man, Talon is fighting back very nicely.
Not too shabby. I mean, let's look at this play again. Fault line, the push from GenG doesn't really work out. Garnet's just looking in peak form today.
Yeah, I mean, very good instinct there to do that push out. A little bit of an unfortunate ending there, but they are now in the lead here without much more left. It's going to be another round here that GenG needs to try to stabilize and not let them get this site in here. We've got the Viper's Pit coming down to make this just an undesirable position to push into.
Still, I wouldn't put it past Talon just to be discouraged from pushing past this Viper's Pit. It's only 1 player that's here. Of course, Talon doesn't know that, but they have the utility to work with it. And here comes the showstopper.
And that's going to be it. They open this wide up. And that means they can start to come in. Only Meteor is going to be ready to try to deal with them. He's going to send the Boombot out, try to intercept some targets. But even then, Talon could abandon this and rotate back.
That just might be what they'll do. Instead, they're going to push past doors. Maybe a bit of a split push. 2 players on the site. And we've got a lot of utility to work with, Tasteless.
Yeah, but they've certainly got a lot. GenG could still make this work. They've got to be very, very careful. It's going to be one of the harder rounds, but it starts to happen. Oh, my God. That does take him out. And in what has been a back and forth now, showstopper ready. Meteor at 5 HP. Going to come down. He fires a shot, doesn't connect. Cruz picks off Goddead, and it's going to be another Talon win.
Unbelievable. It's now 6-4.
Could be 7-4 soon here. I mean, this is looking very bad. Now, this is a round. Buy-wise, I think it's going to be better for GenG. But Talon has had a real ability to navigate this map, really able to thread that needle, able to get in there, get the plant, fake a site push, and a lot of times just to win the straight-up gunplay, duel out that they have over some of these entry points.
That's right. I mean, Talon are kind of just reading the fact that GenG are trying to find that initiative, but at times, because of how delayed Talon are being, how controlled they're being, GenG are being thrown off guard. We're back to kind of the usual positions that GenG are playing with King up by B site. Bit of a toxic screen just to block off bench. But this just funnels Talon towards the A site, and they could very well go through drop, but zero information out by A main kind of blocks that.
Very quiet start here in round 11. And TS is waiting down here. He's going to smoke out Heaven.
Okay. That still kind of gives it away.
There.
This could be a set play for Talon.
Yeah, I was going to say, this kind of gives them actually maybe even easier entry, right? Considering
Flash
how
out.
outnumbered they are.
Flash back in. Paint shells could push TS back. Ooh! He still finds a one.
Meteor's still there just around the corner. Garnett's ready. Spike is now planted here. And he's going to try to push him all the way out here. So he's going to have the Rolling Thunder come out. Oh, deep lurk there from Fox.
And now it's just using the Trailblazer. Further information. They know they're by A main. Spike is down. It's a 3-on-2.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. Garnett's is ready, but he can't get a single one. Goddead picks him off. Spike is ticking faster and faster. There's the Molly set up to buy time, but the reactions there from Goddead are so good. And that's going to be enough. They'll actually be able to get that defuse, right?
I don't think so. Wait, nah, he does have enough time.
Yeah, he's got enough here.
I thought that was the FX.
But talk about a nail biter there. A little bit under 2 seconds left. And he gets it at the last second. Clutch play from GenG. Probably the best round they've had so far in the half.
I have to agree. This was won out by pure mechanical skill thanks to Goddead and his nose tissue.
That's right. And his plugged up nostrils. There it is.
Oh, look at that face. I mean, if you think about it.
Kids all over the world now putting toilet paper in their nose, wondering why they're not getting better at Valorant.
It's not deep enough. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Disclaimer. I think Talon actually had the right strategy. Fox big on the lurk. He's been doing that for a long time now, flanking every round. And he's able to catch a couple of players from GenG, even finding information. But if you recall, there was a Rolling Thunder that kind of didn't really hit anything. It just cleared out A main because that's where they thought GenG were. Both teams are playing around with the positions and switching it up so much that it kind of gets a little bit confusing for both sides. And GenG just waiting and kind of playing off pure mechanics in order to win on these duels. Talon getting a little bit overheated in those final moments, going to aim duel and push GenG back. A little bit unfortunate.
Now we get to see, is this going to be tied up 6-6, or is Talon going to truck ahead here with 7-5? Either way, you literally can't be closer than that. This has been such a fun start here for Talon against GenG, and excited to see that Talon is still in the lead here. One of the teams that, after week about 2 and 3, we were kind of saying, oh, maybe they are the weakest team that we've got. They're fighting back very well against, a team that, as well in those first couple of weeks, looked unstoppable.
That's right. Not so great before. Whatever it is, maybe the pressure's off now. They're starting to do a little bit better. But conversely, you have to think about what this means for GenG. This team who's supposed to be the second. So far, haven't been looking too great since the recent weeks, but now Talon's starting to prod in this final round of the first half. GenG just sticking to their careful tactical positions.
They've used this formation before, setting the Skybird down A long to try to sell that while they creep into B. But it doesn't look like this time the Sky's going to be pushable. Garnett's now takes Goddead out, allowing for the plant to happen over here onto B. We've got a 3-stack rapidly coming through the middle to try to come help and recover this. King right now, the only one on site, unable to find any kind of angle to get a shot, allowing Talon to set up a pretty comfortable position.
Oh my gosh. And also reading the fact that Eco had his Rolling Thunder, they completely evacuated the site. They're in position to shoot them down.
What was that?
rope acrobatics.
Yeah.
Blinded.
All right,
Volley,
Fox comes up. Can't get anything. Cruz still hanging back. No defuse just yet. Not much time left. Is this going to be it? They're going to try to
pass
stick
behind.
it. No way. Cruz with that final kill. It's 7-5. Talon in the lead. We go into the second half. Talon on the defense now, and GenG ready to plant the spike.
Right. Maybe not really anything that anyone expected. A 7-5 first half on GenG's map pick. But if you look at these rounds, again, it's just Talon reading how GenG are playing, recognizing that, all right, they're not really pushing or doing anything this round. Maybe they're just waiting on sight. So what we'll do is to surprise them. A little bit of a sudden peak from Garnett's, and all of a sudden, Goddead's gone. And if you remember, Goddead off of that 4K round, he's the top fragger for GenG right now, maybe next to Meteor. And if those guys are gone, if those guys are disabled, Talon basically gets a free sight. And then recognizing that the Rolling Thunder was available for Eco, they back off, they put themselves in a position where they can catch GenG as they approach Talon on the retake, completely backstabbing.
Let's remember that Talon did win that pistol round, right?
Yeah,
Oh, no. Yeah, they did, right?
They did, they
yeah.
did.
I mean, GenG had
GenG
an
won the
interesting
thrifty
recovery.
after,
That's
yes.
right. But, you know, let's say Talon could win there and then actually, however they want to play round 2, close that out. They should be in a pretty healthy position, especially when you consider that we've already seen one half and they came out 7-5. They only need a couple more round wins to kind of pull ahead and get that number 13.
That's right. I mean, I think this is where things get a little bit more interesting because GenG, again, they do have that double controller setup. And what I'm looking out for is Meteor because he has to be the one to step up. Raze hasn't been too great before, but today it's looking good. If Goddead can support him, and if these double controllers can really sell fakes, pull out defaults that we've never seen before, just to confuse Talon. If they can break Jitboy's traps and find the best entries, Talon might not know how to react.
It's been a great first half. Very exciting to see. We're almost ready now to hop into that second half to get this going. It is packed down here, by the way, at our studio. If you're watching from home, remember that you can come down here and watch these matches live in person.
That's right.
And I gotta say, it's one of the best stages in esports I've seen. It really looks incredible.
The music and everything. Our playoff tickets are on sale, Tasteless.
That's right. Don't miss out.
Well, for $19.99, I'm kidding. Okay.
All right, we're ready now to go into the second half here. Remember, GenG currently top 2, top 3 teams that we've got here in the region going against a team right at the bottom. Talon so far is in a lead. Could cause a massive upset as we go further on into the evening.
Oh, God. He's already spending his blast packs into the A site, into A main, not even A site.
Yeah, fighting to kind of not really make a whole lot of progress here. Talon with a pretty good control over here onto Satellite, gets 2.
And now they stream out of A main, losing one player in the process. The aftershock, no,
Gets it barely. Oh man, and gets dropped in the process. Meteor ready. Actually doesn't matter. That's gonna be it. It's gonna be the 8th round win here for Talon. Things are looking more and more dire here for GenG.
We got the 2 pistol rounds for Talon. At least GenG got the spike down, but man, oh man, that kind of went all sorts of wrong for GenG. Really unfortunate. They were setting up for a set play to take control over Dish, but Talon were just positioned to completely avoid that paranoia from TS.
Yeah, the shutdown on Dish was pretty big. It made it so that even when they got in over to the A site, it didn't mean they were going to be able to control it.
That's right, and then, I mean, that's kind of where you want to see and pay attention to these defensive positions from Talon, because at times they will push out. I'm expecting Fox to find flanks as he's done so before, and right now, they're just holding these off-angle positions, expecting GenG to go in. Maybe a bit of a linear duel towards bench.
Yep. Right, Pat already starts it.
There we go.
Goddead going to be the next to peak.
And
Oh
a
my
second
God.
one.
Fish in a barrel, man. Oh. Only 3 left now here for GenG. Obviously a round that's
Spike is down.
so hard to play, right? But seems like it's only going to get worse. Pat then takes out King.
Okay.
They've opened up the B site, but like,
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's gonna do that
It
much.
doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't really
Talon,
help them.
They get to set this forward operating base up by bridge spawn, where the spike is.
They just have to cover the spike.
Meteor peeks into it.
Yeah, and
Here
this
comes
is not,
Pat.
without any real utility, this is hard for them to push down and try to reclaim that. So it's just Meteor here on the run, 26 HP, likely to be 9 to 5 soon here. That's it.
I count 4.
Yeah.
4 kills. For Pat.
That was brutal. Okay, so I think that GenG, they have to win this next round, or I think they are going to start to lose control of the second half.
That's absolutely right, Tasteless. Because the momentum's not on their side right now, and they desperately need it, especially in this series, especially on their map pick. And they just look all out of sorts. I'm really confused because you expect GenG to do better, but their protocols just kind of seem a little bit off. First of all, spike down and spawn, nobody's really carrying it.
Yeah,
trying to aggress, they do it a little bit blind.
And looks like we're going to have a heavy stack come up to B. There's not a lot covering this, at least for now. TS is going to start to swing around. We'll see if they go for the orb right away. He's going to come right up. Jipboys is going to be here on the receiving
With
end.
a Spectre, too.
Oh, my
I
God.
think they saw him.
Yep, that's going to be it. They do come through. Cruz does an okay job, but now they're down 2.
Uh-oh.
And here we go. Garnets is here, and he does find the target. The spike is not planted. It's still in the tube for the time being.
They're sandwiched. Flashed in, but they hold their ground.
Okay, that was a crazy round. It's going to be 6 to 9 there, but the push into tube was wild.
I like that song. Yeah, I mean, smart play by GenG there. They knew that they had to have the discipline to just hold down up by 2. Talon's going to push into us. These guys are hungry for kills. So all we really need to do is to make sure that they don't get them. Hold these angles. Even with the Rolling Thunder, we don't have to make much of a move. So it's okay for GenG as long as they find these frags, and thankfully they got them.
Yeah, very important moment there. Finally starting to fight back, actually take a win there.
Bit of an expensive Rolling Thunder from Pat.
Yeah, for sure. I think it wasn't a bad idea necessarily, but it did not actually pan out. We have the spike just deposited over here in the spawn. Looks like they're going to try to find a peek on either side. Seems like if they're going to find anything, it would be over here onto the B side, but I think Talon's being pretty smart and not overextending.
Don't have to. We don't have to show ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
If anything, actually, could you imagine a scenario whereby Talon takes the rope to the spawn and they see the spike on the ground? Talon's not going to do that without much information either, so...
They need to send one back over here to A. It looks like Cruz is going to do that now. GenG, again, with a slow play here, it looks like this is going to be a push into A, but they've given enough time here for Talon to set up at least some way to kind of delay the capturing of the site.
That's right. We know they're on the other opposite side of the map. They're going to have to push through, so we smoke it off. Hold the angles.
Cruz is so crazy.
Almost a third.
Dropping 2. Garnets is here to take his position.
30 seconds left.
Here come the Seekers as well.
Garnet's going to stay back for the time being. The Seekers are shot down. They need to get the spike. I don't know that they can do this in time. They've got to go all the way out. He does get the blind off. Fox is going to pull away, but it's beautifully done.
Okay.
And that's going to be it. The 10th win here for Talon. Very impressive game. The fact that they were able to maroon that spike out there made the seizure of the A site basically a disadvantage. They had to then try to come in there and reclaim it. Really good synergy here from Talon.
Couldn't agree more.
This is the Talon we had seen prior to the VCT Pacific that we were kind of expecting to play so well. And then they had a lackluster showing, but who cares about what they did before? Right now, they're playing amazingly.
I have to agree. If you look at Fox, he might be not the top fragger right now, but he's getting so much information for the team. All of these birds, the guiding light actually gets so much information out by bridge, so he calls it clear. He knows they're kind of pushing up by A main or maybe tree, and Talon just reacting time. Age out. GenG trying to find anything, just a weapon in this round if possible.
Garnets is coming here.
What?
What? Wait, and he doesn't even... That wasn't even him that killed him, by the way. That was almost a misleading shot. That was hilarious.
Are using the ultimate, but well, now we got the spike again.
I was like, is this just one of the observers in the game, but he has a gun in his picture? What is happening? Huge moment here. GenG up against the ropes right now.
Oh, no. I don't like this, Nick.
Scout destroyed.
Okay, they're going to try to come in now.
Oh, Pat.
One enemy.
Pushes out. It's going to be a trade. God did here with just the Marshal. Oh, my God. He actually wings him. Not just the bird, actually the player.
All right.
Oh. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Cruz, who's been absolutely delivering so far here in map 1. Great performance.
That is precisely why Fox was backing away. See clear protocols from Talon, and they know exactly how to play off of each other. The synergy has been improved upon so much for this team. They looked terrible the first few weeks, but now so much better. Even forcing the timeout again from GenG as they face almost match point. And it's just not great for GenG. Again, the spike loss, and this is a mistake that we've seen before. It's a little bit unfortunate. That might be one of the streamers from Thailand.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, it's good to have everybody coming down here to the studio from all over the world.
And this is Darnie, the beatboxer from Singapore, and his wife.
Excellent. Welcome to all you guys. Thanks for coming out. And you at home can come out.
Yeah.
Maybe you just got to leave your house. Maybe you got to get a passport, get an airplane. Either way, no excuses. Get down to our studio. You're going to love watching some Valorant in person.
Oh, my God.
The audience has been hype.
Fans.
We, by the way, haven't had that many timeouts.
No. I mean, they did spend 2 so far in the first half. GenG just recently called one. Talent doesn't need to, not yet.
Yeah, there's no point so far. If it's not broken, don't fix it.
And again, it's just how they play off of Fox's information. Just not really overextending too much, like you mentioned before, Tasteless. GenG, I don't know what's wrong with them, but they really need to fix it. Next map's going to be Talent's map pick as well, so now just playing a little bit slow and careful. Off the timeout, maybe Bile gave them some kind of a strategy to execute, but again, same protocol. Talent's going to get information out by bridge. They know they're not there, so through process of deduction, we know where GenG are.
Yeah. They've combed that part of the map. Now they're ready to receive over here. King does get the first pick on a pad, and Cruz is gone. 2 players you'd love to get rid of early on if you're GenG. The spike is not. Oh, never mind. TS shoots Garnets right off the zip line. This is already looking like a GenG win. Let's see what more damage Fox and Jit Boys can do.
Getting a little bit of information. Wow.
Player standing.
It's impressive, regardless. Jit Boys.
Trying to sneak through tunnel. It's a little. Yeah.
Spike planted.
Jit Boys gonna come out. Meteor is just below. Or I should say behind the box, below the tunnel.
I mean, at this point, I think Jit Boys knows that he doesn't have much of a chance at this retake. So just trying to find whatever frag he can. Peek onto the other side, finds God dead, but behind him as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very impossible position here for Jit Boys. GenG takes a round win at last.
Yes.
But they are hurting. Finish line is in sight here for Talon. Question is, how do they get those 2 additional wins? They're going to have a pretty big cushion to rest on here, you know.
Big old cushion of 4 rounds.
They can drop a couple there and then squeak out a win or 2 there at the very end. But I think if there was a team that could clutch this,
Yes.
GenG would certainly be one of them.
Have to agree with that. Talon might have the momentum, but GenG has 4 ultimates this round. Talon without the firepower. GenG are going to explore, take control of the other side of the map, and to slowly push up. TS getting the heads-up duel. Weakens the defenses on the B site, but guess where the spike is going, Nick?
Looks like it's going to A, unless they turn around here. Hold on, they might not. No, I think they're going to go for it.
Oh, Talon. Jit Boys has the camera up here as well. Oh, you seen it?
He saw that haircut.
Snapshot.
He knows that's Viper.
Caught in 4K. Giving it all bombastic side eye.
So now we got to see is GenG actually going to commit onto A or not. They're certainly ready to be intercepted if they try to drop down. That's been smoked out.
Oh, wow.
And so GenG really erring on the side of caution. I mean, I can't say that I blame them. They're going to go seesaw back over here. But there's a push coming right now from Cruz. Well, there was. He was just killed off.
It is a Southeast Asian team, Talon. So GenG, knowing that they would probably peak at some point, waited, got a couple of picks. Now they know that B is completely clear. Or paranoid just to make sure. We'll be able to get the spike down, and Talon, no chance of retaking this. Or really slim chances.
Yeah, it's probably not happening. But I think the reality is this is also in some ways a little bit of a throwaway round, right? I mean, it's not one that is going to be hinged on them taking this map at this point in time. And certainly a round that we needed to see GenG win. They're going to win in a commanding performance, not dropping a single player, not losing a single gun. Unless Chip Boys gets a kill here.
You never know. But banking on GenG to make it flawless. This would be a big morale boost. 5 ultimates. Oh god, that almost came close.
Yep, just Fox now. He's stunned. This is going to end quietly here. Round 19 is going to go to GenG. It's going to be 8-11. The game of catch-up continues on here for GenG.
A game that they really need to keep playing.
And they should be able to pull together another win here with the number of ultimates they have. They've got a lot to work with, man. Yeah.
We have the ultimates. We need to make a big execute. Switch up the pace a little because GenG has been really careful in the past few rounds. And Talon, sometimes they play into that. Sometimes they peek into GenG. Other times they might just be a little bit safe. So I think it's up to Talon to actually make a read here. And that's something that they could be setting up for. Look at how many players are on the B site.
Take them.
Now, I think when they use those ultis, they need to be sure not to end up double or tripling them up unless it's going to be a guaranteed win. You can also overspend and then, deny yourself opportunities in later rounds here. You really have to play the perfect combination of rounds to exit here. I mean, even one more win from Talon, it's going to be all about overtime then.
Very much so.
Garnets is ready with the operator here.
Just a Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper could do the trick. But Garnets
with a wide peak.
in good form.
Now he drops TS. TS's ultimate not important in a moment like this. Doesn't get the next kill. The Showstopper is used to execute him.
This gives GenG the sight. Toxic Screen just holding up long enough for the spike to go down. Easy. 2 ultimates used now. But Pat finding a frag.
All right, so we've got the Viper's Pit basically clogging up entry over here. It's going to be parsed through here by Talon, who still is in high numbers. We've got a lot of injured GenG players. Meteor gets the kill.
Uh-oh.
Enemy remaining.
Hold up. Oh my god, it's just one. Cruz and Pet, they're going to go for the defuse.
He's stunned.
I don't think he can get over there in time to deny this. He's going to stick it. And that's going to be the 12th round win. Huge play there by Talon, navigating that Viper's Pit so nicely.
Match point.
Just, again, I am stunned tasteless. GenG had everything going right. On paper, in the books. You had the Viper's Pit. Players were positioned around there. Meteor actually got a frag off, but everyone else just kind of dropped apart. They completely backed away from it, allowing for the Viper's Pit to drop. Talon just pushed in at the right time, and having the Rolling Thunder really gave them a big boost in that retake.
GenG, one loss away from suffering humiliation. Unless they can win every round out and force this to overtime, they get a start. Meteor takes Cruz out. There's a long mountain to climb before they can pull this back. Oh my god. Garnets is still lurking here with the operator. And a kind of a funny angle to even be at. You certainly wouldn't expect this. They flash, so he's going to peek.
Oh god.
Big play. Pops over to the other side, 9 HP. That was so impressive.
Blast pack just to stay alive.
Yeah.
King holding up by the other side.
Crazy escape. They are going to go ahead and try to scout. They're going to confirm the Jip Boys is up in tube. And they're going to go for it. They're going to YOLO it into B.
Oh.
I assume Rolling Thunder is going to be inbound here.
Good response from Pat as well. Garnets is just waiting for the right time. He has the retake in play. Oh, and then the trip. Perfect peaks coming out of Talon now.
Worse.
One enemy remaining.
That's it. It's just going to be TS remaining here.
30
Garnet's with
seconds
6 HP.
Oh no.
And that is it. GG Talon
Defenders
takes
win.
map 1 here versus GenG. 13-8. Unbelievable.
You really don't expect this from GenG. I hate to say it, but in those rounds, especially the one where they have the Viper's Pit up from King, Talon just shows up today.
Talon honestly looking better so far. Obviously, it being a best of 3, there's always the possibility that you can fight back and recover. But right now, I got to say, the upset has started. The question is now, can GenG stop it?
And that's Spicy You from Paper X, Singaporean streamer. You're absolutely right, because I don't know what it is, but the Razes today have been performing a lot better than before. Garnet's landing those operator shots, finding those picks, really stopped GenG in their track at times, and at the same time just cruise with his calls, Jit Boys anchoring down sights. It was great.
Some very unique approaches as well here from Talon, but GenG maybe a little bit more conservative, maybe a little bit slower. You know, that Southeast Asian aggressiveness, that explosivity that we've seen from those teams before, it does seem like this is another game where Talon was able to lean into that and execute it. I like what you were bringing up as well earlier, Quack, the fact that they did actually manage to navigate the Viper's Pit.
Yes.
That whole thing was designed so that they would have to go around that or suffer huge losses, but they pushed through. And that was obviously also a round where, you know, GenG spent heavy trying to guarantee a win.
That's right. And if you think about it, some of these little things are... That's cool. Really creative fan side. Some of these blockages caused by GenG are easily dismissed by Talon thanks to their
The
support
tissue
players.
in the nose contagion spreads.
Oh my god. I mean, hey, if it works, maybe we gotta put 2 now for the next map.
It's all you, little homie.
Nobody's playing Gecko today, no.
No.
Talon
Well,
tried
we'll
it,
see.
didn't work.
Probably won't happen.
I don't know.
We can keep the dream alive here.
But again, I mean, I just want to give shout out to Fox and Pat, because look at these guys. They've got 12 and 14 assists. So much information gained. If a Viper's Pit is up, the Trailblazer goes in just to clear it out.
Beautiful play here from Talon. We had mentioned early on that there are teams that it takes them a little bit longer to basically play the way they play at home. And maybe Talon was one of them. Well, in the last 2 weeks, at least so far, it does seem to be the case.
I have to agree. I mean, Talon, they have been doing a little bit better. They took a map off of Paper Rex. They're starting to find a little bit more synergy in their plays. And today, I think you could especially see it today, because they know how to play off of each other. They know how to find information and then work off of that. Meanwhile, I don't know what's up with GenG Tasteless. God.
Well, for a little bit, it looked like they were like the other team with DRX, where it's like, oh,
Yes.
I mean, we actually have in Korea the 2 best teams, and who knows who's better. We'll have to wait for them to fight it out. But now it's become closer and closer and closer. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, some analysis from the desk, and then game 2. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. A bit of a trade-off. Once again, the same story. King all alone, but this might be the time he can take it.
The ground. It's the Radiant entertainment system, but no.
GenG looking very nice.
Oh,
Down.
yeah, just didn't.
Progress. Made over there, but a push out here, and Fox.
Oh, it is.
Oh, he's going to be hit from both sides. He gets E.
Oh my god.
Oh, beautiful spray. That's just waiting patiently.
Or drop, excuse me. So it's
That
kind
was
of up to
sick.
GenG.
That was Lee Garnett's big play.
This wall, but here comes.
Oh! It's going to be one of the harder rounds. God! Pulling Thunder come out.
Sight there in position to shoot them down.
Thing.
Oh,
Gonna try to stick
behind.
it.
Yep.
Oh! There you go. Garnett is here, and he took wide peak. We got a lot of injured GenG play.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just finished game 1 of today. Talon continuing on an awesome momentum since last week and looking strong on this fracture map.
I don't know what it is with GenG and suffering losses that are 8 and 13, because this is now their 3rd one in a row. But I don't know what it is. This 8th round, getting to that 9th one, just proves to be a barrier time and time again. Talon, though, yeah, continuing that momentum, continuing to look very, very strong. Granted, GenG, plenty of tape to study for them on this map of Fracture. Clearly, Talon, you know, doing their homework, really boiling down how GenG likes to play on this map, and they were able to pick them apart time and time again.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that I saw the first, 8 rounds, and I was like, oh, man, Talon's just going to win this. Just because GenG came out relatively strong. They came back from the pistol round loss, and it was looking okay, but Talon and Cruz and Garnets especially, individually really showing up in a big way. They just look so sharp today. Their entries are really clean, and you really got to give Talon credit because they came out with so much today, and they showed so much on this first map, and that's really going to throw GenG for a loop in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, performance-wise, Cruz was, like you said, amazing, and all of them are just on fire. It's like they're leveling up every single week.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a great firepower map on display here for the side of Talon. I mean, you talk about Garnets bringing out this race. He's had some middling performances. Obviously, you know, we've seen him, try to play it on split when they're running, triple duels and everything like that, and that falls flat. Sometimes his entries don't find that much value. This map, he goes 6-1 as far as first kills, first deaths.
Yeah.
So he was almost half of the team's first kills in total, just alone on that race. Garnets was fragging out of control. Cruz in particular, top fragging there from the smokes position, a very Mako, Munyet style performance from him. And that's what we want to see. And that's also why I'm a little bit frustrated, because while, yes, I have predicted GenG to win this series, so I'm a little frustrated that it's not going well. I'm also frustrated that Talon took this long to start looking good. They're looking like they're back in the form that we saw from them at lock-in, that established those great expectations where they showed great performances. They were battling to make it into the top 4, and somehow it took until week 4 in Pacific for them to finally find their groove and figure everything out. Why?
Achilleos is mad. Achilleos is mad. This was also GenG's map pick.
Yes.
And Valdez, you were mentioning, okay, they definitely won a lot of their straight-up duels, but they just had really clean, solid entries.
Yeah, I mean, I have an example right here in round 7 that we can just hop right into. This is after Garnets gets picked off, right? So this is a 4v5. Seth wanted to see some of these stats before. The entry is so clean. Cruz gets that first entry kill. The Rolling Thunder comes right through, and Cruz, another one over here as well, just able to block off from main. And there is just really no hope for GenG to get in here. They get absolutely laid out. And this is round 7. It's very early on. Like I was saying before, GenG, they got to go, but a bit of back and forth, and GenG was looking pretty good. But then that round came through, and I'm like, oh, man, Talon came to play today. And I really wanted to highlight that because that was one of the best examples of just how well they were playing here.
Yeah, I mean, you expect you get a pistol round win to have a solid half. Same can be said for when you are able to win out against the anti-eco in that second round. GenG do it, and they're still only able to get to 5 in that initial half. And it just feels like they're so disjointed. We saw Bile throwing out timeout after timeout, burning both of them. I don't think Talon ever felt the need to use one of their own. So they just kind of sailed through this entire map, not feeling pressured really at all. Whereas Bile was doing what he could to try to pump the brakes. The first time, it did not work out, and we'll take a look at that as we get ready to go into round 9. So just 2 rounds after. This is a setup call here from GenG. They're expecting this pressure over at Dish, but the reaction from Talon is great. The fault line goes wide. And immediately, as soon as they find that contact coming through, Garnet swings in, kills 2, and then Pat backs off to send out his own fault line, which ends up catching God Dead. And from there, the site's just completely open. The spike goes down in just a matter of seconds after that. And then it's just hunting season for Talon, because by this point, they have so much cash banked up. They know that they can buy comfortably for multiple rounds in a row. So they say, screw it, we want to take as many guns out of the hands of GenG as humanly possible. And Garnet's, he's definitely the prime hunter. He goes out here, the apex predator, finding 4 kills, looking for the ace. TS is able to at least deny that away from him and take 2 rifles, I believe, 2 more out of their hands. But it was such a washed round. And GenG, they get the right read. They have the setup for it, but Talon are just able to narrowly avoid the util and then fire back. It's just a fantastic response from them. And it shows that, the communication, the reactions here from Talon were so much better than that of GenG. Because right now, the last time we take a look at them playing on Fracture, it's Meteor down around the bottom, but Eco's playing incredibly well. This time, Eco's down at the bottom. Meteor's having a decent performance alongside GodDead. And it just feels like we can never really get everybody on GenG in their last couple series. Everybody on GenG operating at a similar level.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point. And I wonder if in this next matchup, in this next game, if we're going to see any changes in the roster. Again, as they figure it out. But before we go into that, I mean, we also need to highlight our key player for today, and that's got to be Cruz, their IGL. I mean, he's just on form today in every way possible.
Yeah, Tom Cruise, big day today, and he was just a monster, right? He was playing the Brimstone. He's IGLing. He is dancing on stage. He is just kind of doing everything. He had so many great defenses, so many great entries as well with their fantastic attacking half there to start off the map. And it's hard not to give this guy, if you're not going to give it to him, you give it to Garnet, who is only like 2 ACS behind him. But I think that Cruz kind of did it all on this map.
I could be wrong unless they've shifted again, but I think Fox might be back to IGLing. But
Maybe.
Either way, I mean, you expect that Cruz is going to be doing some very solid side calling. But the way that he was able to control this map, both with just slowing the pace of GenG, denying them re-entries onto the sites when they're playing on the defending side, as well as denying them entry when they're playing on the attacking side, he was just hitting his shots. And this was the Cruz that we saw back at Lock-in. You think about that opening game from them. They're playing that Haven. He's on Omen. He is shot calling for the very first time for this team, and he's just picking up multi-frag after multi-frag, round over round. That's the performance that was lacking so much here. I mean, amongst plenty of other performances that were lacking from Talon in this initial 3 weeks of matches. But yeah, it seems like for whatever reason, they've suddenly just struck a chord. They've gotten the stars to align, and they're right back into that lock-in form.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they're looking great. Is there anything that Cruz can't do once he is feeling his groove? Again, that was GenG's map pick, and we're going to go into Lotus next. What can GenG do at this point? Besides stick more tissues
Might
up their
be
nose?
Mission Impossible, just to continue on the Tom
Get
Cruise
into the
reference.
fetal position and pray.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they've lost so much in a row. It's like kind of hard to bet on GenG at this point. Like, they were supposed to come out strong on Fracture. They were supposed to look better, and they looked okay. I don't think that GenG really had like a terrible map or anything. I think that Talon just way overperformed, and they looked fantastic today. So, shout out to Talon. But at the same time, like, now what do? You go into Ludus. You didn't do well on this map last week. Probably not confident on it on this week. And Talon just kind of bopped you on your map pick. Like, it's not a lot of hope in my mind.
Yeah. I mean, again, so if GenG loses today and Paper X wins in the next matchup, they're going to lose their second place spot to Paper X.
Yeah, I mean, they could definitely.
You want to go in. You want to be one of the first 2 teams to go into playoffs.
Yeah, and if they're able to take this series here today, and then we see T1 Global win their matches this week, that means that they're locked in. That GenG, they'll be set. This knocks them back considerably.
Yeah,
exactly.
So
this is a worrying position and a worrying downward trend to see ahead of the playoffs. You want to be showing as much strength as possible. Obviously, if you can retain strategies, great. Yeah. But you still want to be looking like a formidable opponent. And right now, they are not able to do that. So they're staring down the barrel of having a 3rd series loss in a row. Again, and 2 of those teams that they'd be losing to, obviously DRX, excusable, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But 2 of those teams are teams that have been in the bottom 8, or the bottom 3 teams in the standings since the league has kicked off. So it's definitely not a good look for GenG. So I'm looking for them to rally back and maybe even show us something a little bit new, because they have been fairly stiff about how they want to run, different compositions on certain maps. They usually just stick to the same thing. They're sticking to the same player rotations. They're not bringing Sylvan in to give him a chance at playing there on Fracture. We're not seeing GodDead flipping over to Breach, which is something that he plays when they're playing on Haven. So I think that there's a couple of adjustments that they could do that might be able to reinforce this squad a little bit more than we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, these are excellent points. I mean, this is why we have the experts at the desk. At this point, when we're this many weeks into the season, you can kind of do your homework and research how GenG is going to play. So, I mean, it might be about shaking things up. It must be very exciting for the audience today, too. I know we have a lot of guests here over in Southeast Asia to watch Talon doing really well today. I mean, it's a good time to be here.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, at the end of the day, like, they took a while to get up here, and it is very frustrating to finally now see this form, but hey, at least we got it, right? Like, if they just, like,
True.
fizzled out and we're like, oh, well, what happened to this team? That would have been, I think, even more sad. So
Yeah.
really happy to see Talon performing, and I just hope they can continue and be consistent with that.
They've at least done it when they're still in contention for playoffs rather than right after they've lost that opportunity.
Yeah.
I can give them that for sure. I'm still frustrated that they broke our narrative of them potentially being a top 3 team in the league coming into the start of Pacific. But it is at least good to see them back in competitive form. So we'll have to see if they can close this out, because you're talking about being able to study GenG. They can study GenG on Lotus. We've seen them play it now 3 times. They lost it to Global just last week, but they have beaten DFM and RRQ on this map. Granted, those aren't 2 teams that you are particularly, if they took down DRX on this map, they took down PaperX on this map, you'd be like, okay, there's a bit more stock to be put into that result. But Talon have not shown Lotus so far. So GenG have absolutely nothing to study. They don't know what to anticipate here from Talon.
Yeah, and I think this is very much going to be to Talon's advantage, and clearly why they picked this map.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see what they have prepared, right? Hopefully it's not something too crazy. I think that Talon already proved that they can beat GenG with a pretty straight-up strategy, right? No need to
Triple
go off the rails, yeah. I do see a raise. It looks like that'll be it for the duelists on that side.
Okay, I mean, neither team, really opting in for the Viper. It's going to be the Killjoy out here. Jit Boys flipping back over to that King as well, respectively. And Garnets with the raise, but I'm still kind of testing the waters as far as how I feel about Breachless Lotus. It feels like he is so very good on this map, especially when you have the Rolling Thunders available. It's high value on every single site. And given that Pat was playing quite well as far as just playing off his teammates, setting themselves up for success with that Breach there on Fracture, I might actually favor Talon coming into this one.
Feeling the 2-0 Achilles and Victoria.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about this one.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling the 2-0 here, but don't really want to jinx it. Let's see how these boys are going to do, if they can continue their positive momentum into victory, or if GenG is going to stick more tissues in and bring us a 3rd game. All right, casters, think you're ready over the desk, over your desk, the other desk, the smaller desk. Tasteless and Quack. I know.
Bringing size into it, huh?
I'm sorry, we got the bigger desk. Let's go to the small desk. Casters, take it away.
Hold on. Smaller desk, but better desk, okay? This is a great desk. Look at this desk.
We got our notes here. We got water.
We got little monitors. We actually have more monitors than your desk. I've been to your desk too. How dare you? We're ready to go into game number 2. Now, we just had Talon 1-0 GenG, which is a pretty big shock to everybody. But then when you look at the way that Talon's playing, it's like, of course, they're so good.
They really have been shaping up. And, talking about the positive momentum, I think Achilles said it best. Talon hasn't showed Lotus yet. GenG has nothing to work off of. Meanwhile, Talon has so much to work off of. GenG just fell to Global last week on this very map.
It's one of the fascinating things about whenever you start to really succeed in competition is there's more and more data about your play and how you approach a given map or a certain time inside of that map. And GenG's really had everything hanging out there because they've had so many games on this.
Hey, I mean,
it's all hanging out here. And so with Talon, let's see what they've got in store here. If they've done their homework, I think they've got a chance.
Could say the same thing about DRX. And I think that's the thing about the teams who are on top and teams like GenG is that they have to keep on evolving. They have to keep up changing their strategies, and that's kind of what GenG are trying to do right now, slowly approaching over to the other side. They have the KO, they have Sylvan on the fade, and now they're just rushing into Jit Boys.
The transfer over there, already we've got our GenG players hurting. Pistol rounds always so often blow to blow. Cruz ready, gets a shot. But GenG's starting to pick it up here at the very end. TS solo on HP. One straight ghost bullet through that bubble. Be killed off. Oh, TS is so fast with the reactions. Just Garnet's left over. Can't imagine this is going to go well. He gets one, but of course is blindsided by Meteor on the side. GenG takes the first round and gets that plant.
Yeah, tagged up, not able to duck back into the dark cover either. And you can just see that GenG are now a little bit more upset. TS and Meteor finding the frags. Meteor on a more comfortable agent now. Just going in with the speed and aggression that they prefer to go at. Why respect Talon? Let's just rush them down. And it works. So if they can keep that up, that would be great for them, because Talon will have to find ways to respond.
And so now we go into round number 2 here.
It is also map 2.
It is map 2. You're right. I wasn't wrong. I shouldn't have corrected myself. And it looks like it's going to be at least probing in between C and B.
Now getting hit by the fault line.
Big wraparound here from Pad, and it actually backfires. King cleans him out. But it's a big stack over here onto B if this is where they actually get it down.
Well, a little bit of a misplay. Sylvan stepped in front of TS and blocked this line of sight. But still, it's the fast plays, the fast reactions off of GenG. As soon as they got hit by Pat's fault line. Paranoid coming out from TS. Now they have the sight on C. Big old rotation for Jit Boys.
And I got to say, I mean, GenG off to a very strong start here. Very much in control of this. Only dropping God Dead. Jit Boys going to have a quiet ending here. Going to map 3. And again, a much needed start here for GenG after not a poor performance, but certainly not a good enough performance here on map 1 on Fracture.
Something they desperately needed. Just to sustain minimal damage down this round as well. So playing it safe, they're going to back off. Jit Boys likely to die to the spike instead. And this is, like, you're right, something that they needed. If they can keep this up, that would be even better. Because again, Lotus is something that we haven't seen much of from Talon, so we don't know how well rehearsed they could be. But one interesting thing to note is that although this is Talon's map pick, GenG picks the side, and they picked attack for a reason.
Yeah.
They want to take that initiative, they want to take that momentum and kind of put Talon behind the backseat. Make sure that Talon are the ones who have to catch up to them instead.
So, the oh-so-important round 3 here. The one where it's basically a bonus round here for Talon. They should be well equipped to try to handle this, but if GenG is really going to be popping off, they'd be able to take this one as well. It's right now a 1-3-1 split here on the defender's side. It appears that GenG wants to push right up through the middle.
Big old flash prowler as well, and Garnett's just trying to track it through, and he manages to get first one. And then Pat arrives. Oh my god.
My god. Such good gunplay down mid over here. Unfortunately, a bad swing around. Pat gets punished there by TS. It's going to be a plant over onto B.
Spike planted.
Now, making a little bit of noise from behind, but Sylvan has it covered.
Oh my god, that was the worst moment to turn away. It was crazy. So he's going to get dropped.
One enemy remaining.
And Jit Boys is continuing this onward. Can Meteor clutch this?
Blocking sight.
He's got to watch out so many different angles. Throws in a cloud burst. But wow.
Yeah, great round there. A very important one for Talon to win if they're going to try to maintain any sense of tempo over here.
It's a good read from Fox too, but yes. Managed to recover just for a second, but I gotta say, looking still a little bit better at GenG. Something about TS in this map. He's a little bit upset and he's going in for those frags and he's managing to find a lot more. Looking better in form here.
TS is already in hero mode right now, playing so well. That was almost another round where weren't able to take it. We saw a shot of Talon over there looking cool, looking composed.
Still now. It's a little bit tough to make these calls. They don't quite know how Talon are defending. In fact, Talon actually pushing out. So close.
Oh my god. Garnett's though with the angles here. But there it is, TS again, fights back so well. Things are still a little bit even here. Fox with a peek, and he gets the clear on the God Dead. TS, who's been playing the best so far here, at least in map 2, and honestly in some of map 1. Can he make anything happen here? He's already been pinged by the drone, is going to hop away. Spike in hand. I mean, I don't know what he wants to do from here.
Yeah, he has to, I mean, this is the win condition for him, to rotate off, buy as much time as possible. Maybe he can find and isolate a single pick. He doesn't know where Jit Boys is. He knows that Cruz and Fox are somewhere on the A site. Perhaps they've gone through B now. if he can actually pick off Jit Boys and take over the C site, get the spike down, it's going to be a lot more doable for him. But again, information is something that he doesn't have right now. It's a luxury he can't afford. Oh no.
Oh no, and he even triggers that one.
Oh, they're
He's
going to
gonna-
just play together.
So he's going to be able to get the plant, a little bit of extra money in the bank, but you know, an impossible site to hold here. But again, TS has been playing
Heard
so
it.
well. Let's see what he can do.
I think Jit Boys heard the shrouded step. TS might assume that the site is clear. He's expecting them to come together, but no.
There it is. Clutch moment there from Jit Boys. They run up, they get the defuse.
KO.
We have Omen doing barrel rolls in the air there. Yeah, 2-2. An impressive showing there.
I think,
Talon.
again, it's one of those things. It's a little bit unfortunate for Gen G to play on the attacking side sometimes. Sometimes it's great, like the previous round. They get to just push in and wreak a lot of havoc. But in this round, they have no idea how Talon are going to approach this. And what Talon does is great because with a bit of blast pack, a lot of mobility, they take quick control over rubble. They set up this crossfire that's so tough for Gen G to break through, even with the blinds.
You know, tactically, they're very good at that, and it's gone very well for them. In fact, the only person who's been able to hack and saw their way through that has been TS, frankly.
That's right.
Now, Gen G this time, we're going to have Meteor here with the Blade Storm ready.
Again, though, for TS, that's only when he licks his opponent's, his teammates' wounds. Now, from the shadows all the way to the back, a little bit too predictable. It might have pulled off some players from Talon for a second, but Gen G still have to work against 4-on-5.
All right, they're set up for the retake over here. Oh, Meteor just not able to make the connections that are needed there.
Ouch.
Low on knives. Jit Boys here ready with the rest of the team to come in. King does go for the plant.
Oh, someone's got to shoot that. No.
You should run.
A bit of a
Here we go.
lockdown. but
Garnets looking to nuke. And
One enemy
it
remaining.
does connect, but it's a bit of a trade out. God Dead now versus 3. And Pat closes it out. An expensive round there. An expensive loss, frankly, for Gen G here. That's the third win here in a row for Talon. It's one of these maps, or at least in this half, it looks like the longer the half goes on, the more opportunities Talon's able to find.
Yeah, if you think about it, man, Tasteless, they just don't have that much information to work off of.
Yeah.
The play from TS to go behind them was supposed to be a big one, but fortunately he got fragged out instead. And this entire site just has Gen G trapped in. Talon had them surrounded. Talon had the showstopper just to deal with that lockdown. So it's a little bit unfortunate for Gen G, but again, they have to tamper with this aggression and just figure out how Talon exactly are playing. But no, they go right into their crosshairs.
Oh my God,
Garnets!
Garnets!
Oh!
Garnets, stop! Leave him alone, Garnets! This is wild. They're on the hunt. They're pushing through.
He's just wailing on him.
Deploying drone.
This entire A side, A lobby has been completely blocked off.
Yeah, they know exactly where they are.
Oh, and Sylvan's trapped.
Yeah. Sylvan can't get out. Oh my God, it gets the drop. Dude! What?
Now this is worth celebrating.
Flawless victory. This is just wild, man. By the way, we have a timeout called here for Gen G. You know, one little thing to note, we have Jit Boys ready with a lockdown. Without a Sylvan on the opposing team, there's not an easy counter for that either.
Yeah, not so much.
So we're probably going to see this play a role in the next round. And, you know, I don't want to take anything away from, like, the big metagame strategy here from Talon, but Talon is just better at these engages.
It certainly looks like it right now. That's kind of what we're talking about when we say that someone looks in form. You know, today they're actually just landing their shots a lot better.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, Gen G, even with Meteor, a player that you really expect to land a lot of these, just somehow not quite finding, like, just maybe a little centimeter off screen or whatever it is.
Well, that's all it takes, though.
That's right.
I mean, we had this moment just in that last round. Knives. He drew Mickey Mouse ears around the guy's head. He didn't even connect the shot onto the dome and get the kill.
Yeah.
So, I mean, now what? Gen G is at the point where they're going to start hitting the floor economically. They're going to have rounds where they really can't make. That's a good drawing.
That's a really good
Whoa.
drawing, Garnets. Even got his ear piercing and everything.
Like, that's a
But
great
yes.
drawing of the stage. Wait, that is the stage here. Okay, sorry, I'm back.
Oh my God, tasteless. But yeah, it's a really painful sight to see for GenG fans everywhere. I mean, me included. This is a team that did so well in the first few weeks. Meteor, King, God Dead.
It's a bit of a shake-up, man. It's kind of exciting to see it, if we're going to be honest. Now, what is GenG going to bring differently here now?
Slowly approaching the B site. They have been discouraged by this fault line. Patch is setting up for the peak.
Oh, Pat with a great setup there, drives him out and makes any progress over into B just not possible. And now they're going to just pull away from B. Look at this.
It's not just that, too.
They're ready to preempt the A push. They got eyes over into A as well. Sorry, C side push. They have eyes over into A here.
Oh, King.
Placing swarm grenade.
I think GenG has to be very, very careful about this.
Yeah.
Maybe baiting out a push could work, but no.
Spike down. C.
Garnets is picked off there, but Cruz and Jip Boys make up for the deficiency. It looks like it's going to be a race over to get to A. It does seem like there's a chance, actually, that Pat can maybe get over here and preempt this in time. Big ping there, but Sylvan's too good. Fox is gone. Pat can't quite get around.
30 seconds left.
All right. It's a very expensive piece of utility just to...
Yeah. Oh, man, Sylvan, that was a scary moment. Doesn't quite get those shots to connect. So it's going to be about the retake. If GenG can do this, it's going to be huge because they need to win so badly. They are outnumbered. This is not going to be easy. One left, Meteor, and he knows exactly where he is. He saw the shots come from that corner.
Cruz is right behind him.
Jip Boy's going to come around here from the wide angle. This is going to keep Meteor. And here's the lockdown we were talking about. And there's no way to prevent it. Maybe could have been won without the lockdown. Who knows? But it's another win on the board here for Talon. That's 5 wins in a row, Quack.
It really, really is, and it just doesn't look great for GenG, especially when you're considering the fact that they're trying to buy back into this game, trying to fight back into this game, Tasteless. I mean,
this is really bad.
Expensive. They already lost TS.
They're not getting value out of their ultis here.
That's right. I mean, if anything, yeah, Sylvan kind of does push them back a little bit, gets enough time, a little bit of a safe haven to plant this spike. But even then, Talon has the numbers. You have to anticipate that they're going to push you in some strategic way. And they had 2 players just holding the angles at the time. Peeking into that, they lost the duel. Now it's a big fight on C.
Oh man, everybody's blind over here on site, but it looks like Talon is coming out on top. Shots fired through. Sylvan and King getting the double kills, but Pat over here on the side can't do anything as well.
And along with the null command, Talon are pinned down. But
oh my God! Can Jip Boys possibly recover this? God Dead at half HP.
Bot coming.
It's not impossible. I'll say that much. 1-on-2, and they have no idea where he could be coming from.
It looked like it was going to be such an easy round.
It certainly did, but again, it's one of those things. Talon starts to overheat and go for those duels.
Does get suppressed here by the knife. Spike still ticking. It looks like TS will be the first to... Oh, hold on. He rotates at the most unfortunate moment. Okay. Yeah, that's too tough. Big win for GenG, a nail-biter of a round 8. But, you know, definitely one that GenG had to work for, man. They had to put their back into that one.
Certainly, I mean, the null command being popped first of all, and then the entry with Fox almost recovering it for Talon.
That was just a wild moment there, but good positioning here from GenG.
And that's just the thing again, Talon. GenG has no idea what they're going to throw at them, so at times playing it slow and steady is going to do the trick.
Placing swarm grenade.
But still, they are attacking, and they have to pick the right sites. So now just taking control over C Mound. They have had more success on this site than any.
Okay, they're going to pull back. I think C Mound is no longer an attractive spot to take a fight for Talon after the last game. And this is also showing that Talon is really able to mix it up. You're going to go from aggro pushes to then being very, very careful.
And because they are careful now, Tasteless, GenG is actually kind of overthinking it. They're wondering, did they rotate over to C? Maybe let's check out A. And if they do, if they don't do it safe enough, that's going to be a big mistake. All right, good job, Cloudburst.
Yeah, the Cloudburst there. They can't move into that location either. They don't have a lot of time left, by the way. It seems like JittBoys is going to be the first line of defense. They fire shots into B, but it's pretty clear they probably want to go up into C now.
This is kind of what Achilles was talking about. If you had a breach, it would be better, but you do have Fade, you do have God Dead with the flashes, and now they will get the site.
JittBoys in some hot water here. Completely blind shots coming through here. Somehow JittBoys is still in the game. Oh my God, great connections here with the Hunter's Fury. One more to come through. Can't get the final target. JittBoys is going to wait very patiently back here.
Spike planted.
Yeah, that lockdown just gives them the spike plan. Maybe a few extra seconds off the timer, but now Talon gets to push back in. It's an even fight.
I'm watching Pat here.
Fault line, he's just there to pull the attention over to him. Meanwhile, his team pushes out from the other backside.
Big play from Garnets. Can't finish the spray transfer, but King is so low. He's cleaned off by JittBoys. Oh my God, the suspense around this door is wild.
Look at Pat!
He keeps spinning the door around.
Oh!
Oh my God, what a round! What an insane round that was.
Just playing with the door.
Yeah. That was sick.
It's like a little kid just keep...
He keeps opening the door. Yeah, it'll close. Okay, can we move out? Hold on, I'm opening it again. I'm spamming stuff through.
And GenG are like the parents that turn around like, quit it! Stop doing that! And they keep diverting their attention over to him because of it.
The way that they used the door there was beautiful. And he doesn't overextend across.
Absolutely.
He basically fires shots and he goes, no, it's shutting again. I'm still over here, by the way.
Yes. And throwing out utility and just annoying the heck out of GenG, allowing for a
sick round. I want to run around the block a couple times after that. I'm just so hype off that. Man.
The little kid in Tasteless is so happy right now.
That's
and
right.
again, back towards the A site. This is a spot that Talon has so much control over. Same exact setup. Garnet's up by the rocks. Oh, but Meteor! A tap in the face!
Okay, everybody blinded. Garnets is, that's a tough moment for Garnets there. King does take him out. Too many players in one spot for his crosshairs here. GenG gonna try to slowly get into A. Fox is doing some work though. Again, just making these shots connect. He gets another one just to his flank to Sylvan, the last player left. He reloads, he could be ready for another. Wall banged right into the hip. Sylvan, the last one left. Spike in hand. JittBoys en route. Trying to recover this round. In a round right now that could go either way. Just going to come down to these two players. Who's got better instinct, who's got better aim. Players, who's got better instinct, who's got better aim.
So far, you might have to say that it's JittBoys, but Sylvan just peeked around the other side to find the angle. Well played by GenG.
Yeah.
Sylvan really saved their iron with that round.
Great round there by Talon. So Talon is going to pump the brakes now. They're going to go for a timeout. I will say, though, even in the rounds they've lost, they've looked very good. GenG is really having to fight in every way possible and get that work in. I mean, even back here in this last moment, it looked like they might be able to recover the site. Fox is so good. Had Sylvan not completely clutched this, it would have been a different story. So I guess right now, Talon needs to figure out, okay, do we need to tighten the screws a little bit? What exactly can we do in a micro adjustment, I would imagine, to handle this? Because I think that the randomization of their play has been very good.
Yeah.
They have moments they push out on defender's side, moments they really stay back and make GenG do the guessing game.
I have to agree. It keeps GenG on their toes so much. And if you're GenG, you're almost walking on eggshells in a lot of these rounds. If anything, I think Talon actually still has the right setups. You know, always control over by a rock, a rubble. Makes it so difficult for GenG to push out a lobby. JittBoys pretty much has the C side down pat. And if you were Talon, you just don't really have to change all that much. Maybe go out on the aggressive for one of these rounds to find and to really secure that momentum. But again, it is up to GenG to catch up to Talon right now because it's a 6-4 score line.
Yeah, this is still close. It wasn't about 2 rounds ago, but it's becoming close now. So now we go ready into round 11 here.
thing.
Twilight of the first half is upon us. Quiet navigation up towards B. Cruz over here with the angle.
Okay. Meteor just dashing in. Cruz trying to hold down his one spot.
Shots almost connecting there. Oh, and Meteor too good. Perfect synergy there with the blind.
And the door is still shut.
Oh, King, perfectly done. Garnets is fighting back. Sylvan's out of the picture.
Now it's just GenG holding these angles. Garnet's
so
using
good.
the H-shells to peek off of it. The last two players trying to jump up. There are so many different angles to look out for.
TS clutches it again. And so many important moments he's delivering.
Last round.
6-5, GenG in the game of catch-up, starting to work. But I'll tell you what, this is really beginning to mirror the score that we had in map 1.
Almost. It was really close on map 1 too. I'll say that for the first half, but this is now GenG just trying to play with this pace, and this is what I really love to see from them. The fast B execute with Meteor leading the charge. I think Cruz really was pinned down and couldn't escape that unless he broke the door or, you know, fought his way out of it. And that pulls Talon away from the H site now.
Got Meteor here with the ulti ready to go.
Oh, okay.
TS gonna come in here with the blind.
Oh my god.
All gonna be up to the retake right now. Hunter's Fury comes out.
Uh-oh.
And he's already nuked Sylvan. Looks for another target, can't quite find it. God Dead here with the plant.
Spike planted.
Garnets has a showstopper too, and that's something I'm really afraid of with this retake.
Meteor is ready to pop up over this. Go aerial and start to get some kills.
Blades versus a rocket.
Oh!
Who wins?
Oh! It's a trade!
And now the numbers.
TS ready.
Last player
Whoa,
standing.
insane moment here. It's gonna be just King left over. Can he make this work? Oh!
Cruz.
I don't know if he has enough time. Yeah, actually he can do it.
What's another day?
What a round. We're going 7-5 here. Talon still in the lead as we enter the second half.
Yeah, I mean, it was, oh my god. It came down to the wire, and GenG
Switching
really
sides.
fought tooth and nail for it. Even landing their shots, even with Meteor on the blades. But when it comes down to it, on paper, Talon played it right. Talon had the ultimate, so the rocket with the splash damage just to eliminate Meteor. Gave Talon the opening, if anything. Cruz even just tapping the spike and a sudden wide swing.
So sick, man. This has been such a great best of 3 so far. Talon in the lead. GenG, they need to bring that extra 10-15% if they're going to be able to hang with Talon. Talon is just a little bit more on top of it, especially as we go into what I'd call the middle of a half.
Sure.
They seem to really be able to stack those wins. GenG did seem to be a little bit cautious, a little bit slow, and I think the result of that was, I should say early on, I think they changed this later on, but they did seem to be slow enough where they would drop a player or two to a poke, to a move out here from Talon, and then they just never quite had enough to close out a win on that other half. I think we had a more active GenG later on, particularly after the break. And they did play a little bit of catch-up, but even then it was very, very close.
It really came down to a lot of these trades, Tasteless. And you're right, because in these rounds where GenG started to play a little bit too cautious perhaps, round 3 onwards, Talon winning those 5 straight rounds in a row was a little bit painful, but thankfully, GenG started to get a little bit more proactive, and that's what we need more of, especially on the second half. Oh, okay.
I can't read it, I just see Pacific nearest
NA. America.
airport.
North America.
Oh, I get it now.
I don't know. Loud looks really good.
I'm like, nearest airport, I'm like, Gimpo, I think, but Incheon's not. Far from here as well.
Tasteless. We've been into Korea too long.
Yeah.
But yeah, again. Oh, by the way, earlier on, that was not a Thai streamer. That was Sorn from CLC, I think.
Well, glad we got to the bottom of it.
Group. I had no idea.
I didn't know either. I didn't know. All right.
Only K-pop thing I know now is flower, and Lotus is a flower. So yay.
Yeah, that's good. You're passing. No, you're getting it.
With a C+, a C-. Bad
Okay.
grade. I dishonor my family. But
We're-
still,
We're ready to go. Talon here on the other half, on the attacker side. How's this pistol round going to go? It looks like we could have some action over here on Mound. Cruz
oh
with
my
a lurk
God.
that's still not detected. This could end up costing them the round.
No!
Oh, ho, ho!
Corner was not checked.
Almost fortunate he didn't have to get the first kill. Yeah, the clearing of the first GenG player allowed the execution of GenG player 2 and 3.
And again, it's just these anti-strats from Talon. They're so good.
Last player standing.
Now they have the numbers. What's 5 minus 1? It's 4.
5 minus 1 is 4.
4 players left
You're
alive.
scaring me, man. You make me do math on TV. I'm like, I don't know. I only know how to talk about video games. Yeah, look at this. So he doesn't actually. Oh,
Yes.
sorry. That was after the first player's kill. But that was basically the round itself. You know,
Yeah.
pistol rounds so often just come down to blow, right? You're trading out shots for shots.
And that is precisely what Talon's doing so well in this entire series. It's just the clear preparation and the synergy that they have to play off of each other, setting up that crossfire position. They knew that GenG would push them.
So this time they've got Meteor here with the Marshal. Maybe they can make something work. They're frighteningly close to C, but they could get an attack sprung from B before they'd be able to get in there. GenG is about to peer down mid, and look, this is all they need. Maybe one more of those,
Gun here.
and they've already started it.
Yes. Caught in a little bit of a pistol duel as well. But this is big information for Talon. Now they know that C site isn't very well reinforced.
All right, they're going to come over to C now and get that plant. This is a great round for GenG so far.
Just a couple of picks. They can do a little bit more damage to Box. Ooh!
Okay, they get him. They haven't planted at C either. They're actually hoping to intercept
Wait,
when they come down
what?
here for the poke. Yeah.
I don't
The problem
know.
is now they might not get the
Spike
spike plant.
This comes down to mechanics.
Oh my
You
God,
have
Garnet
to
says
win
1
those
HP.
duels.
Get the spike. Oh, go, go, go.
Get the package delivered. Protect the VIP. Oh,
I know.
God.
Spike planted.
And that's a Vandal for Meteor now.
This is wild.
Why would you
Right.
do that, Talon?
I know that was such a risky
Last
move
player
there.
standing.
Okay, that's
All right,
why.
so he knows where Fox is. Aldron's going to come out. He knows Garnet's is over here. Unfortunately, the wall bang doesn't connect. Garnet's just a foot to the right there. And that's going to be it. Another win here for Talon.
At 1 HP.
But it was not a terrible round here
Yes.
for GenG either. I mean, they did get some kills. It looked like they were going to start
They got
making something happen.
some kills, some big kills, I have to say. Because if you're playing in these rounds, you know, after you win the pistol, you want to go into the third round of the half with least possible amount of damage, least possible amount of economical damage, so they can bring guns over to next. Because Talon lost like 3 players, they won't be able to buy out that much. So that's going to be a Guardian for Fox. Very best. 2 teammates on pistols. They are attacking too. GenG, the same setup up by B. Maybe a little bit of push out.
Talon farms out the orb, taking their time here, seeing if maybe GenG is going to peek out too far. They can get a drop on him.
Yeah, oftentimes if someone picks up the orb, you have a teammate watching you. So GenG knows not to over-aggress.
Yeah. Now we've got sights peering down towards A. So Util going to come out here to try to get some ideas.
That should be a tell, though. The dark cover being sent out now. But still, keep your eyes on the middle of the map. I mean, up by B, 3 players from GenG just in a good position. If they can break through the door, they could push out. But instead, they're going to peek over onto column just to make sure that it is indeed an A hit. And then maybe they set up for a retake play? A 5-on-5? That's a little bit risky. Because then you're giving Talon the sight.
Yeah, I feel like this is one way to make it very hard for
30
yourself, to be
seconds left.
totally honest.
What?
So they're just going to
Spike
get to
planted.
set up camp right now in A.
Right here.
GenG going to need to come in here with a retake. Nobody killed yet, almost no action so far in this game, but that's about to change.
Uh-oh.
Garnet sees the jet come in.
Wow.
Really good engage here from GenG so far. Only 2 left now, then there's none. Big win here for GenG. They are going to get that defuse easy peasy. And there it is. 9-6.
Push a button,
GenG getting
save
that
the day.
very necessary win. And actually, a very clean retake. We were talking to go in that, man, this might be a little bit of a tricky recovery here, right? I mean, the fact that Talon was able to set up shop so easily, but the initial move in was just so clean.
Yes. I mean, Meteor dashing in and then his teammates to peek alongside him. It's like a phalanx formation. And
Yeah.
you can see that Talon really got a little bit distracted by the initial dash. And at the same time, I think GenG are being careful because they expect Fox to be on a bit of a lurk. So clearing out pillars was actually a really good move, and they show clear protocols and knowing how to retake A site.
Nice shot down. Takes that dart out. Garnett's going to push, but already you see GenG going to back away.
TS really low. He needs to keep those smokes alive for his team.
Now B could be a tempting place to go, but they're going to back out again.
Yeah. Dark cover, blocked it off. Do have a turret from King set up on the B site just to get information or slow down pushes, if anything. What I want to pay attention to is Meteor as well as Goddead on A rubble right now. Maybe setting up for some kind of a flash and dash maneuver. Fox is trying to clear it out with the drone. Timing is impeccable here.
Oh, great shot from Garnett. Meteor out. They got to make something work.
Good, well-timed fragment grenade. Actually pushes them off.
Yeah, and they're going to bail. They're going to run right up towards C.
Come on, GenG.
I feel like GenG may be
They're
a little bit too careful over here.
All right, okay, that's help.
Yeah, that's going to be the giveaway. We've got Garnett's over here. TS is actually very low, so probably can't be the first to peek here. Instead, it's going to have to be King, whoever comes up with him.
And he has the paranoia, so he's probably setting that up for his teammates, but... Oh,
King takes out two.
Well placed.
Oh, man, they just barely don't get him over there. Cruz firing some shots in.
Nice.
Can they actually come back in here and get the retake? Great shot through the smoke. Getting two. Getting one and then another. Oh my God, that round was insane. Talon scoops up yet another round win. 10-6.
Incredibly well played, just playing to the map's advantage, on the site itself especially. Because you have that spike planted out by that elevated spot. They have to go over to that exposed position to defuse it. So it's something we've seen before, and of course a lot of players will just spray through the smokes just to secure frags, and lo and behold, Cruz finds 3 for his trouble.
Yeah, that was wild. Look at that energy.
Fired up.
That was awesome. And now, GenG here.
Oh,
hold on. Already some trade outs. They're trying to get some picks. I mean, sometimes this is the best you can ask for with marshals and sheriffs. Like, can you get a headshot across the map? Worth a try.
I mean, he did get the frags, just not able to recover in time. Now TS opening the door. He's gonna get punished.
Yeah. So another one drops off as the position thins out so incredibly. C-Site is actually naked, but we have a rotation here from Goddead.
Did it actually buy time for Meteor to pick up the Vandal? This is
I think it did, actually.
not too bad. But you're losing out in timing.
Let's not forget, this is going to be such a big moment if Talon wins here.
Yes.
I mean, after the first half of all the weekends we're going to have here at Valorant, they were basically, you know, the punching bag of every other team. This is going to be a huge upset. Garnet nukes. Goddead. Meteor gets Pat. GenG just has 2 left.
Spike's not planted
30
yet. That's
seconds
the
left.
main thing.
Sylvan going to wrap around. The spike is going to go over to B.
Enemy
And
remaining.
Boys is going to be able to kind of cut this whole area off. So we're going to have Sylvan here with a rotation through the bottom. Hold on. Right, so activating that door.
That gives him his position. They know where he is. And all they have to do is really just wait.
Yeah. As long as they just drag the clock out, they might not even want to show themselves until a defuse starts.
That's right. They don't have to.
So he's going to peek around. See, again, it's going to be less information.
And he's got
possibility. That's when 11. Here for Talon. GenG calls for another timeout. They really don't have any more room for mistakes here.
Well timed, well played, and GenG. Again, we're calling the timeout after the opponent team wins the 11th round. This is the 11th hour for the series. And GenG are struggling to catch up. Talon are improving by leaps and bounds and performing exceptionally well, making the right reads, the right calls, and having clear protocols and synergy to even play out some of these rounds just to outmaneuver GenG in terms of teamwork.
Well, I have to say it was a beautiful showing here for Talon. It is a little bit odd that the timeout's that late.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel like, and you know, I'm no coach or anything, but it does seem like it might be more valuable to call the timeout the moment you start to see things go wrong. Because now, even if they do make the right adjustments, right? It's 11-6 right now. Let's say that they clean up everything. Well, now Talon has time to adjust.
So much. And they still have a timeout they haven't called yet.
Exactly. And obviously your opponent's timeout can also be kind of like your timeout in a way as a
Yes.
team. You can also take some time to speak amongst each other and say, okay, what are they going to try to do here? Do they have any ultis available that's going to, you can have an obvious play from this?
Couldn't agree more.
But I got to say, man, GenG in dire straits.
They really are. I mean, TS performing a little bit better in that first half. Now a little bit quiet. Goddead hasn't been doing so much, but meanwhile on the other side, let's talk about the positives. King, Garnets, and Fox. These guys are stepping up. And Fox especially, in getting so much information, blocking off GenG at times and finding picks with his Hunter's Fury.
Recalling my bot.
Talon is starting to execute it onto the C site. Clearing out the nanoswarms. Oh no.
All right, lockdown time.
It's time for you to shine, buddy.
And they're going to wait until the last second to use that lockdown. Still haven't used it yet. I mean, why would you until it's, you know, the moment that you're forced to? And so they basically have Jib Boys ready. And there it is. The Tagger kill, lockdown comes down. Oh my God! And they're just cleaning up. These peaks here from GenG are just not good enough.
They had no idea that Garnets was going to be on the other side, but here comes that lockdown. You were talking about it from both sides almost, and it detains one of them. King.
There's not a lot of time left on the spike, man.
Oh God, they just don't have the numbers. Are they really going to save this? And it's going to be match point tasteless.
Dude.
No.
No.
That's a 6-round deficit that you're going to play against.
Well, I mean,
and they need to
I guess the
bring
truth
these
is,
guns to the next round. So
yeah, they're going to have to. GenG's in Trouble Town.
Incredibly well played. I mean, yes. And
Match
Talon
point.
are the ones turning this peaceful map into Trouble Town because
Talon's the mayor of Trouble Town. That's
Yeah.
how bad it is.
They're going all full Superfly mode.
The police in Trouble Town work for him. This is bad. Quack. I don't know how GenG can win this. Now, this would be the most epic map if GenG could recover, but it's like,
yes,
you need to have 6 more wins to even earn the right to go to overtime, which then becomes its own thing.
they just go in so aggressive, and GenG are not able to hold them back. And in all the time that it takes for GenG to set up those retake positions, Talon's already underneath their noses. I don't know how GenG can do this. It's a tall mountain to climb, and they are just now peeking out, pushing out. Talon are anticipating it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Pass just waiting.
GenG, again, a very quiet start here. And I think they were ready for a mound push. It didn't come, but...
If this were a horror movie and you're that one person, you know, you don't hear anything, even that silence is unsettling. That's what it feels like to be in GenG's shoes right now.
Yeah, and if you're GenG, this might be the horror movie where, like, you're just the last guys and the monster gets you in the end.
Yeah.
And then the credits come up, we go, oh, that was awesome. We're kind of excited that Talon won. Talon's playing so well.
We're rooting for the ghost.
Yeah, this is one of these horror movies where we root for the monster. I'm on the monster's side. He's misunderstood. So we've got some movement up here towards A.
30 seconds left.
And TS, who's played so well, is going to be ready to receive the push. Oh, my God, Meteor's so good.
Whoa!
It's a start. And they close it out.
looking for the third, but there's only 15 seconds left for Talon to plant.
Yeah, it looks like GenG should be able to
Oh,
close this
Cruz.
out.
No charges left.
Meteor gets another one.
Oh, that's
Spike.
big!
Spike is not planted. All right,
That's
there
the
we
ace.
go. Now that's one way to start a comeback with an ace.
That's right, this is the Meteor that we've been looking for. Finally showing up at the very last
That
moment,
was
getting shot
insane.
mid-air.
Shot through the ear of Raze. Mid-blast pack bounce. I mean, that's crazy.
And all it took was, how many rounds is this?
All it took was one of the biggest upsets
19.
happening in our entire tournament and the need to have a 6-win
There.
combo.
Holding
to
the
start
angle, finding a shot midair, and then hunting them down. Even Cruz can't say anything against that. But still, 5 more rounds is what we need for overtime. It's not over yet. GenG controlling A. We've got TS, who needs to stay alive up by C.
King ready. Blind, ready
You've
to
got
come out.
traps. You don't have to fight them head on.
Oh, he's going to go for it. Oh, my God, it's
There we go.
perfect. Well, it's a trade after all. TS is now gone. And now Pat clears out King. C is theirs for the taking. Sylvan going to come down, waiting.
And the backside can only work in with guns now. Oh, and the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, Cruz too good here. It's starting to happen. It's just Meteor left. Can he do it? He gets one. A 1 versus 3. Cruz solo NHP. But they're going to try to ice him out with utility.
Look at this crossfire.
So many angles. He gets none. And Pat clears it out. That's going to be that. 13-7 is how map 2 ends. Talon in a massive upset goes 2-0 against GenG.
Oh my days. Even with the ace from Meteor tasteless. He tried so hard. But still, Talon. This new and improved teamwork, the synergy, the calling from Cruz, and it puts them out on top.
This was a really exciting match overall. And a reminder, don't sleep on Talon. If they can beat GenG like this, on their good days, I think they can beat anybody.
They certainly could. Talon almost beat Paper Rex last week. I'm not going to lie on that one. These guys are improving with every game that they're playing, every week that they're playing. And just look at how they're able to work off of each other. Again, at lock-in, they looked great. Cruz on Haven, like what Kilios was talking about as the Omen, was impeccable. But starting off of Pacific League play, they were a little bit rocky, just experimenting so much with so many different agents. It wasn't great. But then in the recent weeks, they started to climb back up.
Yeah, this was really remarkable. I mean, there were so many moments we had where I think GenG did look very good, but Talon was just overall much more consistent, much more on top of everything. They were great at setting up crossfire. They were great at the randomization of the plays. You don't really know what they're going to do next. I do think GenG a little bit questionable with the timings of some of the timeouts. Seems like it was oh so too late. And there it is, guys. That's the reality you're in. Talon is 2-0 GenG. And again, one of the biggest upsets we've had so far in VCT Pacific.
Such a big, well-deserved celebration as well. Big old hug from Boy. And it just shows that whatever happens in life, you know, never back down. Don't let it get you down.
Yeah, well, you know, they
Have that resilience.
they always looked relaxed. They always looked like they were having fun. They just didn't play like it. And today they did.
They really did.
And so this has got to be very exciting. Obviously, for all the Thai fans watching, too, this probably feels great. You know, they knew this team was very strong, but it wasn't until last week they were able to bring any real results to the table.
Maybe it's the buff from the fact that Soren is here watching them in the crowd.
Could be.
But at the same time, I mean, respect to GenG. They performed admirably well. Meteor with an amazing ace towards the second last round. Still, they might have something that they need to fix, but they did put out one of their try-hardest performance, I think, so far.
Looked great. GenG, let's not forget, I mean, the truth is they've had a lot of their games out there.
Yes.
And so, you know, whenever you get that good, there's an extra level of difficulty for you because everybody can go through all of your plays. They can study you. They can look at how you approach this and then try to counter that. And the truth is, we haven't had that kind of success yet from Talon where they're in that position. But what's more important to note is that they're able to do the research, do the homework, tear those VODs apart, and come out with a play that's going to allow them to beat a team even as good as GenG.
Yeah, just rip those VODs to shreds. No, but that's exactly
Eat them up,
right.
metabolize them.
Masticate
Metabolize those
them
VODs,
in your mouth.
turn them into muscles.
Oh, he's got the gains.
Oh, you get those gains.
But that's
And look, it worked, man. They definitely knew how exactly GenG was going to play. They responded very well. And a day where GenG's going to have to go back and do a little bit of soul searching.
I think so, but, you know, it's not all doom and gloom, right? We still got Super Week coming up next. 2 more games, I think, for GenG. They're pretty much solid for playoffs unless something really bad happens. I don't know what, but yeah, they've got a really good chance. In all of this time, all it really needs is to just keep evolving because that's exactly what Talon are doing. Talking about VODs, they go through them, they study them, they fix whatever's going wrong, and GenG certainly has a chance to perform a lot better in the coming weeks.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is really what this is all about, right? As all these teams are down here together, studying each other, trying to adapt. And we're going to find a big old mind game coming out there. But Talon with just such an impressive showing here. You're right, though. GenG, they still obviously have a very safe position in the scores overall. But the last 2 weeks, this has been one of the big stories that's been unfolding for us is the fact that these teams that didn't seem to look that good in the first couple of weeks have acclimated, they've improved. And they're starting to show why they got here in the first place.
Yeah, and this is exactly why Talon's here. I mean, Garnett's all of a sudden now a lot better in his entries. Fox with the information that he's getting, with the fact that he's flanking as a Sky player at times as well. And then, of course, the IGL, I think, Cruz. This guy has been really disciplined in his workouts with the way that he's been practicing. And a lot of these calls that he's making are a lot greater as well.
We're going to go to that interview now, see how our MVP is feeling, and after that, some analysis at the desk.
This is Talon taking one of the strongest team down, GenG, and I'm here with Cruz of Talon. Congratulations!
Thank you.
Yay, I'm so happy to interview here.
I'm happy too.
Yeah, so Talon was on fire today, winning Zeta before and having a close match with PRX last week. So was there any different preps going on?
The preps was basically the same. We just had to bring up more communication in the game, during the game, keep the vibes up, the mood up, and like they just need to like vibe with the game, you know, and listen to my calls, stuff like that, and everything just went just like how we scrim.
Oh yeah, but I found something changed recently. Like Talon was trying various comms for every match, but it looks a bit more conventional for the recent matches. So what might be the reason for this?
I think we have like the teamwork we needed now, and we don't really need to go off the board to like do something crazy. We just need to play how the game should be played normally, just like other teams, but we have more firepower and better communication, utility usage. We just keep focusing on like the basic things, and I think it worked out pretty well for us.
Yes, it did, and really showed out today. And so winning one of GenG's favorite map, Fracture, Talon looks so much prepared for this. So how confident were you?
To be honest, if we talk about like the previous game we played on Fracture, it was a lot of mistakes that has been made from us. That's why we lost the map. But I think we're very solid on the map. I'd say like we're always prepared. Like it was surprised. I was surprised that they actually picked Fracture.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
I wasn't expecting a Fracture pick from them today.
Oh, but you did so well. Thought you were all planned.
But then we actually practice it a lot, so there's no problem there. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's talking about how you're improving every match, every week. And what kind of conversation went on during the halftime on map 2 when it was 7-5? I mean, it was quite competitive then.
We just need to focus like on the game, like how we play out the game, because normally in our scrims, like the result has been we have a really strong T side.
Oh.
Yeah, like the attacking side, I'll say. Yeah, and So we weren't worried. We just need to play as I call, and it just happened that everything went our way.
Oh, so I see that the IGLing was working really well.
Yep.
And for the HP Omen question, what do you think was the biggest factor in your team's success for the match?
I think communication. Like everyone was vibing with me. Everyone had their moments. We were meticulous with our retakes and our site takes, and the team did really well. Props to them.
Oh yes, I could definitely feel that for today. And thank you, Cruz, for today. I hope we'll see you again.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have GenG signing event coming up, so don't miss that, everyone. So now I'll toss it back to Victoria. Bye.
Woo! We just have it a 2-0 today. Congrats to Talon climbing, flying, soaring back into action with everything. Cruz, I mean, I think he articulated really well. Maybe it was a mistake for GenG.
It certainly looks that way. I think
Fracture,
GenG,
and then now going into this.
Yeah, I think they were probably feeling pretty decent, you know, after being able to pick up the map win, you know, versus DRX. But clearly, again, Talon doing their homework, showing us Lotus for the first time, and looking very clean with it. I mean, this is the most now one-sided loss, really, that GenG has suffered since they lost, you know, Fracture to DFM. That was a 13-4. This is a 13-7. And they're currently now on a 3-match losing streak and a 5-map losing streak overall. They went from 4-0 to 4-3. And just ahead of the playoffs with teams like PaperX, like Zeta still on the horizon, this is a catastrophic time for GenG to start getting ripped apart at the seams. For Talon, though, it's right in time. They're still in contention. They could still potentially make a playoff run, and they've got RRQ and Detonation on the horizon.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Achilleos. I think that GenG are really kind of they're kind of going off the rails. It kind of feels like their mental is not quite there right now. I think maybe a little bit shook from last week. Obviously, you start off with a loss to DRX, and then from there, 3 in a row. So not looking good for them, but Talon, they did the best against GenG compared to any other team. So really got to give them credit. They played amazingly today, especially Garnets, who we will be highlighting a lot on this desk for a very good reason, because he was not only good on map 1, on Fracture, he had an insane run there. He was just 2 ACS right behind Cruz. He came back for map 2 on Lotus, and he just demolished them. It was insane.
It's just so weird to me to see GenG have this hot start. They're like the Leviathan of Pacific now. And they're both teams that have a player named King on them. Is it a coincidence? I don't know. But the fall
it
off,
was scripted.
The fall off is staggering. And they need to be able to right the ship, because King looking pretty sound and consistent throughout these 2 maps, but everybody else was all over the damn place.
That's right. You know what? Let's just talk about Garnets. Round 6. He was on fire.
Yeah. Round 6 fight. So first off, this is an eco round for GenG, right? But he gets very aggressive. I mean, he reads the play from GenG so well. He's blinded. He gets the kill. Follows it up with 2 headshots. And there was a chance, I mean, with so many GenG members over here in this A side to, you know, just overwhelm him. But Garnet shows up, and this was right after a really rough post-plant loss for GenG as well. Like, they kind of dropped the ball. They used their lockdown. It was not a great place. They got it rocketed down out of the sky by the Rays, and then they came back with a round like this, and that's, again, it was one of those moments early on in the map where I'm like, Talon are just going to wreck them, and they did.
I mean, it's just another fantastic read from Talon. It felt like at every twist and turn, even with Bile trying to intervene, trying to get these timeouts to right the ship and course correct, make a different shot call, Talon just consistently knew what GenG was going to be doing. And oftentimes, you know, your opponents are going on an eco round, anticipate they might go ahead and rush you, and oftentimes you play back, let them kind of just rush into you, get the picks, boom, 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 one after the other as they try to approach a site. Talon says, no, let's go ahead and meet aggression with aggression. They rush out, and Garnet is just nailing every single shot. It's just nasty play here from Talon. Wild flash.
The first one.
He sees Meteor for a split second, then he's full blinded, and he's like, oh yeah, the jet's going to land right there. Boom, headshot. Swings the corner, barely gets his vision back, catches TS as well.
Yeah, now let's give GenG a little bit kudos. Just when we thought the game was about to end, Meteor is like, wait a second, let me get my highlight reel.
And it's good that there was at least a moment, I suppose. I mean, the first shot on the Garnets, you know, great reaction time there from Meteor, and he goes on to pick up a spoiler on the highlight. And this was a little bit of a false hope moment. Obviously, the match point is already locked in for Talon, so it still felt like a far cry. But Meteor being able to level up and show this impact, again, it made us think, okay, maybe it is possible. Maybe they can run this back, force it into an OT, take it to a map 3. And I kind of wish that we had gotten there, because that would have meant that we probably would have gotten Pat back on a raise, and I would have loved to have seen that for a second time. But it's, you know, they can have these impact moments. Meteor can be this ultra crisp duelist player that absolutely dominates and takes over rounds, but it's been so few and far in between compared to their first 4 series where they were racking up wins, where they were looking consistent. Now it's just, which way does the pendulum swing? Is he going to find impact? Is it going to be a multi-frag round, or are they going to find no value? And unfortunately, in the majority of these rounds today, it was no value.
Yeah, I mean, a large thanks to Garnets that we were saying. I think that's also why he's going to be one of our key players. And, you know, just a guy, we're going to talk about Garnets. You know what? Like,
Let's watch
all
more.
hail Garnets for today's series. Fantastic. Just enjoy the ride, guys. Like, look at him on fire.
Yeah.
I mean,
He must have got a new manicure. You know, he does these, like, crazy nail art things every single week. Like, no joke.
We had the 1 round, but it wasn't enough, so we had to show the rest of the rounds, because the guy was just on fire. I mean, he was nailing all of his shots, not just in the highlight, but throughout the entire map.
I mean, yeah, even in the first map, you know, wasn't top fragging. That was Cruz taking up that helm, but Garnets was not that far behind. He was still finding great impact as this entry player. You know, also playing aggressively out from the defending side on both maps. He was just finding an immense amount of impact. And I mean, at the end of it all, he stands tall with a 9-3 record as far as first kills, first deaths. Highest on his team by far. Next closest was going to be Fox with a 7-2, so still very strong record on his own right, you know, given that he's playing in the initiator position. But Garnets was just able to take over and do what you want from every single Raze player in your lobby. Whenever you see somebody lock in Raze, you're like, okay, I hope to God that they have that high impact performance, that they're crushing people, and not just turbo winting by blast packing into sites. That's me. That's what I do.
Man, if this Garnets was there during that DRX split game, that would have been
Who knows?
nuts.
Who
Yeah.
knows?
They're just
They
warming
probably
up.
still would have lost.
Never
but
know. I mean, maybe they face off in the playoffs now, because Talon, I mean, with this, they got a couple of matchups that they're able to 2-0 GenG. They have DFM and RRQ, who are looking better and better, but Talon looked the best out of the 3, so got to give them credit. They end here potentially 4-5, maybe get a seed into playoffs, and maybe we do get a rematch. So
Yeah.
hopefully Talon just keep up with this form, because that's really like the highlight of this series. It's like, I just want to see more of this.
Yeah.
Something else to take away from this, I think that this might be the first Talon series where Pat just played the same agent twice.
Yes.
He played Breach in
Whoa.
both of these
That's
maps.
right.
We did not have this
Crazy.
ever-revolving door, because if you look back to their last series versus
Yep.
Paper X, we saw him on Harbor, we saw him on KO, then we saw him on Breach. So I think this is the first time they were like, you know what, Pat, you're going to play this, and that's it. And he did it, and he did his job well.
It was Lotus, though, so we did have a couple of revolving doors.
Move on. Go to the next
Valdez.
Just, I mean, you
Victoria,
said it,
go
you
to the
said
next
it
one.
wasn't.
Let's just
Don't
so
let him talk. Don't let him
Valdez a
talk.
moment.
I just wanted to make sure everybody knew, yeah. It was Lotus.
All right, let's also talk about the MVP. God, Valdez, you like totally. And
Guess
the MVP
who?
for today is also Garnets for that very reason, because he was just impact kills after impact kills. And you know what? You were on fire today, Garnets. He's a really nice guy, and I think I'm very happy to see them back in this form, because, you know, from week one Garnets till now, there's an evolution, I think, in his demeanor and his mood. He's definitely got a lot more confidence now. And I think what Cruz was saying with team chemistry and communication coordination, that's clearly, you know, it's all come together finally.
Yeah, it very much has. I mean, 178 ADR overall across both of those maps. He ends up going 36-3, so positive on 3. And again, as an entry player, when you're going up against somebody like King, who was fragging out in that last map, I think that's a damn good sign for you.
Yeah. Well, I want to see more of this Talon soaring action. We all definitely want to see it. We're really happy for Talon right now. And again, so this is going to be interesting if Paper X wins the next match. Again, GenG is going to lose their second place spot.
Yeah, they're going to be climbing up, and it's incredibly possible that Paper X could do this. We'll get into predictions and all of our thoughts on the matchup in a little bit, but for me, this is very much a coin flippy series, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Hopefully more than just the 2 maps. I like what we had last week, where we had like a lot of long days, a lot of you know, back and forth action. So
Oh yeah, I
this
love
was
it.
a little bit too stompy. Talon were a little bit too good for GenG today.
Yeah,
Not
they
enough
were.
action.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see a lot more of that because after this commercial break, we're going to have Paper X versus Zeta Division. You know that's going to be a pretty cool matchup. All right, so guys, don't go away. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
It's always so often blow to big wrap around here from Pad.
Paranoid comes.
Oh my god, that was the worst smoke drop. Oh my god. Garnets though, with Ox for the peak.
Teammates
Get the nuke, and
into their crosshairs.
oh my god, Garnets.
Oh!
Garnets get out. Oh my god, it gets the drop.
Baiting out a push, could Talon or pin down, but
Oh
Box!
my! Yeah, that
Oh, his key pushes out from the other back.
But King is so low.
Oh!
Oh my! Him out. Slowly getting to A. Fox doing some work though. Again, just making these shots connect. He gets reloads. He could be ready for another. It's going to be just still not detected. This could end up costing him the round.
No!
Oh! About to pierce.
Fox! Ooh! Protect the VIP.
And they actually come back in here. Getting one and then another. Garnets. Spike is going to go over to B. That's going to lock down, come down. Meteor gets another one.
Oh, that's
Spike.
big!
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
You attack everybody. Watching Paper X and Zeta Division. Sorry, Paper X versus Zeta Division.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Is the Pacific region the best region?
Of course, it is the best region. I'm not lying. This guy is lying. Hey guys, I'm here with the losing team. I forgot who they are. They're gonna introduce themselves.
Hi guys, I'm Davai from Paper X. What are you again?
I'm Dubstep from Team Secret.
And I'm Indy from Team Secret.
And
That's the
who is
one.
this guy?
Benkai from Paper X.
I think the last time they won was like 2021.
I think before Jing was in here.
Yeah, before Jing.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
That was like before Berlin.
Hopefully it's not in the playoffs.
Hopefully. I don't want to say anything about the playoff because I don't want to jinx our team.
Oh
so-
yeah, that's true. We're not yet confirmed.
But I guess you guys are good to go.
You guys are good too.
Good to go home.
Good to go home with us. There was something about when...
At least on split, let me guess.
I think the whole
Jing
world-
always
the whole world
satchel
knows that
ramp.
Jing was
Yeah, I think the whole world know.
We kind of expect Jing to satchel like 7 out of 10 times. It's like, oh, wait for satchel, wait for satchel. Oh, no one satchel. Okay, rotate. I'm gonna go with the easiest answer for now. I'm gonna go with something because I think there's something to be seen yet, but we haven't seen it yet. Since he's the newest member, I think he's still adjusting to how the team works or how the team plays or whatever.
It's hard to say like the other players because you guys kind of like proved your worth also like in past tournaments also. So I think it's like just right to say like that's something. So.
Yeah.
He's defending my answer.
Ben, for us it's a bit hard because like they kind of cheated, because we have a new player and stuff. They can just attack the new player, right? Landing, yeah, we can attack any. Right? Oh, yeah,
He's not even playing.
I'm not Singaporean.
Oh yeah, he's using the Singaporean card. Okay, I get it.
Landing.
Wait, this is not rapid fire anymore. Something.
Has to be Alex, right?
Goodbye.
You're looking at it.
You're looking at it.
You're looking at it.
You're not looking at it.
You're looking at it.
We're just looking at it.
I think Benkai and his walkouts.
I think both of us are not safe. We may not even make it to the playoffs. I hope both of us do though. Me and Davi don't have much time left.
Wait, how old is Ringy?
I'm 18.
Bro, we got way more time.
Pressure.
3 hours.
You're not.
But me, I'm also.
Yeah, 25. 25 is still okay.
Yeah.
25 is still okay.
You still have 7 years, bro. For me, I just want to say like 3 words. See you in Tokyo. That's 4 words.
That's all.
No, it's Jigs.
I mean, I
No,
said
it's okay. He meant it as like a tourist, Even if we don't make it, we'll still go there.
Just to watch. Vacation.
Not as players. Hello. It's been nice talking to the Team Secret guys. It's been me, Benkai, and Davai. We've had a lot of fun.
We had fun making this video with the losing team. What are you guys again?
Paper X.
Paper X, yeah. Paper X. So yeah, thank you guys for supporting us. You guys really motivate us to do better. And hope you guys enjoyed. Have you ever baited anybody?
Yes.
Have you ever said he's one shot but actually wasn't?
A lot of times.
Oh, it's true.
Oh,
You're watching VCT Pacific here in Seoul, South Korea. We just finished our first matchup of today, Talon versus GenG, and that ended way faster than we thought it'd be. It was a 2-0 clean sweep for Talon. But now we're going to go into the second matchup of today. We've got PaperX versus Zeta Division. I also want to shout out to Escape Singapore, who's definitely watching this game. These two teams faced up against each other before in Reykjavik for Masters. Actually, I was watching it from Escape last time when you were there.
I was watching from right here in Seoul, but this was a hell of a story. You know, obviously Zeta, the ones coming away slightly better, able to take PaperX down, eliminate them. PaperX, of course, then rallying back, getting their way into a grand final over in Copenhagen afterward. But it was a wild path for both of these teams. PaperX, falling to DRX, then besting the guard, then besting G2, only to fall to Zeta, who had fallen to G2, then bested TL, then bested DRX, and then fell to Optic. So a wild story between these two, and that's the last time that we've seen them square off in a VCT event. They played at the Riot 1 event in Japan during the off-season, but we don't count it. Wasn't an official competition.
It was a show match.
Yes, exactly. A show match, so the stakes not nearly as high. This is them getting ready to clash again over a year later. That matchup, I believe, was like April 23rd or 22nd, something like that last year. So it's been a damn long while since we've gotten to see these guys take to a stage against each other in a high-stakes matchup. And it is high stakes because the placement for your playoffs, especially with GenG faltering, it means that second place position is now up for grabs, if not at least a third place position, trying to secure that so that you have a stronger seed moving into the playoffs. So everything to play for here in this series.
Yes, absolutely. So this match will matter a lot for PaperX, trying to steal that second place spot under DRX. Now let's talk about Zeta a bit. They've had sort of an inconsistent showing throughout the season.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting to watch this team ebb and flow, I guess you could say. They certainly have a pretty obvious style, I would say. It's very obvious to me, at least. The amount of times I've seen them play on Haven, and Depp just kind of dashes on in on the jet and gets a huge playoff like that is pretty countless. And it's pretty interesting, too, because he actually went on to the Rays for 3 times in their last series. So it does look like they are mixing things up, maybe with the map pool and with some of the agent selection. As I love how we blur out the pages, no spoilers, no
Can't reveal strats.
No secrets taken to the other side. But it's pretty cool that they actually have like packets prepared and stuff. You can tell that this is a very prepared team, and the success that they have shown will back that up.
I hope Crow feeling better. Last week was it Crow? Yeah, he was looking a little unwell. Maybe that might have contributed to.
Couldn't tell too much in his performance.
Yeah,
it was still.
He's on fire. He's like just high temperature and on fire. Now let's talk about their standings so far, where they are. How many games they've won and how many games they lost. And who else they had to face off.
Other games.
And the other games, all the games.
The unmentionables.
Yeah, I mean, there's been, I'd say, mild ups and downs for both teams. For PaperX, it's pretty much just the loss to Team Secret, and that's a long-standing rivalry. We knew how fired up Team Secret was to be able to get that win. Otherwise, a loss to DRX, and then, some close series the whole way throughout. It hasn't been very clean at all. Just T1 and DFM, their double 2-0 series. But it's kind of a similar story for Zeta, with Talon maybe being a bit more of an edge case, given that was Talon's first match victory. That threw a lot of questions out there as far as, okay, how is Zeta going to look moving forward? Is this them starting to slump once again, or are they going to be able to rally back? And widely, I mean, we learned, that Talon is now back on the horse.
Yeah.
Things are looking better. And that we shouldn't panic too much about Zeta.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder, like maybe Talon, that was just the first showing of like what they really can do in Zeta. Like they played pretty well, but Talon were just too good. Kind of like what we saw today. Although I guess you could argue that GenG didn't have the best performance. Team Secret did actually show up pretty well against Zeta, but Zeta were the better team in the last week as well. And it does feel like now, here in Week 7, that perhaps for both teams, this is the most difficult matchup with the teams that they have left in their schedules, given that GenG looked the way they did today.
I mean, very well could be. But we'll have to just wait and see, obviously. But things, I'd say, it's going to be a little skewed across on either side. Zeta 51% attack and defensive win rate right there in number 4. I'm really, again, as we were kind of talking about during the pre-show, looking to see if they decide to up the tempo or if they feel like grinding things to a halt, as they often do, is going to be the best way to try to counteract the aggression from Paper Rex. So I'm curious to see if it's going to be fire versus fire, or if they're just going to really try to, squeeze the life out of Paper Rex very slowly.
What's a little bit different now? We've mentioned that these two teams have faced off in the past before, especially on the international stage, but something has changed this time, and it's the addition of something. So I'm kind of curious how that's going to match up against Zeta, with Depp. He was also on fire for a couple of weeks, slow start, and then he kind of found his momentum there as their key duelist.
Yeah, no surprise. I think that Depp is just really good, right? He had the most kills in the entire tournament, I believe a couple of weeks ago. I wouldn't even be surprised if he's still up there. And yeah, he's a key part of why this team is so good. Yeah, he is up there. And I mean, if you take a look at first kills, first deaths, he is currently the leader across the board by a very significant margin. He's 76 and 48 overall right now as far as first kills, first deaths. The next closest player here for Paper Rex comes in at 4th place. That's Forsaken, who has since moved over to playing widely the Sentinel role. But even then, there's still such a significant delta between them, because while Depp has 76 first kills, Forsaken has 52. So there is a very large gap. It's a gap of 24 kills between them. And Depp has just been finding so much value at the start of rounds, and Zeta oftentimes are able to go ahead and, convert those initial kills that Depp finds into round wins. And I think that, as you were kind of mentioning about this was one of the most significant things, was seeing him be able to play out a Raze. A full series, 3 maps of nothing but Raze, because we had basically seen nothing but Jet from him. And the question was, how flexible is Depp going to be able to be as we go deeper into this tournament?
Now, we pulled up something in Jing here. Something is, he's only been playing Jet, and Jing, of course, we know him to be, the Raze, the Paper X Raze player.
I mean, Paper X as a team, they had the #1 attacker side win rate, even above DRX or any of the other top teams, and the #2 post-plant win rate, I believe, as well. So these guys, they are clean, they are aggressive, they are the W Gaming team. They will just run at you and take your life away in the game, of course. And it's really scary to play against a team like this, and I feel like Zeta should be a good match for them, just because they have a somewhat similar style, at least with Depp and guys like that. But yeah, this team, you never know what they're going to throw at you, but it's going to be something really aggressive and scary.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen so many teams just get completely run over, just absolutely flattened by Paper Rex. T1 is one that very much comes to mind. They were looking very good going into that series, and then they just couldn't contend with the aggression whatsoever. I'm curious to see, they've done it before. They took them down at an international land at Reykjavik. Can Zeta do that again? Because obviously, while Paper X has undergone some changes, they've gotten a bit more firepower in there with something. They're still running double duelists pretty much all the time. Obviously Zeta hasn't made changes. They've stuck with the same core of 5. They're looking a lot more like their previous selves when they did have that peak of 3rd place. Will they be able to do it again?
Tell us why, then, you have predicted Zeta.
Spoilers.
The sole
run the predictions
broadcaster to predict Zeta.
Yeah, it was Achilles and Twitter, actually. So
look, I did a little bit of
Twitter. Twitter also agreed with you.
I approached this a little bit like Quack, and I said everybody else is going for Paper X.
Okay.
I'll go for Zeta, because at the end of the day, I do feel like this could end up being a coin flip. If Zeta comes out here, they return to their form. Depp is having those high impact initial kills. I think they absolutely can take this, but it's another one of those moments where I'm not going to be surprised by any result whatsoever. I think the only thing that might surprise me would be a one-sided 2-0 for either team, because I'm expecting 3 maps. I'm expecting it to at least be close the whole way throughout on each of these maps. As far as who's going to win, that's a really tough call, but I decided to just go with the storyline. Zeta fighting, maybe be able to see them in Tokyo, or at least have a nicer start to the playoffs.
We do want to see them in Masters Tokyo, to be fair. And I do agree, I'd be very surprised if it was a 2-0. I'm expecting a full 3-game matchup today?
Yeah, I think it should be close. It's kind of hard to tell. I would say that it was most surprising that everybody kind of went for PRX, but maybe just, you know, a couple of, well, at least the last one very dominant win, and they're coming off of a big one, and they looked very dominant in that. So perhaps they just do the W gaming again.
All right, well, let's go over to the stage, see their walkouts. Are we going to see something from PaperX today? I don't know. I mean, Benkai, is he going to be coming back in? We haven't seen him in a while, actually. I don't know if he's going to be playing today.
I mean, at least not for the first map.
He's the key walkout guy.
Yeah, it would be nice to get him back on stage.
Yeah. All right, let's go take a look at the stage and watch Zeta and PaperX walk out. It's VCT Pacific Week 7, and we have PaperX and Zeta Division, the old international stage buddies from Reykjavik, VCT Masters 2022. So we're going to see them face off again properly here in Korea.
Lasdal is looking a little angry as he gets on the stage. He gives us the thumbs up, but no smile. He's all business here once again today. As Forsaken just looking happy as always. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very fun match. I feel like it should be very close. I'm really looking forward to this one.
I'm curious to see what this draft is going to look like. We can't, unfortunately, get a repeat of the exact map draft that they did have over at Reykjavik because Icebox now rotated out. That was Icebox into Haven into Split. I think it would have been a fantastic just echo back to that big moment, the biggest moment for Zeta thus far in their careers in Valorant, if we could have that yet again. And just try to see what happens if we turn back time a little bit. But maybe we can get close. Maybe we can at least have that split in there, which was a very consistent boon for Zeta at international competition. We'll have to just wait and see, as PaperX will have the first ban and pick.
Both Jing and Deb having a lot of fans, for sure.
Oh,
and
yeah.
as they both walk out here together. And here come the
waving.
coaches as well. Alex, another coach I love to watch just because of how
Very
animated
passionate.
he gets. He and Zeus were going at it last time in
Very
the coaching
true.
booths.
I mean, it's always great when you get to see that personality coming out from the coaches and they're not just full robots.
Yeah.
As Termi is. When you see Termi showing emotion, that's when you know that something's either going really well or really poorly. But Alex is always there, just very much jazzed up, with the team. You love to see it. Similar to Bar over in EMEA. But I think this is going to be, hopefully, a banger series. If this doesn't go to 3, or if the maps aren't close, I will feel like I've been robbed.
That's really what we want, especially for this particular game. I think we're all really looking forward to it. This is Japan's #1 team. And PaperX, they're the pride of Singapore and Malaysia at the moment. And I know there are a lot of fans in the audience right now supporting them here from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and if you're a fan, I mean, they absolutely they have a really good chance in this one. They certainly got a lot of our votes, so we'll have to wait and see. I think if they keep up the same level that they did from last week, could see some fun stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And I see that PaperX has banned Haven, understandably, given Zeta's performance on Haven over the last couple of weeks.
I mean, it's not even over the last couple of weeks. That was one of the maps that they did play against each other, and it was a 13-2 victory for Zeta all the way back at Reykjavik. But the split comes in, but it is going to be selected by Paper Rex. Granted, they gave us a very strong performance on that map versus Talon. That was the most one-sided affair that we had, with them taking them down in a 13-4 fashion. And somewhat unsurprisingly, Ascent is through, but Fracture banned by Paper Rex. Guessing Zeta's going to be on bind, and unfortunately they do. So not going to float it as a third and final map.
Yeah, you could say it forces the bind ban, as nobody wants to play on that map at this moment. So we will be potentially seeing Lotus once again, which could be fun. I think we are going to get to map 3, so the Lotus we did just have between GenG and Talon was pretty fun, pretty one-sided, but this one should be a little bit better. Excited to see Split as well. It's pretty interesting that Paper Rex, the aggressive team they are going to jump onto that one, and we'll have to see how they do manage it. We haven't seen a bunch of their plays on that map already.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta has to anticipate it. It's going to be, double duels coming at them, Jing on that raise, as well as Jet from something, and that's exactly what we get. The big thing for me as well, though, we were talking with him and talking about it on the recap show last week, is the buy on this Viper. Every time he comes over here on Split, plays Viper, he has looked absolutely incredible, very much like Monyet on Astra in that regard. Curious to see how he's going to be performing here.
100%. Devi has been super clutch across the series, and especially on Split as Viper.
Yeah, we do see that Depp is hopping back onto the raise for Split. Need those corner entries, especially in the A site, and it's going to be fun to see him playing that agent once again, just showing so much play on the raise nowadays.
All right, with that, we are ready to go into the first game between Paper Rex and Zeta. Our caster today are Tasteless and the Paper Rex Betrayer, Quack.
Thank you very much, everybody at the desk. We're ready to go into this best of 3. The first best of 3 we had today was kind of like the appetizer. This one should be more like the main course.
Yeah.
I think everybody's been super hyped to see these two teams go at it.
I agree. If Paper Rex takes this, they go to second place. If not, Zeta actually goes to second place because, well, the loss from GenG or from Perfor, but still, both teams looking really strong, looking really rehearsed, and these map picks, these are just maps that they really prefer, Split and Ascent. And with the way that the agent compositions are going as well, they're just going head-to-head with their strategies, dude.
It's going to be really sick. Again, Paper Rex so explosive, so aggressive. Zeta very defensive and so methodical. How exactly is this going to look? I'm not sure, but I'm excited to see this unpack, as this is such an important match to decide who really comes out at the very, very top, very, very cream of the crop here, with two very important regions in the Asia-Pacific area for Valorant.
That's right. I mean, also with the agent compositions, it's a slight difference. Both teams are just going to chaotically mash against each other. I mean, one side you have a Pro on KO, and on the other side you have the absence of that. You have a double duelist instead. Something on the Jet, of course, but we don't know exactly how that will fare because there are so many different factors to consider already.
All right, well, we're probably going to get a taste of it here, as PRX is going to be on the attacking side. But that also important pistol match here does start. And so we have some probing here with something in the lead, and Devi just behind him up towards Garage. Astra Orb ready to sandbag progress.
Immediately bypassing a lot of utility and a lot of entrances smoked off. They will be able to get the spike planted soon, unless Zeta pushes in.
Well, PRX so far so good here. We only have Laz remaining as the spike is going to be planted. A bit too late here, and an unimaginable road to recovery. I don't think we're going to see that happen here. Zeta flushed out of that B site. The spike is going to tick away. Laz needs to see if he can get anything done. Does spot Mind Freak all the way in the back.
Oh. That is his position reveal, though.
Yeah, seen again over there. Mind Freak taking some shots over here from Laz. Going to try to come out here with a pop flash, but this is going to end the way you would expect. Really, the significance there was actually in the start. They weren't able to bypass anything that could sandbag their entry. Onto the B site, they took it, and there it is. PRX with the first win Yeah, and hopefully for their case, many more to come. But Zeta, again, you know, a game like that is not going to be representative of what we're going to have in the future rounds here for Valorant.
It's such a tiny push and pull. If you look at how PaperX are playing, it's just taking aggression first, and then actually anticipating the push out from Zeta. Something, as well as Forsaken, were right underneath Hell, just waiting for them to peek out. And I think this is what's going to dictate the rest of the match, whichever team makes the least mistakes in their executions.
Same movement here again. An approach over here towards B. Once more, we do have Sugar Zero ready to be on the receiving end. No utility in the way to slow them down. It will be an easier point of entry, although we do have two lurking up here in heaven. Not far from it, at least. They do decide to try to take a fight.
Immediately evading the paint shells, too. Everything's smoked off. Same plant. We've got the rifles. We want to hold on to them.
This is going to be a plant right on the edge of stairs here. Zeta's going to have to try to come in here for a retake. They're just waiting to coordinate that and move in right now. We should note this was a heavy buy here with something holding a Vandal. If they could even get a couple kills over here and make PRX buy guns for the next round, that would be a win.
Not going to be easy, though. They're going to try for it.
Sugar Zero there with the classic. Nicely done. But there's going to be a wraparound here. Forsaken, so good, but ultimately Depp gets him too. It's a 1 versus 2. A fake defuse comes in.
Picked up.
Something going to let the clock run. This is a plant for long.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Deb actually gets to buy. That's hilarious.
Hilariously painful, if anything, but thankfully something will put us out of our misery.
But Zeta, you know, getting that many kills back there in round 2 is huge. The only thing that Zeta can carry with them is, of course, what weapon did they bring with them?
It's just something with this Vandal.
Yeah, it was actually, just a Vandal, okay.
They
but
did
that
a
means
lot of damage.
PRX needs to buy hard here, and, you know, this is not going to be an easy round 3. And honestly, for Zeta, all things considered.
It's also just a little bit chaotic on PaperX's side, but still, if you pay attention, if you have been paying attention in recent weeks, Zeta's been doing the Fnatic light buy. They keep purchasing up light armor. A lot of these, and it's our favorite tech pause, of course, but Zeta will be able to
It's only you who rocks my world.
little paper-thin margins. The guy is not here, but
yeah,
it's exactly why he's named it.
He's overseas right now, but he probably felt the disturbance in the force.
Yeah, a little twitch in his eye. Oh. But he's right, though. I mean, a lot of these small little things make for so much of a difference because PaperX, we saw how 4 players lost their lives in that moment. Of course, at the same time, you know, we've been talking about this for a lot. These players are not at home. These players are, you know, playing their hearts out in a foreign country, and they have been adjusting to it. And I think especially so for these two. I mean, not just these two, of course, but Zeta have been talking about this. You know, so much pressure on them to represent their country in Masters Tokyo. Last said that in an interview, and he definitely feels it. He's not, you know, elated about it, but at the same time, he knows that he thrives well under this pressure, so he welcomes it.
Yeah, for Zeta. But obviously,
it's rare to have like international
global,
events.
yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have something like that, you think, all right, well, you know, it's going to be be now or never. And of course, that is the dream, is to play on a massive stage against
own
international
homeland.
opponents. Yeah, in your own homeland. But right now, we're going to see PRX is making them work. And PRX, of course, a powerhouse team from Singapore, known for their aggressive and crazy explosive style.
Yep.
And frankly, they've shown it so far. These have been some pretty short 2 rounds that we've had.
And I think it really shows in the way that Zeta
Get a marker, you can make some art or make a nice friendly message, and we'll show it on camera. The tech pause is done. We're ready now to go into round number 3 here. The bonus round for Zeta.
Everyone's got light shields. Tasteless.
Oh yeah, look at that.
So we're gonna be really, really fragile. Single headshot is gonna end your life, and that's why you have to be very careful. Even more so for Paper X, especially when they're attacking on split.
Now A is, they can at least make some progress up here. The question is gonna be over here, the hot peek here from Laz, and Laz isn't gonna be able to deny anybody entry. The paint shells come in there and drive him out. He's gonna send him to flash out, but right now, this A site is gonna be a very easy plan.
Oh! He does hold his ground not to get traded by Jing, who tries to escape, but 10 will find him in the back, and this is now how Zeta sets up for the retake. 2 players remaining.
Oh, great shot here from Forsaken. He's gonna push up, try to regain a new position, leaving the Viper back down there to defend, and another kill. Oh my God, it's a 1 versus 2 right now. Can Devi clutch this? Depp and Crow on the lurk. The spike still ticking away.
They have
That's
to
a
line
good
up.
fake. Oh my God, he almost gets it.
Just in a microsecond, you can see this is how you play together as a team. 1 person to peek out first. Depp actually sidesteps back a little bit, just into its elbow. Enough for Devi to miss that spray transfer. Well played by Zeta to win this retake. 1 to 2 right now.
And they threw the blast pack on the other side of the pillar as sort of a red herring as far as, you know, what the movement was going to be. A beautiful setup. Ultimately, it does come out with them winning, but each of these wins so far in the last 2 have been so close.
And not only that, it's important as well because it is close, a lot of the kills are kind of back and forth. Forsaken was able to pull out the secrets in the previous round. This round, Depp has the showstopper available. And that's very useful for a retake.
Okay, another push up towards A. This time it's going to be Laz once.
That's a judge position just to counter something if he does updraft up. Or even Jing. Still, Paper X showing a lot of control and discipline. They back off.
Oh, Mind Freak with a great shot there from Hell.
Fantastic.
Something with a pretty deep lurk up into heaven. But right now, I mean, oh, hold on a second. They've actually got 10 down here with the judge. They've cleared out the bottom. Did PRX outposition themselves?
No, I think they're fine. Unless it's in the smoke.
Okay, that was close. That was close. I was a little worried there.
Same.
I get the idea they could spray down for that defuse, but that was getting a little bit scary. Now 3-1 here. PRX in the lead.
Yes, and you have to admire how, well, both teams really, because I like what 10 was going.
Brilliant, to be honest. A lot of support here for PRX in the audience, by the way. Really cool to see all the fans come out for them. But we have a lot of Zeta fans down here as well. It's been my favorite part of doing this show so far is just seeing all the international fans come out and show their love for the teams. But right now, Zeta's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah,
Zeta has been, at least for the start, outclassed. Obviously, the further along you get in a half, the more credits and opportunities are going to be created, the more ultimates that are going to be available. And with very good executions, maybe they can recover. But right now, this is a train that Zeta has to stop, because PRX is starting to combo out these wins back-to-back.
That's right, 3-on-1. This is Paper X's map pick after all, but we also know that Zeta aren't slouches on this map as well.
There it is, the seesaw back over to B that you were mentioning, Quack. Can something just go right? Oh, nope, they're going to get the Astra bubble up at least.
Oh. Oh, smart play by Sugar Zero, though. Instantly hearing the Trailblazer, he backs off completely. He knows he's on pistol, so he's going to hide inside the smoke.
Oh, 10 with a beautiful shot there from the Sheriff. Takes Mind Freak out.
Wow.
And they're going to start to try to collapse the position here for PRX. Forsaken is something, though, fighting back so well. Oh, 10 keeps going.
I've got your trail.
Oh, my God. And Sugar Zero on the frenzy, getting chased down, but he just backs up. It's down to the 1-on-1.
The spike was never planted, by the way. It's making a beeline over to A as fast as humanly possible.
We're playing a game of tag. You're it.
All right, so a plant just behind Pillar. This could go either way. 10, a little bit lower on HP than Forsaken, but both well equipped to try to take a fight. 10 actually comes up through the sewers and is taking his time here. Forsaken, a very strained position, right? He has so many possible angles he'll have to cover.
That's exactly right. In a one-on-one, you're never quite sure where your opponent's going to show up from. He could be Elbow. He could be Heaven. He could be Rams too. And Forsaken has no earthly idea.
Oh my God, beautifully done.
Oh!
10 gets it.
The barrel just exposed.
These guns are too long, man.
We got to
You gotta hold that Vandal in your armpit. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah, pull out your knife instead. No, I'm kidding. It's a tough situation to be in. And it goes down to that guessing game. And in this moment, Zeta was just a little bit better. You have to admire how they played in this sight hit as well. The way that they went in on the aggressive, Depp with a showstopper just to allow for his teammates to actually swarm the site. And at the same time, for 10 to get the shot from the back. He picked up a Vandal, and that was such a big win for Zeta.
Yeah, a very important moment there for Zeta, as they do play a little bit of catch-up. But overall, an extremely chaotic round 5 here. We now go into round 6. And we could have the first real action up mid that we've had so far.
Back into it.
No Judge waiting to receive them here up in mid, by the way.
We could see, like, as soon as so much utility is spent, Zeta completely backs up. They went all the way back to stairs, back towards rafters. Something might have sneaked up. I think you saw a barrel. Ooh!
Great
Quick
shot.
reactions.
Bomb buddy out.
And they're going to just go ahead and re-rotate now. Keep Zeta.
In your face, Depp.
Spike planted.
The only one left, and Davai is right on his tail.
This is such a healthy spot here for PRX. They are in a position to possibly bring 5 rifles with them into the 4th round win. Depp going to look for a pick, look for maybe something.
Are we going to knife?
Uh-oh.
Are we? Oh,
yeah. So many ways to die in that round.
Yes, 4-2. Still, you're absolutely right. It's a good performance for Paper X right now. And if you take a look at the kill feed or the leaderboard, Forsaken still such an incredible MVP. An incredibly consistent performance since last week, and he's 13-5 right now.
He's looking very strong right now.
One of the sharpest plays, I think, in the region.
Flawless victory there, Paper X. Things are going to speed up now. A push down into A. Viper all stacked on top of each other. The Boombot's going to try to get it confirmed, but 10 is over here on the side, waiting for a flank. Mind Freak over here. Ready for anybody who's going to come around. If you can see him through Ramen, he's not. But is he going to see him this time?
Jing!
Meanwhile, Jing kills 2 people, but... All right, well, they do manage to get that kill way outside of B, but A is the place they need to try to defend. It's going to be a spike just in the open here by Pillar. And very deep lurks. Even the Jet over here in sewers, something looking for to maybe even wrap around and catch them up into mid. This is a very well defended position here for Paper X.
Yeah, they have the angles. Of course, Zeta walks right into him. Forsaken trying to track it, but
that was an unusual
my
exchange. Devi ready to get 1. Can he get 2? No. But
just a tiny bit of movement error. Oh my god!
Oh my god! It was so sick. Oh, that was so good. That was like such an intelligent tactical read to basically like dive bomb through the bubble with the shorty.
Guy.
I've seen him do this like a couple other times, but like just to have the instinct to know like, all right, well, you're going to try to set up a position where you can at least try to figure out what's going on with the other side.
He's such an aggressive, in-your-face player.
He's like, I know what to do. Boop.
That made me jump. I'm not gonna lie. I almost dropped our cable. 5-2, and Paper X. They've got 5 ultimates right now.
Jing ready. Showstopper in hand. Can he find a target? He's gonna start looking. He gets 1.
There you are.
I've got your trail. Satchel out.
Then the Seekers come out. They know that their player's up over by Mailroom because of this. Oh, something. Come on!
Oh my god, that aggressive style is continuing to work. We're seeing a very passive Zeta. Are they going to try to come back around? Paper X just leaning into their own strengths here. Another round with 5 rifles in hands. No deaths so far.
This is what you expect to see from this W Gaming team, organization, agent composition, whatever you want to call it. They embody this.
Yeah, they're looking very comfortable here. And they're on the hunt. If they're trying to find anybody that's just lurking,
you can
trying to save their weapon. Yeah, 100%.
We also don't want to go too far.
Well, Laz may be in for an interception. Okay,
nice. Playing it safe. Got the information.
Oh my god,
free
Dubai.
frag. Look, I mean, if you were in Zeta's shoes right now, this is like how you're thinking. You know, past few rounds, Paper X actually were a little bit slow, a little bit careful.
Right.
They always have that wall up by A, the one that I was talking about. And then in the next couple of rounds, all of a sudden, they're blast packing into your face. Something's got the shorty out, and he just points that at your chin. Like, how do you react to that?
Wild. And they did a good job just fishing for information. From Sewer, they saw, okay, we know where Laz is. They drop down. Laz tries to rotate, but that's going to give an advantage for the person on the other side over there towards A, and so they get that kill. So it's going to be Viper's Pit at A immediately.
Ooh,
whoa.
Spike down B.
We may be into round 10 before we know it.
It's just a big exchange up over by Garage. Again,
yeah,
you can never quite predict it. Sometimes you just walk into a head-on clash, and Zeta comes out on top.
Now, one thing to note is that although Devi probably not going to survive this, they did burn. Zeta did burn through the Viper ulti, which is really important. You know, a lot of times you have to win the round if you're going to use that Viper ulti. In theory, if you're going to eventually win a half or win a full map, it's so they've got.
Oh my god!
So they're just going to cover the spike. They're going to play it safe, as Zeta is known to do. Now, is Devi going to do anything crazy like try to peek? If he does, I think there should be no way this would work.
No.
You
imagine this. How do you what do you say when you see that?
Yeah, you die. You don't say anything. Okay, good win here for Zeta. A needed one as well. This time something is going to be on the operator. Again, we did see that Viper's ulti get burned through, so they're not going to have access to that for many more rounds to come. Something probably interested in trying to get a pick right away here, as we've got that crisscross of the 2 Viper walls set up over here at A.
Yeah. Again, We saw how in your face he was. Now he's looking to play at long range, and that's the versatility of it. But at the same time, they have to consider what Zeta are about to pull off. And Zeta are trying to play with information. They need to figure out where Paper Rex are going to come from. Now they just walk straight into Mindfreak.
Gets his revenge, reminding Zeta who's in charge of B. He's going to slip through. 10 does not manage to spot him. So can't confirm that he's on site yet. With the lurk, he's going to get another, almost an ace. But that's okay. Jing will pick up the pieces that Mindfreak couldn't. Oh my God, great round.
That's just the mind games that we've got. Two teams. Again, Paper X a little bit of noise towards A. They thought that perhaps Garage was safe. But lo and behold, we have this one person with the perfect head height across our placement. Perfect shots, almost a flick to the ace.
Yeah, crazy moment. And what is going on at B, by the way, where one guy just gets all the kills at B on one team or the other? This is highly unusual.
Bit of a misread. A little bit unfortunate for Zeta.
We never even really got to see something and what he could do with the operator this time around.
But that's why this is such a good position for Paper X. Again, you have the same thing up by A. Something's just lurking up over by B. If anyone pushes out, if he hears a guiding light, he knows he could potentially fake them out and push in. And at the same time, up over by mid, that's being covered up by Zeta with their Astra Stars. So it's up to the A side, if I'm being honest. Zeta has to make sure that they put up a wall here and defend it from Paper X.
It's not going to be easy for Paper X to navigate this. They're going to send the bird through and ping him. So they're going to get the confirm. Something's looking for a shot. His crosshair is not in the right spot right now. He's going to go for it anyways.
Whoa!
That was a chaotic moment. Laz has taken out 3 so far. The operator now out of the hands of the players here. But it looks like PRX is going to try to fight through anyways, but Laz keeps dropping him.
Down A.
Just Mindfreak left over. Completely surrounded, by the way.
Laz smells blood.
Oh my God, he got the ace.
I can be so much more.
This is crazy. Great defense over there. Paper X might have pushed their luck.
The man with Japan on his shoulders.
Such a tense moment here. And this was wild. The Laz actually getting a double kill. And then just continuing to shut down push after push after push. 5 HP, doesn't matter. Takes Mindfreak out too.
And they are hyped up because of it as well. We might be nearing the end of the first half, but Zeta is certainly pumped up, and this is by no means over. Paper X again aggressing towards the A site.
Zeta nipping at the heels here of Paper X. Paper X now thinking twice about actually trying to come through here, or at least letting the clock run a little bit. They've got something here. They're going to see if something can try to initiate. Through the cloudburst he goes, but to his right is where his opponent's going to be. Oh, he whips it. Oh, Laz does it again.
And that's now how Zeta is adapting to it, but Paper X still not slowing down. They're still up around by ramp. The showstopper explodes.
Paper X players are starting to thin out here. We've got 2 that are on the run, scrambling right through Mail up into B. Sugar Zero could be able to pop around Alley.
Oh, and because of the wall, they can't hear the footsteps. They have no idea that Sugar Zero is right around this corner.
Viper's Pit. Oh, and it's going to be just one left. Devi against the rest of this team. The Viper's Pit's going to stay up to help him. Oh, yep. Sight's too high. Depp gets the shot and the kill. 5-7 in an excitingly close match so far.
Incredibly close. This is something that, I'm going to be honest, Tasteless has my butt clenched.
My butt is clenched.
Yeah?
I could turn a lump of coal into a diamond right now.
Oh my God.
That's
a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure. It's dangerous. This has been so intense. What a back and forth. And for a little bit, Paper X seemed like they were going to run away with the whole show, but Zeta made the right adjustments. Their head's still in the game.
Yes.
And beautiful defense over on the A site there by Laz.
Yeah, because that's how you kind of adapt to Paper X, right? You might not know which site they're going to head towards, but you can certainly position yourself for where they're about to land. And that's what we've been seeing from Laz, from Ten, and maybe even Dep at times, who initiates in these retakes. Because Paper Rex, we know it's going to be aggressive. We know it's going to be something, and Jing just dashing onto site. And Laz is able to kind of watch for those, find frags in all that chaos. And sometimes it happens midair. Sometimes it happens with a lot of theatrics, and it's incredibly fun to watch.
And so, the second half is where we're going to go into now. Paper Rex, of course, will be on the defending side with Zeta ready with that spike trying to get the plant. This is a fight right now to move to the top of the pack here in our rankings.
Yeah.
One of the most important matches of the entire event.
You win this, you move up right next to DRX.
That's right.
And that's a very potentially good spot, because if you actually do get second place, you move straight over into
what the pistol round's going to look like. Again, when teams are this close, that pistol round becomes so important.
I mean, I'm going to have to throw this out there, like kind of what Achilles said. Paper X hasn't beaten Zeta before in an official match.
Right.
So if this actually does happen with the current scoreline right now, that could be huge, but you know, it's not over yet. This pistol round means so much. And look at how much they're stacking up over by events.
Yeah, big collection up here. The spike is quietly positioned up here by A, which means it's going to be Divide. If they're going to have to deal with this if they do in fact come in.
Just trying to
but
get information.
Pretty good read. They're going to go right through vents.
Yeah, it's very much so still the A site. Same walls from both teams, but I want to see how Paper X makes use of theirs, because Mako is another great Viper player who really knows how to play against that. So it's just going to be Forsaken in a little corner, and then playing around the Poison Cloud. Repositioning thanks to Jing's firepower.
Yeah, they bounced right out of there. They're going to try to come through Heaven now. Got something over here in the corner.
Oh, whoa.
And it's going to be a drop down through vents. Obviously very audible, but I almost feel like Paper X is just going to be able to meet them here before they can actually set up. Could they possibly fake? No, they're going to go back.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Can Jing hear that, though? That's what I'm curious about. They're actually being silent about this, so we're cutting noise, and Paper X doesn't have information at this moment.
Left.
They do not have a lot of time. We've seen Zeta get in trouble with this before, where they can't quite get over onto the spike site.
That
Sugar Zero is trying to push.
15 seconds. Zeta. Oh boy.
Left. Spike down.
Okay, they're buying time.
Oh!
Enemy remaining.
Can they get the plant?
No.
No.
No
That's
more
it.
time.
Now that's a very Zeta loss. It is. I mean, Zeta is just occasionally is too methodical in how they move. And the truth is, you just need a couple of defenders to hold the angle.
Yeah.
And just force you to back up to where it's like, okay, now you're just not going to get there.
Embarrassing. It's very true. We took too much time just to clear out and being careful. So much so that Divide was able to anchor the site just in that moment, up by the screen.
But Paper X, I mean, with the reads, right? They seesawed over to B and then got right back over to A when they said, okay, they're not here in time. Now something's going to go with the Marshall.
Ooh.
And actually shoulders that shot, then somehow barely alive.
Oh. And now everyone's positioned for this. Paint shell's going in. It doesn't hit Divide. Oh.
Yeah, bit of a trade there. Good setup. But over time, Paper X is just thinning out these numbers. Where's Crow? There was Crow, and then there was none. Paper X with the 9th win. Beautifully done.
Just a little bit more control up over by the middle ground. Something, re-peeking it, seeing so many players from Zeta. Immediately calls out to his team. So everyone starts to surround and collapse in on this one spot of the map. Zeta had no escape. On to the next round, though, and it's going to be a full buy now. Dep has a judge, and he's going to look to make an explosive entry. What I'm curious about, again, is how, though, this default will play out, because same wall up over by A. Zeta is just going to play around it.
Okay, a flash comes out there. confirm. This is a pretty wide split over here, so Zeta's not committed to any one location, but we want to watch them carefully. They have to win this round. They're going to try to come back.
Look at how far back 10 is.
Something is trying to get a pick out here. Sugar Zero is hanging back just by Ramen.
Oh. Well,
And
this is...
They might just push all the way out.
If they do, they're going to meet Sugar. That could be painful.
Okay, great shot by
spotted
Sugar.
already.
Overextension here from Paper Rex. But something is still there. No, excuse me, something's going to back up now.
These are two judges just right
Yeah.
up around my ropes.
Well, you've got to imagine the guy at the bottom has the edge, right? And unless he gets a second person, and they both hop down there at the same time, which we've seen as a way to try to entry over to Vents.
Depends on the first person to make a move, and that very well might be Depp.
Here we go. Are they both going to double hop down?
I think so. Unless they actually rotate sites, but they're not going to do that.
Oh, he misses the shot. They're going to get through. Zeta's doing it.
Oh, Forsaken's trying to buy time. But
Oh, blindsided there by 10.
Shot in the back.
Well, Jing gets one. Can he string it together? Oh, this is so scary.
Planted.
Such a tough position for Jing.
Can't find a clear shot either.
Can't believe how many times he's been able to peek here.
Oh!
Actually tries to switch out for the gun on the ground so he doesn't have to reload. Sugar Zero finds him. And that leaves just something who was basically on the lurk the whole time, but unable to get any of those kills.
Yeah. Managed to get just a little bit. Now he's going to have to back off, save up for the next round. I mean, it's well played by Zeta if you think about it. Just the way that they rotated around, they cut noise, just zero information for Paper Rex. And I hate to say it, but man, that was a really unfortunate whiff for Devi. Up by the ropes, if he actually got those, then, you know, this might be a completely different result. But, and again, credit to Zeta because they surprised him. He had no idea where Zeta would be. There was no information found from Paper Rex's side. They were playing blind in this round. The fog of war is thick, Tasteless.
It is. It was well executed overall. It's too bad Devi wasn't able to try to blockade that. The push out of B was a failure as well. You know, I think, again, aggressive ideas from Paper Rex that time, but the execution was the gunplay not there, to say the least. But they're still steadily in the lead. Zeta needs to really continue the game of catch-up from here.
Paper X, oh my god, triple push outside of mid. They bypassed the 0 point, but they definitely made a sound with that drop.
Yeah.
Whoa!
One.
What? He still got the frag!
Yeah, I can't believe it. Just 1 foot coming down the step, but they weren't ready. And now Zeta may try to come around something. This is a very awkward position. He takes a shot and pulls away, not bad.
It just annoys Zeta by a little bit, but all this time 10 up by ramps. Oh my god, Forsaken still!
His reaction timing is just too good. Something can lurk just outside of this. A Crow over here, kind of a confusing angle to follow there. And they're going to back up.
Yeah.
And remember, Zeta is sometimes too slow with movement. So Zeta hasn't made any progress, really. They're only just up by mail. So they can pull back. There's only 35 seconds left.
And at this point, Paper X knows that Zeta has to commit to a single site.
Yeah. Now,
30 seconds
they're going to have to go for B, but something, okay, they're going to know for sure as they see the utility come through that could be a push. 20 seconds. Again, can they buy enough time? Spike dropped, and Sugar Zero stuck over here. Even if the spike was grabbed, I don't know that you're going to be able to plant that no matter what. Beautifully done. And again, Paper Rex, they hold mid, get some kills, and then they pull back. And they know that Zeta's going to be a little bit too slow. They're going to try to clear too many corners too slowly. And that's what allows the rest of Paper Rex to drop over into the B site, be ready to receive it. And unless Paper Rex can drop down, clear every angle, and get every kill, the clock is not on their side.
Yeah, and who's the one buying all this time? Who's the one peeking mid? It's Forsaken. This guy.
Right.
It's 20 frags high right now. And he's still looking for a little bit more. Just peeking outside by ramp. He hears a little bit of noise, gets information for his team. A lot of stars all across the board. Paper X are looking to push and then close off Zeta from their entries. Zeta looking to aggress over up by the B side. It's a different wall this time, and that's something that I think PaperX is very cognizant of.
Yeah, this is a pretty difficult place to try to push through with speed. So you've got something who's jiggle peeking now, but you got Mind Freak who's going to have the swing around.
Spike down.
And Mind Freak, I mean, it just you see it work out just like that. This round's already over. Laz is just stuck. The spike is actually stuck over here in a position that I don't think Laz. Oh, well, he will recover it. Thought they might try to spam shots through. Jing with the lurk here.
They're all starting to surround him.
It's like sharks surrounding the last swimmer left on the boat.
Da-da.
No, that shark got punched in the nose. But anyways, our metaphor was there. Our metaphor was on point. There they go.
There they go.
Well, gets that kill. 11 wins
Maybe not
there.
a shark. Maybe a piranha. A piranha?
Maybe a piranha. Well, you kill one of the piranhas. But anyways, he was being encircled. They were coming to get him, and that's kind of scary to watch there on the minimap. And really, that was just something to Mind Freak with like the best possible setup. And they're repositioning over here on the defender side. They have a new setup, and so something in the distance draws everybody's crosshairs over there, and that's when Mind Freak can wrap around,
peek out at the right time,
give you a haircut. So there's a timeout called here by Zeta. I mean, this isn't surprising, right? They've had a hard time. PaperX is looking to be in very good form. I feel like I say this a lot when I cast this, but it is true. You see it happening here now. Zeta is occasionally too slow, and they don't give themselves enough of an opportunity on site with the time that they have in the round to basically secure it. I mean, you look at the last side back there when PaperX was attacking, and sometimes they'd have that spike planted before the first minute on the clock had expired, and they're giving themselves a lot of time to can we set this up? Have we flushed everybody out of the site? Do we have to confirm yes? Where it seems like we're having Zeta basically come in, and they have like literally 20 seconds, and they have not cleared the site yet.
I mean, I think it bears repeating, because it does happen that way. Zeta is taking things very methodically, and PaperX loves to exploit that, especially on this map where they are so comfortable on right now. Zeta needs a different look, but here comes Jing, just looking for that match point.
Yeah. Looking to clean house over there. Nobody was able to be killed off as they tried to rocket down the entry point to A.
One suppressed.
All right, this house is not clean yet. We need more brooms and dustpans.
Jing's going to come over here. Is he going to just go through the bubble? He's crazy, man.
Oh my gosh.
This is wild.
Whoa!
What?
He still wins the heads-up duel!
Jing finally stopped by Laz, but after losing so many players.
Who does that?
Crazy, man.
Well,
he gets one, he's like, I want more.
Exactly that, the youngest player. I mean, not the youngest. Forsaken is the youngest on the team, but that's what PaperX gets to do because they have so much map presence, because of those stars from Mind Freak. And now Zeta has no choice and lesser map control, so that they're funneled over on the A site. Oh, I think Forsaken senses it.
Yeah, the instinct is definitely there. He's going to pull back. The Vi could take a wide shot. They're going to see the Viper's wall up here. The curtain's up. They know what's happening on the other side.
Toxin screen down.
Look at how he's positioned up over my screen. Forsaken confirms they're up by Heaven. And it will trickle down.
We have
10 seconds.
Not a lot of time here.
One enemy remaining.
Yep, and that's it. Again, Spike planter killed there at the very end. And, we're seeing this narrative kind of continue on. They just aren't able to get
10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds, yeah, 10 seconds remaining, and that's the reality is that one player has to plant the spike, which they can't attack during that time. I mean, it makes it so much harder to kind of seal the deal. And then a lot of times the rush can come right back, which, by the way, is PaperX's strength. They scramble out. and you can see Zeta doesn't know what angles they're going to have to cover, and a lot of times it's, you know, either a spike denial or at best for Zeta's sake, a spike defuse. Something ready to look for another pick here.
It is match point. PaperX has the ultimates too.
Nobody knows something's on the other side, at least for Zeta. Nobody knows that, you know, something's ready with the operator. He's had the operator for a while. We haven't had X is making this work even without something getting the operator shots, which is, you know, very telling for the strength of PaperX overall.
Because we have that many players. Even if something fails, we got Forsaken, we got GenG, we got Defy, and of course Mindfreak. Up over by these curtains now. The Seekers will confirm the information. Every turn of the way, PaperX is well informed.
Something whiffs again.
All right. Just trying to fire some pot shots.
Yeah, just, you know, maybe you can get, maybe there's somebody on the receiving. Hit one. Is this the end here for round one?
Might be.
That's going to be it, just Crow left over.
30 seconds left.
And something cleans him out. 13-6 is how we end this score. PaperX with a win, at least one, in this best of 3 versus Zeta.
Pretty spick and span, I must say. And once more for PaperX. Another win under their belt on their current favorite map is Split. I mean, I was thinking that this could go either way. PaperX lost to Team Secret on this map. They got knifed by Jesse Vash. I can't forget that. But at the same time, Team Secret lost to Zeta on Split. So you might be thinking, like, logically, right? Zeta beat Team Secret beat PaperX. Probably Zeta can beat PaperX, but no, this time Zeta, like you mentioned so many times before, Tasteless, they were way too slow, way too methodical with it.
Yeah, it's a style they've had for a while, and it's really exciting when it works because, you know, they win every twisted turn. But, you know, with PaperX, they're able to close in so quickly on a slow Zeta. Yes, especially with the lurks from behind. You can see there's always, like, somebody tailing them. And once they get the spike plant, it's like it's too late, it doesn't matter, unless you're going to win. Is that it didn't really matter. There was so many powerful moments there from PaperX. And, you know, we thought this might be a very back and forth a series. I feel like after that last game, maybe this is going to be a 2-0.
Oh, that's a bold prediction. I don't know yet. I don't want to say that yet.
I'm just saying.
To be labeled the PaperX betrayer anymore. But
you guys can come at me. I'm fine with it. No, but seriously, like, They look really good, okay? And the fact that we saw Zeta kind of fall into the same trappings that we've seen them fall into in the past, that's concerning.
Hey, I don't know if they're going to do that on the next map, though, because the next map is their map pick. It's going to be Zeta's favorite map, Ascent. And you know what? Our desk analysts will probably break that down for us. So let's go to a quick break, and those guys will come back with the information.
But this is going to end the way. There's going to be a wraparound here.
Oh, that's how two players remain.
Oh, right now they're to defend, and another. Yeah, that's a good fake. Oh, he lurk up into heaven.
Oh my!
Beautifully done.
Oh, I think he saw Barrow.
Wow, he's going to try to wrap people, but Divide ready to.
Oh my God!
Oh,
now they just walk straight into the.
I mean, it just, you see it working. What?
He still wins the heads-up duel!
チームとしてリーグ戦長い期間戦っていくことになるんですけど、その中でいろんな戦い方をできるチームだと思ってて、チームとしての戦い方のバリエーションがすごいあるチームなのかなと思ってます。僕の名前は牛田浩二です。ゲーム名はラズで日本のゼータディビジョンに所属しています。いろいろチームで試しつつなんで、役割も変わるし、使うエージェントも変わってきてて、なかなか出てこないのはあるんですけど、結構ワンタップ系の武器が得意だなと思ってます。スナイパーも組まれてますね。ガーディアンとかシェリフとか。
ラズはチームのエースでもあり、他のプレイヤーの模範となるような存在、日々のルーティンだったりとか、試合への意気込みだったりとか、自分のプレイに関して本当にめちゃくちゃ正確で、理論とかデータに基づいて、100% 完璧主義者であろうとするプレイングだと思います。
完璧主義というか、ちゃんと自分がしたいようにしてるなっていうのをすごい感じるので、そこはすごい尊敬できて、かつ結構自分と似てるなと思うところも結構多くて、いいチームメイトだと思います。
Such a talented player, and potentially he lost the one agent that he was able to be a superstar on. Now I think Laz has the potential to be a superstar on anything he does.
未だにナーフされた状態でもチェンバーが一番好きではありますね。ただ今年を通して何のエージェントを使うっていうのが、ちょっと変わりそうだなっていう状態で、1年間やってどうしてもなんなかった部分っていうのはたくさん見えてきたので、それを調整する形でチーム内でもいろいろ役割を変えて新しいものをお見せできるんじゃないかなと思ってます。
So Laz is one of the most passionate players that we have in VCT globally. People still think about that moment of him sitting on stage, staring at his PC screen after the map had ended, just kind of wondering, how did we lose this? How did we let this map get away from us? This is a guy that has so much heart in the game, and you can see it in his performances. He was one of the biggest reasons why we saw Zeta make such a strong run in international competition in the past, and he needs to also be the reason why Zeta can climb in the Pacific League.
チャンピオンズの時のブームインスポーツとやった時のファールの最後のエース、ワンタップで全員殺してたんで、すごいなと思います。
Welcome back to VCT Pacific and Victoria. We've got Achilleos and Valdez here, and we just finished the second matchup of Game 1 for today on Split. With all going as it should be going, PaperX winning their map pick against Zeta. What do you think? Zeta,
what do you think?
Zeta predictor?
Look,
Twitter.
I think that this was an incredibly disappointing performance here from Zeta. I mean, even though, yes, PaperX, they do come in here. They did look dominant in the past on Split. Had just played that versus Talon most recently last week. But this is, of course, a long-standing, strong map for Zeta prior to the changes. They come in here and they do not really show up versus PRX. The firepower here just very much overwhelming them. I mean, you can see 14-5 in first kills. This was a very one-sided affair.
Yeah, and you look at the stats and you're like, well, they ran the double duelist. Obviously, they got very ahead. They were very aggressive. Well, it was actually Forsaken on the Sky who had the highest ACS. He only had the one first kill, obviously, on the Sky, but it doesn't matter. It was just a firepower. I think it was just a team diff overall on the side of PRX. It kind of felt like Zeta were a bit stylistically outmatched, like they weren't ready for the pressure, and then even after the half, was only able to get one round, which is incredible. I mean, that's like hard to do, right? So, and it was really rough for them. It's really rough.
Yeah.
I mean, Zeta did have some really good rounds as well. I mean, to give credit where credit's due.
Some.
It happens.
Yeah. Okay, in the first half, it was looking very much in PaperX's favor, but then they had a really Zeta came in with a solid thrifty win.
Yeah, and this thrifty win was maybe a false installment of confidence, but it was widely in the hands of 10. He just goes ahead, looks forward, gets himself in a position over by Ramen, gets a great one-tap on the line freak, recovers the Vandal, and then is able to wreak havoc. And he is the main reason why they were able to drag things back. And oftentimes, I think in the 2 rounds that we will highlight for Zeta's sake, it was on the heroics of an individual. Sugar Zero does manage to find one as something is over pursuing. He'll end up getting picked off, Forsaken going for the hunt, who then decides, okay, over to Paper X, and it was just consistent roughness here. It felt like, people would have their moments, they'd be able to pop off, they'd be able to put up a round, and then everything would just fall apart for multiple rounds in a row.
Yeah. That's right. I mean, to continue on with that, we had a really good, we had an ace from Laz happen in the first half as well that, helped. Maybe a slight comeback from Zeta. Obviously, we know how the story ends.
Yeah.
But
I mean, just want to highlight this round from Laz. It was essentially just going to be yet another insane entry from PRX, but instead, Laz was kind of on the off angle. He took out both of, I believe, the duelists right in the front, and it totally took the wind out of their sails. And not only that, he was able to clean up the site as well through tons of utility, flashes, smokes, etc. Picks up the ace on the little flank there through the Cosmic Divide. So pretty good stuff, at the same time, but at the end of the day, again, like a lot of these rounds where Zeta were winning, it was like, okay, well, one guy popped off, and then the rest of them were like, either was like a different round, or the rest of them were not able to do anything, and PRX were just picking them off one by one.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it there in the, Meet the Player video. We featured Laz. Kind of the spiritual leader. He's a very passionate player, and he needs to be able to lead by example with the rest of this team. And we have seen him, he started off a little bit rocky. We were seeing, the likes of Dep, 10 really finding a lot of value in the earlier matches for Zeta. But in the last couple series, Laz has had an immense amount of impact, now swapping over playing things like the Sova in the Fade. He's been finding his footing. He's been looking a lot more comfortable and fragging out of control, and that's great. But unfortunately, he gets that ace, and then it all just kind of dwindles. I mean, prior to that, he only had 1-2 kills in his back pocket. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to find too many other kills as well throughout that second half. So I am going to be looking, as we get ready to go into Ascent, for a larger performance from Laz.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, kudos to Paper X. They like Split. We know they like Split, and they continue to do their homework on it. And we got a hats off to Forsaken on Sky, because he was popping off.
Yeah, I mean, he had over 300 ACS on Sky, 307. He was doing insane amounts of damage per round. And, I mean, yeah, he just had a day out, right? And it wasn't just him. It was, like, also something just dashing through smokes and shorting people in the face multiple times in a row. Of course, you had the rest of the team doing their job. We had, like, multiple crazy moments from even Mind Freak as well, a guy who on this star-studded lineup sometimes doesn't get as much focus. But, yeah, Forsaken, I mean, he was the guy. Round after round, he was getting multi-kills, and it was hard to ignore this guy.
Yeah, it very much was. Just consistent fragging the whole way throughout for Forsaken. 2 points.
It is Ascent,
It's gonna happen.
It's a great map for it.
If he brings
right?
out Yoru or something, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Same.
Just leave.
Curious how this is going to play out on Ascent, which is a very, I almost want to say traditional . traditional map because it's just been around for so long. And this is Zeta's pick.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see more comfort across the board for the side of Zeta. Obviously, depth going back to Jet is the biggest thing in my mind, but then you also have 10 getting to play Killjoy. You've got Laz, who's going to be going over to the Sova, where he has been looking better and better with every single iteration that we've been seeing from him. So I think that this should be a stronger performance, a lot more comfort for them, but it's also, again, as we're talking about in the Gen G series, a map that has plenty of to be studied from Paper Rex. They know exactly how Zeta likes to approach this. They haven't really varied their playstyle much. They really like to run the clock down when they're on the attacking half, you know, and also try to bleed the clock down. When it comes down to playing on the defensive side, they do very rarely go for rush plays, go for these massive tempo shifts. So if Paper X have a good idea of how they're going to approach this map, which based on split seems like they have a pretty good read on them, and this could unfortunately end up being a fairly one-sided affair, but that's absolutely not what we want. You know, this is not the most storied rivalry, but it was, you know, that matchup that led to the pinnacle of Zeta at international competition and basically at competition in general. So we want to see this have that same impact, have that same closeness, tightness to it in this series. At Reykjavik, they went to 3 maps. I'm hoping that we can get there here off the back of Zeta on a set.
Absolutely. I mean, these two teams in the earlier days of VCT last year, they were the pride of Asia. You know, they were there on the international stage and they got really far along. So it's always fun to see these two, the opportunity to see these two come head to head. Do you think we're going to go into a third map, Valdez?
My first instinct is no. I feel like, you know, you can say what you want about, okay, you know, they looked great on Split. Maybe they're very, very well prepared on this. This is Zeta's map pick. They should look better, more comfort, etc. But I don't know. It's kind of giving me the Zeta versus Talon series vibes, where it was like, oh, well, it seems like Zeta not performing as well as we expected. And obviously PRX doing very well. So I don't know. I think maybe this goes a quick 2-0 today. It's not what I wanted, but you know, that would be huge for PRX if they pick it up.
Might be the spicy U buff. She's in town, Paper X's content creator. All right. Team comps are up.
And it's nothing very shocking at all.
Nope.
I guess
Jing on the Sage.
The big one is going to be, if I saw correctly, Forsaken's going for the Fade. So, okay, we do have a little bit of redirection here from the side of Paper X. Changing things up a bit, Jing as well on the Sage. So it's not going to be double duelist, but it's also no Killjoy. So as far as Sentinel's concerned, it's really just going to be Jing. So this is a bit of a change up in style.
It's not what I expected, to be honest.
Yeah.
So it's curious to see it come out here in Game 2 after they played that way in Map 1. So I don't know. Well, we'll just have to wait and see what they're cooking.
I mean, if 10 can be building up these lockdowns very quickly, the tools to try to disrupt them pretty much non-existent on the side of Paper Rex, so 10 could have a whale of a performance here.
Well, I hope Zeta finds their footing. You know, they find their tempo and depth. I want to see depth back on Jet, like you said. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out. All right, so the casters are ready. Tasteless and Quack. I don't know if the fans have forgiven you yet, Quack, but let's see how this game plays out.
Thank you very much, everyone at the desk. It's Tasteless and Quackers. We're ready to get this going.
Yeah.
I got to say, I kind of agree with Valdez back there. I think this might be a 2-0. I hope it's not. I would like to have a long and drawn-out best of 3, but Paper Rex looked extremely strong, and it does seem like it's going to be some major adjustments here from Zeta if they're going to come out with a win. But if they can do it, it's going to be on this map Ascent.
It's got to be. That's the thing. When it comes to Ascent, we know how strong Zeta can be. We know how aggressive Depp gets with his knives, but also Laz with his Odin plays at times. Paper X, on the other hand, no game tape on this. This is a new sort of composition that we're seeing from them. In the past, it would have been Benkai on that Killjoy, but this time, the only Sentinel is going to be Jing. No double duelist. Instead, Forsaken on the Fade, just like Achilleos mentioned. Valdez as well. It's going to be a little bit different because it's not that aggressive anymore. You're going to have to temper it back a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of a novel take here from Paper Rex. We'll see how it fares for them as we go into the start of match 2.
Oh my god.
Round 1 of the attacking side.
And again, it's just Zeta showing that they have clear protocols in how they want to take control over A main or B main, and they've done this before, but Paper X just running straight in. A bit of a team flash.
Yeah, something is blinded there. Actually losing a lot of HP in what has been a bit of a clunky take so far.
Zeta's just chilling.
Oh, bit of a trade there. And the trade's going to continue on out here. What is it, just Forsaken and Depp versus Depp and Laz?
Oh my god. Wall back a little, he's got to find a shot, but
Laz so close.
Numbers again. 2-on-1. And Laz will come out on top.
Such a close moment there. Very chaotic beginning. We did see something end up getting flashed and then unable to actually infiltrate through the door there onto the site. So maybe if things were a little bit more coordinated, they would have gone better.
But at the very least, I think it really does show how well rehearsed Zeta are on this map. This is something that they almost always pick if given a choice.
Yeah, they're very comfortable on Ascent.
And then for Paper X, maybe not so much.
And then, you know, we just got to kind of see where the next couple games are going to take us. We have something this time with the Marshall looking for any kind of pick. It doesn't look like he's going to find anybody just yet. Forsaken going to farm out that orb. And they're going to bide their time here, trying to see if they can maybe create some kind of an edge here in round 2 after losing round 1.
I don't know, though. They're taking the long way around, which is safe. Something with the Marshall just watching and making sure, but someone has to be the first person in to make that entry, and it can't be something because he's got that Marshall. Instead, it's 3 players towards the A site, which means it's down to, these 2 to make a lot of noise.
So he is going to push in. That will shoo away the Silva. Laz needs to back up, but he gets pinged.
Oh! And that's a good ping, too.
And so it looks like they might try to go back over to A. This is very tough to actually maneuver through. 10 doesn't, well, he actually gets a decent amount of shots to connect.
It's almost impossible. You only got 30 seconds left. You have to make a move through a single entry point.
Oh my god.
And Zeta has all the cards in their hand.
This Paper X looking like they took a page from the Zeta playbook in the last map. I mean, they're just not going to be able to get in here.
Page 1. How to entry. It's not going to work out.
Okay, can they possibly pull this off? Right now, Zeta is just mowing them down. They get a couple.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
All right, Forsaken, the last one left with the spike is down.
Oh!
And so unless he
He's
can just
got
get
no
a kill on Laz, that's it.
He's got no time. Guns, a couple of rifles, budget rifles as well, and then 1 heavy Odin.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Odin here actually by tree.
But this makes sense for this round because Paper X got full rifles as well, so make sure not to get chewed up.
Oh my god, already Mind Freak and Forsaken taking out a couple more. It's now a 2 versus 3 here. Zeta already outnumbered, and then there's just Laz left over. Laz with just the Odin, that's going to be it. Paper X puts the first win here on the board.
And in one of the more uncanny rounds, if anything, I think Zeta are the ones pushing out. Paper X are holding back, expecting it. And they managed to stem the bleeding. They managed to put a lot of shots through Zeta, even almost flicking on towards Laz in that final moment to buy. And that's how this round really shapes up because Paper X won the firefight.
We're catching more of what happened in the replay than we could have when we actually watched the round there. Every angle we had just didn't quite
sometimes it's
show us what happened. Yeah, Valor can be a chaotic game, man. And so Zeta very starved now into game number 2.
Oh my god. Again with these flicks, but then again, because Paper X has won the round, because of that much economical damage, Zeta is saving up, so Paper X has to go in on the offensive, and they have to make it coordinated. Oh, look out, Sugar plays around.
All right, well, they're on site. Oh my god, this was one of the most unusual interactions. That's hilarious. So Jing shoots Sugar Zero down on his own ice wall. And they could just keep spraying through the floorboards here with the Odin.
It's a little bit weird and odd, but thankfully still we have a lot of ammo. But the
All right,
Cloud Burst
long
covers
reload.
it.
Remaining.
Still,
Maybe 10.
no firepower, so
Yeah.
10's gonna have to back off. I mean, I think Jing was about to use that ice wall to kind of prop himself up over the dark cover from Sugar Zero that would have been there. But instead, we see what happens, and of course, Something getting the final kill. Paper Rex 2-2.
2-2. They've tied it up. An impressive round there. Big punish there with that Odin. Now watch this. There you are. Like, interesting entry though. I like the ideas that are at play over here to get into A.
A little bit more careful, if anything. And that's what we need to see more of from Paper X at times, but we love the shenanigans. We love this Odin buy that keeps coming back. And in from Laz as well. That is suppressive fire.
Yes. 2 Odins here. All right. Oh, it looks like they're going to at least draw some attention into A, and it looks like they're really just going to go for it. They're going to run right in here, and A site is just theirs for the taking.
Oh my god, it's actually wall bang. Uses it to secure short, and now it's being walled off.
Yeah.
Plus the door.
They're going to plug it up.
Site completely blocked off.
All right, so he can just basically fire shots underneath the floor. It's going to make it very hard to actually get in here. This is a very strange Zeta right now. They bought heavy too for this round as well.
Trying to fire back, but they can't see anyone from Paper X.
Zeta just hasn't really moved yet. They're not going to have a lot of time for this retake.
Are they going to?
Are they just going to save? Yeah, they're going to go full.
Okay.
Not very often you get to see this, but I think this is probably the wiser decision. Just make them burn through the utility. They go, okay,
yes.
back up.
This is
because if they overextended and attacked in here, I mean, that could be disastrous for future rounds.
Absolutely. It's one of those rare moments where we got to observe Paper X in their natural habitat. And of course, Zeta just backing off completely. Still, I mean, this all happens because of the execute and Zeta respecting it. They want to make sure that they play the long game. There's a lot of pressure. It could be a 2-0 still, and Paper X with that null command just completely pushed Zeta off.
There.
Blocked them off even.
There.
Also, just something to note, Mind Freak not often on an Omen, but he's decided to go for it this time for this Ascent play.
Oh my god, Forsaken already dropping him.
Did he even get
that was wild.
Information off of it? That's amazing. And then now you can see the rotations going through.
You could see the misread here by Zeta.
Oh no!
They even clear one out, and this is getting even more confusing for Depp and Crow. They're just going to be able to. PRX is just going to be able to take A. And we've still got the lurk over here with the Odin. And this is probably just going to be a very quiet loss here. Keep in mind that if Depp and Crow stay back and save, it's going to be another round that ends with them saving. I mean, you can only save so many rounds before eventually it's like, all right, what are we doing? You know, we need to get some value out of what we have.
Yeah, I'm gritting my teeth off that one. It's true. And this must be exactly why Paper X have decided to start on the attacking side for this map. In every step of the way, in every game today, Paper X are starting out on attack because they want to take that initiative. They want to play that mental game against a Zeta that they know tends to be really, really careful. In fact, look at how they're surrounding them on a mini-map right now.
Oh
my god!
Oh my god!
Tasteless!
That was a dumpstering. That was brutal. Wow.
Just read that like a book.
That was insane.
Page 2.
Yeah, not
spray through the wall.
Not able to even carry those guns in there. Kind of a humiliating loss there at the end.
Unbelievable. He doesn't even get like a ping off of his haunt or anything. He just knows that that's the spot.
It's the instinct, yeah. And he knows, okay, you're probably going to be there. It is a common spot to try to camp out at, you know, when you're outnumbered. Usually when you're defending B.
Okay. On to the next one. We're in for an execute now. Depp is ready for this though. Here's Jing up on his ice wall.
All right, Jing just waiting. Can't really see any opportunities just yet. I think he might have spotted Pro for a second.
Crouched.
Here.
Not so much. He knows they're up around that spot, but he can't get a clear shot. Meanwhile, the rest of the team rotating over the B site.
They're going to be smoked out again. Let's see what happens over at B. I don't think we're going to see much more here for now. Pro does rotate.
He's looking for some kind of an opening pick. PaperX aren't deciding to commit to any single spot yet. They're looking for a weakness in Zeta's armor.
Something's going to push up. Depp is here ready. Knives out. Going to be very interested to see who could take this. If one of them does push forward here.
Oh my god, but it's the knives.
Here.
A sudden move, and if he doesn't land the right shot, that's going to be painful.
30 seconds left.
Oh, something gets the drop. Depp is already gone. The ulti burned out. And now comes the push over here. And the sweeping. Dude, these wall bangs are insane.
It's the Odin.
Another kill. And, you know, it's like they know where the other team is just hiding.
The mighty Allfather sees all. And that's what happens. Chews right through your armor.
And
because
are
you
they
have
going to
light
save
shields.
again?
I think they might have to.
Oh my gosh, 5 HP here for 10.
It's different players, so, but still.
They're going to hide back to B. I mean, are we going to, is this like the Groundhog's Day cast where they're going to come in there and try to attack B again? It's going to be a loop.
Different move. Every time it's the same thing.
It's the same thing over and over. We don't get out of it until we cast it correctly.
Oh.
No, seriously though, like they're going to push into B again. Let's see how this goes. Now 10 with like, what? Yeah, 5 HP total.
Just blow.
Oh my god, the
air.
backpack strap almost sticks out. Another one.
But that's the thing. You're on Ascent. PaperX are buying up Odins. You just don't have that much armor. Your shields are 25 HP shields, and you just get shoot through. And because of all these common spots that you can only, like there are only that many spots on the map that are covered up. Of course, Forsaken is going to spray through them.
But we are seeing, you know, the punish when that Odin goes to the other team, and how PaperX is taking a pretty dangerous buy here on the defender side and basically punishing the defenders now. They're wall banging all the default spots that they hide in. And we're having rounds, it's almost hard to cast because they're not your normal rounds, right? They're wall banging positions where, like, Zeta doesn't even know what's happening until they've already been shot.
Yeah.
Right? And, you know, I don't know how many Odins have been bought here from PaperX, but it's less than have been farmed out from the other team.
I think actually only the one. This
only
is
the one, right?
5 rounds in a row that PaperX has won.
Yeah.
And if you just look at how that round actually went, it's, you know, we saw a lot of contest towards this A main area. There was a lot of cover set up by Zeta just to fend off PaperX. But PaperX were smart about it. They left the spike uncommitted, and then they kind of tried to cut noise. They tried to make some footsteps to fake a rotation towards B, and then they doubled back in. And of course, with Depp being the one with knives hiding inside of his smoke on A short, he couldn't quite hold it by himself. So it's a little bit unfortunate for Zeta, but they need a different formula for this.
Blocking sight.
Well, they immediately make sure that nobody's going to be able to see in the mid, and that's exactly where PaperX is going.
Oh, and he's been spotted at 10, running back in. PaperX getting a little bit of space, and then they hold their ground. Now they're rotating back over, but Depp found him in the midair.
Yeah, nicely done there by Depp. They're going to come back over here to A, so this still may be a... You can see he gets tagged for a second, but on the A site themselves, there's nobody there to defend.
Well, comes down to these duels. Zeta has the numbers, and they win this retake. It's a 5-on-4.
They're just going to stay back.
10 wants to place this lockdown, but it's so oppressing with all these players over by this area. Oh,
Mind Freak with this wraparound is so good. Divide cleans it up. Just Pro and Laz left over.
Still couldn't make it happen, though. Here comes Laz.
Oh, misses that shot. Oh, man.
Have a flashbang. Take it.
I'm getting to cast more rounds with Odins this map than in this entire tournament so far.
Yes, it's this map. You don't see it every day. I mean, you have to admit, it's a joyous sight.
It's certainly better suited on this map than the others, but wow. So something now going to go in here with the operator. Zeta takes their 3rd win. beginning to play catch up here, but a chaotic start here. I think really highlighted right here. I can't believe he even saw the head. I almost don't even see any head there with that shot.
Same. But this was so smart from Zeta. Just completely, all right. Maybe we're not going to be able to make it through short because Devi is there. So is, I believe, maybe Forsaken. But yeah, they just completely bypassed it and went for Hell instead. So well played. But now I'm back to the next round. Paper X, again, trying to find wherever they can.
There. Here.
Zeta, right, something. Trying to get a shot there. Does get his spot revealed. Forsaken just getting these kills. We should just never take Forsaken off camera here. He's always winning his duels. Right square in the middle here. Jing, good cover here, is going to let Forsaken get back out.
These two, Jason and Jing. Now a bit of a paranoia just to push Paper X back, but it just makes them more aware.
Good swing through here. Man, that's just going to be it. This is the Forsaken show.
Easy leapfrog over into A.
Yeah, I mean, that was, I was going to say flawless, and it says flawless at the bottom. I'm like, yeah, I mean, perfect. It was a moment they were looking untouchable.
5 ultimates now on the side of Paper X. This is one of these games, these maps, where it really tests Zeta's mental resilience. Because you've lost that many rounds in a row now. You've tried different approaches. I think it was Laz's call to actually position 3 players up over by mid to peek out, but they still lost those duels. And in those moments, you need to find a different solution. You need to pull yourself together, and you can't give up.
Okay, they're going to try this time around. I mean, with so many ults available here, there's so many ways for Paper X to pry open this position. We've only got 3 more rounds here in this half. This is looking very bad right now for them. Looks like they're going to come up towards B.
I have the spike.
And it looks like they are committed to this.
Not a lot of information for Zeta until now.
All right, something's going to spill through. Just confirm that there's nobody actually inside the B site itself.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Mind Freak. Crazy drops there from Mind Freak. 10 does get him. But now it's going to be a matter of retaking this. Oh, Devi, perfect opera shot.
Dude, what is that skin? I'm kidding. Is this going to be another save?
I don't even know. I mean, you know, the problem
is it is
saving for what? I mean, I guess they're going to have a few more rounds. Yeah, but I mean, they've saved so many times. The pockets here of Paper X are so deep.
It's a 2
as
on 4.
As far as credits go.
It is deep.
They're balling. They're loaded.
They got that drip, but still, Zeta, you know, you got to script and save. You got to find whatever you can get. And if you know that you don't have a lot of chances. Yeah.
But this is why Paper X is on the hunt.
Absolutely.
Right, they get one.
That's the thing about Valorant, though. You could hunt, but you also have to keep in mind that risk that you might actually give your opponents more ultimate points, more credits, if you decide to make that move. At the same time, I mean, we are nearing the end of the first half, and Paper X, look at the way that they actually play this. It might have been a B-side hit, maybe a little bit of a rush. Wow.
Viewing party in Singapore is so hyped on this right now.
But still, I mean,
I gotta say, I'm kind of with him. Paper X is looking great.
That was smart to leave Mind Freak on the lurk. You have to love Paper X right now. Zeta, hopefully they can find a solution to this, but Paper X aren't slowing down any second. What?
Oh, that was weird.
A bit of a fake dash.
Well, Sugar Zero starting to get the drop on him.
It's turning to an all-out duel.
Yeah, this is a very odd moment. They're just not able to get in. Did something mess up? Was he supposed to actually dash in?
I can't say for sure.
Because he dashed into wine, which, I mean, I don't get that. Well, you raise a sage wall and dash into wine. Looks like it was a mistake.
Possibly. It's hard to tell for sure, but right now it's what can these remaining players do? Zeta have done a good job at holding us down.
You will not kill my
Smoke up, they sprayed through it.
Yeah, they're going to do a res.
Crow trying to find someone. Just be careful. Single move. That's your hair being shaved clean off.
So they're still waiting. They're going to try to push in here anyways.
Oh?
Clean his hit again. Now Divide does drop one. They're starting to chip away at this position. If they can actually break through here, I'm going to be just blown away. Because I think they fumbled this a while back.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Yeah, okay. A well-deserved win there from Zeta. I don't know why they didn't try to bail on that spot.
I mean, I don't know, it's kind of like just throwing bodies at this one spot, but Zeta has turrets. I mean, not like literal Killjoy utility turret, but human turrets just holding up this one spot. They know that Paperworks are still trying to break through it. We already have it blocked off. We have smokes up all over this area.
That last round, Paperworks looking like they were the monsters in a tower defense game.
Yeah, that's
rough.
exactly it. Just mobs rushing in, trying to rush through, but unfortunately not going to happen. So they could afford a little bit of a loss, but it is the last round of the first half.
Yeah,
Let's see if we can make it an 8-4.
Yeah, I mean, if Zeta can pull this up to 5-7, I think it is going to be a doable second half here.
What?
Oh my God. Not quite enough to get 2.
Almost disgusting.
Bye, so good. They see that there is one is at least locked down on the other side of the ice wall. They are planting, so we're going to have Divide just kind of hang out here, be the first line of defense.
Bit more cover. His position has been revealed because of the null command, though, so Sugar, Zero, and Crow are zeroed in that one spot.
Oh my God, Divide escapes and creates another opportunity. What is happening? They're everywhere.
He's the Sultan.
That was wild, man.
Switching sides.
Okay.
He dodged that flash in the nick of time, and Paperworks makes it an 8-4.
Divide with the escape back into mid, that was wild. He knew exactly what they were trying to do. Watch this. Gets that kill, then runs into safety. Can't get pinched.
What?
And then there was the blind from the Omen into like trying to teleport up, I think, onto the high ground. Next, it was just like, it was madness. It was madness, Quackers.
But you would have had the high ground. I mean, that's just amazing plays when everyone from Paperworks is in the zone. Everyone's flowing.
Yeah.
Zeta faced with a tough conundrum. I mean, 4-8. Sure, now you're going to attack on this pretty much defender-sided map, too, against Paperworks. God, I mean, just, again, everyone from Paperworks is going off. You got Forsaken, who's still just consistently fragging, and with so many rounds on an Odin. And then, of course, Divide in that final moment, and a little bit of heroics, just a well-placed flash, the underhand throw, and then, I mean, Mind Freak is starting to warm up to everything.
They're looking to be in very good shape right now. I do think some of the losses here were because of the Odin being recycled into later rounds. The Odin that Zeta bought, and Paperworks seizing that and then using that to wallbang so well. But overall, man, I mean, Mind Freak with these whip arounds, everybody's like just firing on all cylinders. Everybody looks so strong right now. Zeta had some very good-looking wins. There was also, I think, a really bad loss from Paperworks where they were just stuck at A and they just weren't able to get in there. But overall, I mean, they look really good. And so now we're going to have Paperworks here defending, but Zeta needs to really bring it here. Otherwise, this is going to end with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah.
Paperworks is going to walk out of here, the victors.
And we know that Paperworks aren't the ones they're not one to keep quiet on the defensive side. They're gonna make a splash. They're gonna make waves.
Make waves. Damn, you're good.
Goddamn tasteless.
Pistol round time.
I can't. Is Forsaken just buying a sheriff?
Oh, did he? Yeah, you're right. He did.
No utility. Let's just get a sheriff.
Yeah. Well,
he's that confident.
This is at times a game of clicking on heads.
Click heads. Get plus 100 points. Zeta slowly starting to push in towards the A site and trying to make a split play happen.
Oh! Oh. Okay. Bit of a trade out here. Something going to back up. Wait for reinforcements.
Oh, wow.
Mind Freak keeps the cover here. They don't know that something's around here, and so he's going to get the next shot. Oh, almost gets the push in.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my God, it's Laz left over here, and he gets the kill. Huge round here for Paper X, and a likely round 2 win in the second half, unless Zeta can really swing this one. I'm really curious to see the Zeta buys now.
Just put yourself in Zeta's shoes, in Laz's shoes in that final moment, and you feel claustrophobic because someone's on your back by Heaven, Devi's up in front, and you're trying to get a good flick onto him, but fortunately it's just not going to happen. And it shows Zeta, although they have the right strats to actually go for this execute, Paper X has protocols just to fall back bit by bit at the same time, and they had those close range duels where they knew how to win. Now pushing out, it's going to be Jing. What? It's going to run out of ammo.
This is just weird to watch. How much can one man hold over here? Devi comes in, and some of the hit points have been thinned out a little bit here. Oh, Devi's so good. He's going to escape right down here. He needs to reload. Only 3 bullets in the chamber. He's going to take a wide angle back here. Forsaken ready with the Sheriff. It's just like a slow-firing Odin. One way to think of it.
Yeah, well, maybe the bullets are the same color. Oh, actually, I don't know.
It's just an Odin where you have to click for every bullet. Think about that.
Here's the thing, though. Well, Zeta managed to scrounge up a little bit. Crow picking up a weapon somewhere along the way. I don't know if that's going to surprise Paper X. Something hiding in this corner with a judge.
He should be able to at least drop one. It's going to be Sugar Zero coming through first.
Oh!
Oh, my God. He gets 2 and escapes.
Oh, you got 1. Okay.
Sorry, gets 1.
All right. Okay.
That's what I meant to say. Then Mind Freak gets the other one.
They're so low, Tasteless.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how many they get. Just it's tough for Zeta. Still.
They're so low.
17 seconds. They're looking for a frag. They want to do that economical damage, but
Something gets that last one. This is looking like it's going to be a 10-4. Alrighty.
There it is.
Good luck, Zeta. You have to win. 3rd round in the second half. Or I think this is going to be mathematically impossible pretty soon. I mean, Paper X has played so well. We're going to have a stronger, bulkier next couple rounds.
Especially this one, because if Zeta loses this, that could very easily be match point for Paper X. And Achilles is right. You know, we've been looking for a lot of these plays from Zeta. Laz has been stepping up. He's got 11 kills right now. He's leading by example, but we also need depth to be informed. He hasn't really shown up today, not yet. He needs to be there for his team. But it's just so difficult when you've got that many duelists in front of you from Paper X.
So they've already confirmed that mid is pretty much theirs to try to creep into. There's a push here from Paper X. They're looking to see if anybody's going to come all the way around. It is a double stack here. Forsaken ready.
So maybe Zeta spends a bit of utility to clear out. It's, God. So oppressing.
Yeah. They're going to nab the spike. And I think they're going to send the Aldrone in here.
Sugar Zero has 1 smoke to play with. So they're going to try to push Paper X back, but something still with the judge. Oh my
Something
God.
gets 2 and escapes. Actually shot through the grate, I believe, back there.
Thankfully, Crow is here just to push them back, but right behind him, he actually swings onto Devi. Jing trying to get him too, but no!
Crow got
puts him down.
What can Mind Freak do? They try to blind here. All right. Not a bad round. Zeta gets that win. Only 2 rifles carry on into the next round, though. Paper X really making Zeta work.
Impressive. A bit of a pre-fire for Mind Freak, but yes, that's a good round from Zeta. Knowing how to pinch them in because of that positioning from Paper X, the way that they were held up in Garage, not Garage, B main. That was just how Zeta went in through the middle instead. To wrap them around, they had the guns, they had to make it work, and they did. Paper X, though, still being able to buy up. That's going to be something on the operator.
Yeah, and where is something going to be? It looks like he's looking into mid here. They've already smoked that out. So it's going to be Mind Freak that's going to have to hold this. Oh my god, he gets the kill and just slides right back out. I can't believe it. And now he's teleported over here into Wine.
I think they know he's here, though.
Yeah, and he's going to get dropped. Jing could actually create some good crossfire along with a Divide coming in here. And they're not in the site yet.
Jing.
Jing with a lurk.
He wants to kill him. Divide trying to get information. For his friend there, but nope. Zeta just playing it safe, expecting the peek out from Paper X. They want it to happen, but in all of this time is of the essence. What?
Jing can't quite get a shot.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Oh, Paper X, the gunplay is just too good. Just Sugar Zero left over. They actually pushed into that area. Not even letting Zeta try to make the first move. They called it, they moved in, got the kills. That's the 11th win.
Do we have a timeout? No?
Yeah, where are the timeouts?
This is painful. Paper Rex, I can't believe he's that confident. Zeta gives him that much space that he actually sneaks into Wine, allows her Divide to peek out along with him as well. Zeta, despite having so many players stationed up by A-Main, they were watching that angle. Good positions. 2 by Hell, 1 by Generator.
They shoot down the dart.
Oh my goodness.
They might still do this. Divide is the last one left over. Okay, Sugar Zero too fast. Woo! Close one there for Zeta. They don't want Paper X to get 12. Obviously 13 is even worse, but like, you know, how many more rounds can you combo together? I mean, that's the real challenge. That's the price that Zeta's paying for this, the success that Paper X has already had.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly comes close. That was a very nice shot. But you have to admire that Zeta are still standing. Zeta are not backing down. And with the way that they're holding the site as well, it's just classic good maneuvers. Meanwhile, for Paper X, bringing out the Odin.
What?
Suppressive fire. Zeta, you know, push up.
All right, well, Laz gets one. Forsaken now going to be back here with this Odin. He is pinged. They're going to try to bum rush him. Oh my god, the spike is now dropped.
Oh, and Laz is so low. But
oh, he could get flanked. No, yeah, there he is. He does get flanked.
allowing for Depp to win that 1v2 clutch. On to the next round, and it's going to be Paper Rex on a half buy.
Yeah. Now on paper, this should be a very doable round here for Zeta. They certainly are outgunning them, but this moments like this where you can see them get pretty creative here. Deb's going to dive in.
Impressive.
And this is just a massacre. B-side cracked wide open. And a likely 8th round win here for Zeta.
Just keeping it simple. We know where they're going to be. Rush in, get them fragged out. And then we have the site. The timing is great because now Zeta is in position for the post plant.
So is something going to try to dash in here?
The judge. Ooh.
I'm always interested in the way something might play in a moment like this. Now, there's a chance they just don't even go in at all. I'm not sure. They might just try to look for a pick if they can.
One thing is that he doesn't have a flash to go in off of, so he might just be looking for exit frags with his teammates.
Sure.
This very well might keep Zeta trapped in on the site unless they leave by B main, and that's also where something could peek out.
All right, not a bad idea though. Oh man, this is a master class here. They actually kill the entire team.
Getting the final one as well. And just by the corner where he's not going to get clipped by the spike, they would
like,
have
I know
that
this
lockdown.
exactly. I know this exactly. The spike doesn't hit me here.
It's going to snap right around the in front.
I'm not afraid.
But again, smart plays from Zeta and recognizing how Paper Rex will play for those exit frags. They keep themselves alive for one more round. 3 more just to tie things up. It's never over until it actually is over.
That's right.
Something back on the op, though. It does seem a little bit daunting, but I don't want to count Zeta out.
No, don't give up on.
Receive this information, so
yeah, they're going to send Crow over here to try to sell.
Get out of my way!
there's a back and forth. He has to make enough noise.
Yeah, he's going to get picked off
Kinda
easily,
works.
but this is actually all about B. They're coming in now.
Forsaken's here. No!
It's 1, 2. Oh my
Unbelievable.
God, he's going to wrap all the way around here too.
And Mindfreak
Perfect
arrives
round.
on cue as well.
Damn, that was sick.
Jason freaking Susanto. And he's just done such a great job at hiding on the spot. In plain sight. Zeta had no idea. Deb trying to go on the offensive, trying to find his form.
Old push ever. And so already a squishy around.
Point as well, so any mistake and Zeta could have lost it. Deb trying to Zeta again in the face of danger, in the face of death. They actually just hold still. Now back to that. Three-round deficit just to go into overtime. Let's see if Zeta could do it. It is 12-9. All it takes is one round for Paper Rex.